Live.
Liver.
Worked.
Liver. Flip's messing with his screen because he's trying. Oh, yeah. I mean, that looks clear. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I changed the Zoom setting.
Whoa! All right. I don't see Jared yet. I'm gonna message him saying, "Oh, there he is." Speak of the devil. There he is.
Why am I the devil?
Oh, because we said we didn't know where you were yet.
Oh.
I guess you could say, "Speak of the angel." Speak of the who knows what.
Fag.
Jolly.
That's weird. What's up? We've got Charles and Overvivid, which I think might be Sinatra. Sinatra talks about. I can't tell with those new name things anymore. Who's who? But we got a couple listening. Saturday night.
Different.
It's very different. How's your Christmases?
I worked extra overtime shift.
On Christmas Day?
Yeah. No, I want the extra money.
Well, they give you double time for that?
No, time and a half, but I also earn bonus PTO.
Nice.
So, and I need all that because I paid off my trip already, but now it's time to start saving money because I don't know how long my car is going to last.
That's the kind of shit you're supposed to put on a credit card.
Well, I did technically. I just paid it all off already.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing you're supposed to let go to collections, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. No, I was delighted. I found out my credit score because, I knew my credit score was good because all of my mail is credit offers now. Like, the power company sends me a letter once a month to say you paid your bill already. And other than that, all I get is credit offers. But then I actually looked at my credit score and it was better than I thought it was. So that felt good because at some point here, I'm going to have to get a car. I mean, I'm hoping to drive the car I've got into the ground, but I don't know.
Just wait for some fat lesbian DoorDasher to smash the back end up.
I wouldn't get anything for my car. It's 20 years old and it's got all kinds of body damage. My dad drove it for 10 years and was really hard on it.
I don't even know what I'm going to get out of it. Because I called the mechanic the other day because the insurance is being a pain in the ass to talk to. And I was like, so what's the damage on it? And they're like, we're seeing $13,000 to fix it. And I was like, oh, so it's totaled. They're like, well, I mean, the insurance has to make that. But yeah, it's totaled.
I mean, it's got frame damage, right? You said the frame is bent.
Oh, yeah. The whole back frame is so fucked. Well, it was immediately when I tried to drive it off the side of the road to get it out of the way. I was like, this is totaled.
Yeah, you could tell. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But talking about putting it on credit, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to change the subject. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to talk about I'd never heard of that Caleb Hammer guy before Actual Justice Warrior mentioned him.
Oh, the audit dude, the dude who audits all the social justice.
I've been watching him for like a year. He's great.
Oh, because I've been watching him for just a couple of weeks, and I wonder, because he says people apply, so people are applying,
because they get money and they're so desperate for money that they'll go embarrass themselves.
Well, I guess because I'm waiting for the one that is like a genuine hard luck case, like the one that the Democrats always talk about. Like, no, you don't understand. Like capitalism and housing costs and food costs, and this is what's forcing people out of their homes. And it's like, no, every single one of them is just terrible with money and makes terrible money choices. And I'm waiting for the one. Yeah, I'm waiting for the one.
And it's the system's fault because they should just be able to do what they want to do with their money.
You'll find the ones that have spent like $7,200 on Funko Pops or some shit like that. And when he's like, "What are you fucking doing?" I'm like, I just feel like I deserve something nice every now and then. What do you mean deserve? You want to know how you deserve something? Here's how you deserve something. I have a Snickers bar. You have a dollar bill. I want the dollar bill more than the Snickers bar, and vice versa for you. You give me the dollar bill. You now deserve the Snickers bar because we made an agreement. Congratulations. You deserve candy.
Yeah, I mean, once a year I buy an expensive bottle of wine, which I'm drinking now. But it's literally once a year that I spend anything, other than that, like I almost never spend more than $20 on a bottle of wine. I don't buy that much wine. I bought a bunch of wine in the UK, but I brought it all for my cat sitter.
For Flip's Booze Corner, he suggested I get this Highland Park, which I will be drinking because this is like the one time a year I don't have work tomorrow, and I drink like twice a year. However, anything left over, I will be bringing back to Flip, who will enjoy it more than I will. Although I was really shocked by it. I've never felt warm just right after an initial sip like that. Maybe that's what I've been missing. That people
Is that 90 proof or is it 80?
I don't know. It was the only one they had there with that title that you told me. So
Well, it'll say on it. Yeah, it says right on the bottle.
I'm blind.
It has to by law.
43% alcohol.
43. Okay, so
what is that? 80 proof?
It's 86 proof.
86.
Proof is weird. It's just double.
Yeah, I never understood why they don't just go with the percentage. But
yeah, it's kind of a weird thing.
See, I thought I had a. The social justice warriors have been going after Caleb Hammer.
Oh yeah,
because they finally realized that the stuff he's been saying kind of sounds right-wing coded, and
if you talk about financial responsibility, the right-wingers are just totally right about it. They're just totally correct in pretty much every way. If you're talking about personal finances,
I mean, because that's things like I'm sympathetic in the sense of like, I didn't want to get a shitty job, and I've never been in ridiculous debt like those guys have, but like, I mean, for hell's sake, I smoked pot for 15 years. Like, if I think about the money, like if I had not smoked pot and just put that money aside, like that's a down payment on a house. Easy, a good down payment.
Dude, I sometimes think of the money I'd get back from all the Diet Coke I've ever drank, dude. It's probably unreal.
But like, I haven't even had credit cards. Like, I first got credit again just like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe a little more than that. But I didn't even have credit cards before then. And like the only reason I got a credit card was to travel overseas, because I needed something that doesn't charge me, 3% premium for everything. So that's.
I think if I didn't get married, I never would have gotten a credit card. I didn't have one, and I didn't have any plans to get one. I was like, I'll just spend the money I have and call it good. Morgan was like, but we need to finish the credit.
From when I was young, I started building credit and just got credit and almost always buy everything through credit and immediately pay it off.
Yeah, that's what we do now.
I have credit availability out the arse, but at the same time, I go, well, when would I ever really use that?
I remember getting my first credit card. Like I had just barely started this job, and I had been on Morgan's credit card, so it had built me some credit and stuff like that. I can't remember how good the score was, but I've never had a bad credit score. I've just had no credit and decent credit. And then, like, we get our first card together in both our names, and like, all right, and you've got a $16,000 credit limit. I was like, what the fuck? Why? Holy shit! And it's the crazy part was I remember working for Capital One, trying to convince people to go over their credit limit and shit. So I saw all their information, and the cards that I saw, like the high end, right, was like $1,000 credit limit, but most of them were $500.
You worked at Capital One?
Oh yeah, it was terrible. It was my least favorite job. It's the only job I've ever been fired from.
Reese was asking to be an admin. Him and Steve. The thing is, like, I never ever get on YouTube. Isn't adminning a YouTube thing? Like, I 100% do this through StreamYard. I very rarely go on StreamYard until we get a copyright strike. Oh, which, speaking of, there's some juicy stuff on Divas. They went after Divas for Mormon News Roundup name, and he was complaining about people copyright striking him and how unfair the ex-Mormon community was with him. Yeah, I'm down to give you guys whatever access you want on the YouTube. If you
he just wants to start mavening people.
Reese, so I will give you access to my full YouTube, and you can go in there and turn it into a total Christian website and all that sort of stuff if you'd like.
Yeah, don't put it on your phone. Put it on your computer, because if you put it on your phone, you get every single one of Chris's fucking contacts, and then you accidentally call his dad like 4 times.
I have a lot of contacts too, because I don't even know who most of my contacts are, because I've always had to have my work through my phone. So I've got like my friend Aaron. I try to contact him, and I've got 75 Aarons in there. I'm like, oh crap! So I have to like dig up his like oldest text message that he gave to me, because I don't know which Aaron is him.
I will. Yeah, it's only ever a problem when I try to call my mom or dad. I should just delete your parents from my contact list. Really,
Because it says mom and dad.
Yeah, it just says mom and dad.
Oh man, that sucks. Let's look at this real quick because this is a little bit when they were trying to cancel Caleb Hammer.
And you guys talked about bringing in a second dick. It would get
It'd be
more
more
affordable.
than just a penis. It'd be a loved penis.
Ew.
Huh?
Is this you guys again?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, everything is done.
I don't have any credit cards open.
Why would you want to commit to this? Do you just want to combine so that we have her income?
Okay, so
I just
What?
so that people knew who he was.
recently,
That's a longer thing. If you go to Side Scrollers, they talk about all the people who are trying to cancel him on that little episode right there. But
Yeah, no, like, but just to reiterate, like, every single one of them are, I mean, like, because he says, like, are you children? And they really seem like children. You know, like, the ones that really get me are the people, like, I just watched a couple
Disneyland
that were
ones?
couples. Well, they're people that, like, make a combined income of $150,000
Oh,
a year. And they're spending, like, $1,800 a month on Pokemon or Labubus.
Yeah, I saw those ones.
And it's just like, wow. Because that's the thing. It's like, I don't make a lot of money now, but I'm making more money than I ever did before. And like, my lifestyle hasn't changed all that much, except that I can save money and go on trips now.
Oh,
Like-
that's the
like-
lifestyle. The lifestyle creep thing is real because everybody that works with me, I know how much they make because everybody with my job title has the same pay. So I know exactly how much those people make. And then I look at all the toys that they buy and shit like that. And I'm like, I know you've got the same number of kids as me, wife that's a stay-at-home mother. And I know exactly how much you make. You have a way nicer, newer house than me. You have brand new trucks with payments on them. You got a couple fifth wheels, four-wheelers, all this shit. You've got just everything. Like, what is your monthly base cost? It's got to cost you like $3,800 a month just to live, not even including groceries and shit like that.
Yeah, and like I don't spend a lot more. Like I'm actually saving money for the first time, and well, except for going on trips. But like I don't know. I was never very good with money, and yet I feel like a genius compared to the people that go on Caleb Hammer's show. But just to reiterate that point, like I'm waiting for the one that's what the Democrats say. Like when they talk about poor Americans that are struggling to
I
survive,
see that one too.
I'm waiting for that case to show up, and it's not there. Like,
yeah,
and
there's some of them where they make actually a lot of money, and on top of that, I saw a highlight reel of him recently where it was a highlight reel of him asking every single veteran, and every single veteran's on disability, and their disability is huge. It's like $12,000 a month, each one of them. There's a highlight reel of him asking, and he's like, "I've never come across a veteran who's not on
Jesus
disability."
yeah.
And they're all like, "Whoa, yeah!" And the highlight reel, you can probably just Google it and look it up, like a Caleb Hammer short. Every single one of them is in like the $8,000 to $12,000 range.
Yeah.
Which, if a veteran is
Jesus
injured,
Christ.
I want them to have that. But he's kind of half joking, like, "I don't think you look too well."
I've known a lot of people that are like, where they're like, you find out, oh, they're getting military disability, and you're like, I don't see you disabled. Like, you seem fine, but I don't know.
He says that in each one of them, and then he also notes that, like, I've never come across one that doesn't have it. And then on top of that, they're still in crazy debt because they have that money and they get money on the side, and they're still somehow overblow themselves into debt. Do you know how much money that is a year? $12,000 a month.
That's
You know,
insane.
People who don't, because like I feel like I go out. I mean, I get food. I mean, what I do is I use DoorDash for pickup. Like I never use it for delivery, but I use it for pickup. That's my version of going out. But even then, like, because usually once a week I'll bake a pan of chicken and rice, and that'll be my dinner Monday through Friday. And yeah, just it's crazy to me when you look at what some of these people are spending.
That's a single guy thing too, though, because like if I were a single guy, that'd be what I eat. I'm not a complicated palate type person, so Morgan will be like, "What should we eat for dinner this week?" I'm like, I don't know. We got some
Yeah,
rice. Like, I don't fucking
I'm a
care.
total child too, but that's why I'm not ever good at alcohol and stuff like that. All those stuff's killing me. I can't believe like what I'm feeling after so little. I've never come
I
across
don't know.
that. I guess this is what people have been enjoying about alcohol over the years.
Looking at the bottle, you've got a good dose in you.
No, I mean, it started like right there, but that's too little. That was 2 times filled up.
Whoa.
Not filled up like a shot.
Steve,
Wine. It's like 2
Steve,
shots.
Steve
That's
said,
cut-
"My
that's
friend
true.
is my friend is a vet who on a weekend broke her leg while skydiving and is on lifetime disability, about $1,000 a month. How do you get veterans disability for something that happened when you were
When
fucking
you're
around?
in the army, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was only for like stepping on a landmine or something.
Well, anyway, we need the return and report on England.
Oh, I had so much fun. As usual, like the things that suck are that they put saccharin and aspartame in literally fucking everything.
Oh yeah, I
Like-
forget that.
Yeah,
Really?
like there's so many things that look like, oh, that looks really interesting, but like like Fanta there, for example. They have Fanta, but the Fanta has aspartame. So like Coca-Cola and Dr. Pepper don't. But like even like fruit drinks will have aspartame and saccharin, but like it's sugar and aspartame.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
like I don't know. Like I think it's a way to like it's reducing the sugar without eliminating the sugar. I don't know. It's weird. The other thing I learned is Turkish food is like Italian food, where you have to spend a little money on it and then it's great. But if you're not spending a little money on it, then it's middling to terrible. Like that's how I always felt about Italian. Like if it's not a good restaurant, don't bother.
It's ketchup. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's usually craptastic. But no, I had a blast. We went to Scotland. I spent 3 nights in Edinburgh, and it was kind of fun because they had a storm going on, so there's like 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Is that
as we went up
normal
the road.
there? Or?
No, I mean, well, that's things I know it's by the ocean. Like there's just windiness because you're near the sea.
Yeah.
But no, like it was a named storm that was going on while I was there. We went to Edinburgh Castle, which was super cool. But yeah, like I had haggis. I like haggis. Haggis is good.
That's something I would try. You want to know how I found out what haggis was? Is I watched Earthworm Jim. They go to like hide out, and they go to this cafe that nobody ever comes to, and he's like, "This haggis stuff is great. Why doesn't anybody ever come here? What is it?" And his sidekick Peter Puppy's like, "Oh, it's the heart, lungs, liver, and a sheep boiled in its own stomach."
Yeah, and oats. Oh yeah, but the other thing is like so
I can't. Well, does the liver taste take over? Because I can't.
So I mean, it definitely has that heart and liver kind of flavor to it, but
I like heart.
like it's chopped up and mixed, with it's quite a bit of oats and groats and stuff. And then I don't know, that's kind of spiced up. So it's like it's not overwhelming, like I mean, I like liver pate, but it's not nearly as livery as that. So like, it's definitely got a little bit of that awful OFFAL flavor to it. But no, I liked it. I was kind of surprised. I thought it was really good.
Just
Well, the other thing, though,
does it go in bread? Does it go in a tortilla?
It goes
What's a
next
Scottish tortilla?
It goes next to the black pudding. Although tacos have taken over the world.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, no, like they have tandoori tacos over there.
Dude, look at Chris's face. I'm just laughing at your face every time you try to sip that shit. You just have a permanent like ugh look on your face right now.
I am not a good drinker, but I am. I'm
He's
also
enjoying
feeling
that.
it already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but so like the first time I went to England, like I had the situation where I got there in the afternoon. I'd been up all night, and I had to wait for my little Airbnb type joint. And the first time I went there, I went to the pub down the street intending to have a pint, and 2 retired Scousers bought me 6 pints between them in an hour. And this time I had the same situation. I was staying in a different part of town, but it was the same thing. Like I stayed in a house that was built in 1903. Like it was cheap as hell, but it was old as hell. But it was the same situation where I had to wait a while before I could get into the place, and I was tired because I'd been up all night. And I went to a little cafe right down the street. And, as I walked in, the lady's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're closed. I was just about to pull down the shutters." And I said, "Is there anywhere else close by I can get coffee? She's like, oh, do you just want coffee to go? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I just need a mocha to go. And she made me a mocha and said, it's on the house.
Oh,
What?
Yeah, no, it's like, and I was like, I was ready to pay for it.
It's
I ended
because
up
your
eating there.
accent.
Yeah,
Your
well, I ended
accent,
up eating
your
there 3
accent
days.
holds a spell on them the same way British accent holds a spell
But
on us. So
You know, the interesting is because, like, you know, talking to I talked to a lot of people. In fact, there was a period that I was locked out of my little apartment, and I had to call the landlord, who had to call a locksmith to get me in. And I was talking to them, and what's funny is that, like, everybody asked me about Trump in the sense that they're like, you know, all we hear about him is that he's terrible. Like, all the media
did you
over
see
here
the Jimmy Kimmel thing?
is. I heard about it. I didn't actually
Were you
see
there
it.
when the Jimmy Kimmel thing happened?
No, I think that happened afterward because that was the Christmas
Hey,
message. But
I need to know about the Jimmy Kimmel thing, but go on. Tell me about
But,
your Trump.
Well, I mean, it's part. Were you were there during Christmas, or you got back?
no.
before?
I got back last Sunday.
So there's a Christmas message that they give out every year.
Yeah, the King's
Well,
message.
the Kings gives a message, and on the secondary channel, it's kind of like how there's always like the president gives out the State of the Union, and on the secondary channel, the Democrats give their counter argument to it or something like that. There's
Yeah.
always a King's message on Christmas, and on a secondary channel, there's always a comedian who gives a comic take. They chose Jimmy Kimmel this year, and
Which is
all
the
he
least
did.
funny thing.
And I guess a lot of people over there don't even know who he is. And all he did was bitch about Trump and say, we don't have kings, we don't like kings, and which is so stupid because the whole thing's a counter message to the king's message in England.
But yeah, no, but like the same lady who gave me the free coffee, I went back and had breakfast there the next day, and she was asking me about, like, oh, that shooting of that, you know, there was that awful shooting. I was like, you're gonna have to narrow it down a bit. And then it turned out she was talking about Charlie Kirk, you know, but like, you know, she was talking to me about her lesbian friends that live in Atlanta, but like I just basically I could tell that basically everyone I ran into that was English and white.
Were
Like,
they
they
surprised
were
you from
fairly
Utah, like
conservative.
from where Charlie Kirk died? Did
Oh,
anybody
she
like get
she
shocked
didn't
by
even
that?
understand the geography because she's like,
Oh,
you know, well,
okay.
how far is it to Atlanta? I'm like 3 days. Like,
Yeah,
they don't get a conception of how gigantic America
That's
is.
what it was always in Brazil. They'd be like, where do you live? Like, Idaho? You're not going to know where it is. And they'd be like, oh, is that close to New York? Like, no. Is it close to
Yeah.
Texas? No. Is it close to California? Closer.
Like,
So I just started telling people, I started heading them off and being like, I live in Idaho. It's somewhat close to California.
like if you drove from the Scottish Highlands to the south coast of England, that's probably a 12-hour drive. Like it's like
Yeah,
going
that'll-
from here to Sacramento or to Denver.
Yeah, it'll get you
know.
halfway across Texas.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because I mean, like I've mentioned before, I was surprised that in land area, like in square miles, Great Britain is almost exactly the same size as Utah. It's just kind of stretched out because it's got a coastline.
I thought it was
here.
kind of more like Idaho and Utah together a bit.
No, like in terms of
No?
like it's longer because it's skinnier, you know, because it's got all the little nooks and
I thought I
crannies.
tried to look up like a thing that would like place it on the map of the United States.
I mean, like if you go by length, it's probably like as long as like Idaho and Utah. But I mean, in area, like square
Yeah.
miles of land, it's the same size as Utah. No, like Liverpool to Edinburgh was 4-hour drive. You know, it's like going to St. George. You know, and then technically it was an entirely different country. You know, which is for
Wait,
us.
can
it's
you
such a
drive
weird-
like it's driving to St. George? St. George is like
Yeah.
a straight shot for us. Or
No,
do you have to like
well-
get all these stations and hit all these?
No, it's a million little roundabouts. Like when we
Yeah.
drove into the Midlands, I did a major tism tickle, and we went to the RAF museum where I finally got to see an Avro Vulcan Cold War bomber, and that was a major tism tickle. But like driving through, I mean, so it kind of depends. There's the motorways, which are like freeways, but not quite like our freeways. But like driving from Liverpool, like we went through Wales because we picked up my kid's friend in Wrexham. But like from Wrexham to the RAF museum, which is basically on the way to Birmingham. You know, and Birmingham is the second largest city in Britain. It's a major place. But like that drive was like go a couple miles, go through a roundabout, go a couple miles, go through a roundabout, go a couple miles, go through a roundabout. You know, like that's what a lot of driving in the UK is. In fact, Wales is funny. I mean,
Do they know how to
Scotland was the
use
same way.
roundabouts? Do they know how to use them better than we do?
Oh, way better.
I'm sure they do.
Way,
wait, you have
way
to go
better.
leftwards, right? I wouldn't be able
Yeah,
to do that. I should not drive in England at all.
No,
I'd be
like,
so tripped out.
I'm telling you, like the driving on the other side of the road is the easiest adaptation. Like the stuff that's hard is like what I was about to talk about was like in parts of Scotland, like in Wales, you'll be on a lane that's like one lane each way, no shoulder, like narrower than our lanes. Like in America, it would be an alleyway, and it'll have a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit. And it's like so terrifying, you know, like and like a lot of it's like that. It's like, how the hell did they do this? And then, but also in Liverpool, like because you just have to park on the sidewalk, there's so little room, and so there'll be all these times where like, you know, and people are nice about it, but like basically the 2-lane road turns into a 1-lane road, and you just have to watch out. But like, I mean, everything is just so smashed in there. It's crazy. Like coming back to America is like feels like, you know, taking off a shirt that's too tight.
Yeah.
You know, like driving there is, you know, like I like driving. I drive for a living, you know, and I mostly enjoy driving in England, but you have to be way more on top of stuff than here, just because again, like everything is so smashed together. Although the other thing though is like, I mean, everything is slower because it has to be, because you know they don't have straight roads. I mean, like, you know, in Salt Lake City, for example, like a surfaced street like 7th East is for most of 7th East, it's like 3 lanes in each direction, you know, like, and the equivalent of that, like a main road going into Liverpool is tiny, you know, because there's just no room.
Well, I remember
so-
that in Brazil, the lanes they felt really tiny.
Yeah, no, it's the
You'd
same.
be like, you're in a bus and you're like 3 feet away from the bus in the next lane, and there's still a motorcycle lane splitting it.
yeah, exactly.
I saw so
Yeah.
many of those guys die.
But I got used to parking on sidewalks. Like that's like for me it was originally because like driving around Liverpool, like 90% of cars, if they were parked like that in Utah, they would be towed away. Like that's illegal. You can't
Did
do
you go
that.
up on the sidewalk?
But oh yeah, like right
No.
on the sidewalk, because there's
Let-
just no choice. The
Let
whole
me just
thing
say
in-
real quick. Risto asked if I would eat haggis. I said I've eaten every part of everything in Mexico. He said, "Well, like ant eggs," and I said, "No, not ant eggs, but worms and crickets." And he said, "Worms and the gusanos de maguey are the worms that I ate, and these are the worms that I ate in Mexico."
Oh, those are
So I'll
caterpillars.
take them
right?
off the screen. Sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
Um,
Do you remember that
Right.
tweet that went around a while back about, because like shitting on Americans has always been something you can totally do, because punching up is not only okay, it's like encouraged. So people would shit on Americans all the time for things that they wouldn't shit on other people for. Anyway, there's this dude, this European dude, I don't remember which country he was from, but he's talking about how Americans are so uncultured because like most of them never leave their home country. And somebody just spurred out on him in the car, just freaked out, and his reply went viral, and it was like, you can ride your bicycle to another country, all right? You can drive for like 12 hours and not leave the same state when you're in America. You can drive for 3 days and not leave your country if you're going in the right direction. Like it's
I think I've said it before, but that messes me up the other direction. Like I watch TV shows like The Wire and things like that. Am I frozen up? Oh, sorry, it looked like you
No,
guys
you're
were. Like, I watch shows like that, and they say we're going to New York, we're going to Washington, we're going to Boston, and in my brain, like each one of those things are driving 5 hours because they're crossing a state.
oh well, you go to
But-
the east. Yeah, you go to the East Coast. I remember we
Yeah,
were in
but it's ultimately like Ogden to Salt Lake to Provo. But
Yeah.
in my brain, I think it's 5 hours to each one.
Oh yeah, it's
Well, that's how I
different
was like-
states. Well, we were in New Jersey for my friend's wedding a few years ago, and I was talking to the bride's mom, kind of just getting to know her and stuff, and she's asking, "So how's Idaho?" And I'm telling her, and I was like, "So are you from here?" She's like, "Oh Lord, no, I'm not from here. I'm from North Jersey." I was like, "North Jersey, like 5 miles away. It's New Jersey because we're in South New Jersey." And I asked her, that'd be like me. Somebody's like, "Are you from Pocatello?" "Oh Lord, no, I'm from Idaho Falls." Ugh.
Well, talking about the culture, one of the last things I experienced in England, because my plane left at like 6 a.m. So like I had to leave the house in Liverpool at like 1 a.m., return the car. And I had to gas it up, fill it up before I returned it so I didn't get penalized. So I went to a gas station near the Manchester airport, And there, the gas stations are closed at night, and they have like this little bank teller style window with a drawer. And I got there, and I don't know, like whatever the Manchester equivalent of white trash is. There was this guy and this horrible woman, and they bought like 120
Is that
pounds
wait?
worth
Isn't there like some? Isn't there some parts of England that like all of Manchester is white trash? Like, don't they assume like certain accents are entirely white trash?
The cognate.
I don't know what it is. Cognate.
Well,
Yeah.
there's the think. I think that's one of them. I don't know how to describe it. I know when I hear it, but like this guy and this horrible woman bought more than like at 3 a.m. at a gas station, they bought like $150 worth of alcohol and tobacco, and I was annoyed because I'm like, God damn it, I'm in a hurry. Like I just need to pay this guy for my gas and be done. And then he almost got in a fight with another guy, and like it was kind of like I was just like, oh okay, so those were the trashy, awful English.
Oh, bruv, you about to throw down? You want to do fisticuffs with me?
Hyacinth's sister and her.
Well, the thing is, even within England, they're like, oh no, people from Liverpool are nice, and generally they say people from the north are nice compared to the south. But even in the north, they're like, well, no, the Liverpudlians are the nicest people, and like that. So far, that's borne out.
Is that what
They are
call them?
really, the demonym the colloquial is Scouser. The official demonym is Liverpudlian.
Why do they make everything sound so gay?
Liverpudlian.
The Liverpudlian. No, dude.
How can we make this sound more gay?
The demonym for
How do we
Leeds-
know the Beatles all these years and I've never heard that?
Oh yeah. The demonym for Leeds is the loiner. Which I don't know how to get that one. Because Manchester, the demonym for Manchester is Mancunian. And in that case, it's because it's the Latin. I mean, one of the little
Where is the Cockney accent? Because don't those guys do
Cockney
things
is Cockney is London. Cockney is central London.
Oh, okay.
You're Cockney if you were born within the sound of the bells of the Bow Cathedral. If you're born within the sound of Bow bells, you're a Cockney. But that's
I know a bunch
central
of their
London.
slang is like a rhyme.
Yeah. No, it's like a different world in the north from London. That's the other thing that's amazing is because if you go to St. George, you're still basically like Utah culture. People talk the same. There's not they eat the same things. But in England, you go. I mean, there are certain things that are just in certain areas. It's very, very localized. It's like if we went to Provo and they had a dish there that you only got in Provo and nowhere else in Utah. That everywhere in England has no, this is our thing. We do. Scousers are called Scousers because they eat scouse, which is just a meat and carrot stew. But that's why they're called that. But then you go to Scotland and there's haggis everywhere, but only in Scotland. Black pudding is a northern thing. That's the other thing I found out. I think they eat black pudding all over, but it's very much a northern thing.
Wait, tell me what black pudding is because you mentioned it 3 times. What exactly is it?
It's a kind of blood sausage that doesn't have any meat in it.
That's what I thought it was.
It's like oats and wheat and spices and blood, and then it's boiled in a casing. I like it. It's definitely weird, but I like it. No, I had the English breakfast a bunch of times because that's what you like. The people that gave me the free coffee, they were right across the street and they had breakfast.
Besides stevia, what don't you like? What was
From there,
Yeah.
honestly, I ordered some Chinese food because I went to a Chinese.
Anything that they try to do from here and then just do it shit, right?
Well, so that's the thing I've kind of noticed is that's one of the things that's so strange there is down the street from where I was staying. There's kind of 2 kinds of restaurants. There's the little takeaways, there's nowhere to sit in there, and they tend to the quality on them is all over the place. And there was one of these takeaways right down from where I was staying that was, I think, run by Turks. And the menu was pizzas. I mean, fish and chips. Everywhere has fish and chips. But this place also had pizzas. And then it had this giant Chinese menu. How Chinese menus have 80 items. It had an 80-item Chinese menu. And then it had a Turkish menu. It was the most ridiculous place. But the thing is, I never ordered Chinese from them, but I had fish and chips and Turkish, and it was both really good.
What is Turkish food? Like what is
kebabs. It's
Okay.
shaved meat, shaved meat on a piece of flatbread. It's actually really good, usually. But I ordered some Chinese food that was like, "Ew, this is not very good.
What did they try to do? Like
They
Orient?
didn't
I don't know how
use
to
authentic
describe it. Like
cat.
it was
Okay.
like really
Was it
weird.
Szechuan chicken? Was it
No, I don't know how to describe it. Like,
general?
I ordered, it was a ginger duck, is what they called it. And I like duck meat, but it was I don't know how to describe it. Because the first time I was there, I went to like a dine-in Chinese place, and it was different from what we have here, but I really liked it. Oh, that's one thing that they have all over the northeast, northwest of England, but I guess it's become a popular thing all over, is what they call salt and pepper chips, which is, it comes from Chinese food, but it'll be French fries with like stir fried onions, peppers, and Szechuan seasoning. It's like it's Chinese English fusion food.
All chips are fries.
Yeah, they're like big fries, like little skinny fries, like
If
you
they
get
say
in
chips,
America.
does that mean anything else, or does it always mean fries?
No,
Chips-
chips are crisps.
Chips means French fries. Yeah, crisps are what we call chips. No, yeah, it gets a little weird. No, that's the thing. Like, you have to get used to not asking for the restroom, like, because that's
They don't
weird
know
to
what
them.
that is.
You know, the what you say is the toilet. Where's
No,
the toilet? Which for
that's
us
more
feels weird,
direct.
but I had to get used to that. Like, yeah, do you have a toilet?
Y'all got a shitter?
Yeah, no, I should have tried
Y'all
that.
got shit around here. Turkish
Um,
is one of the best cuisines, says Risto. Risto, which cuisine in the world do you not like? I bet you Risto's so cosmopolitan. He likes all of them. Is there any one of them that is down with Risto?
There's-
I like
I went to a fancy-
inauthentic. I like inauthentic Indian. I don't like
I went
authentic
to a
Indian.
fancy.
Have you
Turkish
had
place.
authentic? I've never had authentic.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I only
because
had Americanized.
it's prepared with bare feet. That's why I don't like it. Did you see the Nick Fuentes thing? Where
Yeah, that was so funny.
Holy shit!
If people don't know, JD Vance said anybody who talks anything bad about my wife, they can eat shit. And Nick Fuentes said, I appreciate the invitation to Christmas dinner for your family, but no, we don't eat shit. That's one of the things that we're against over here.
I
He
mean,
should be smart enough to know he's walking into that.
I
went to a fancy Turkish place, and I ordered something that they were out of, and so to apologize, they gave me a free starting course, and it was like a cold couscous salad that was amazing. Like, I'm gonna be chasing the golden dragon of this couscous, because I went back to that restaurant hoping to find it, but apparently it was a special because it wasn't on the menu. But that was super tasty. But the like fancy Turkish food is great because it's always served with like a really spicy red sauce that is unlike any other spicy red sauce I've ever seen.
Here's a normie question: is Turkish delight a real thing?
Yes, my dad liked like back in the 80s. My dad would get Turkish delights at Christmas. And
what is it?
It's a weird candied, like a hard Jello with fruit and spice.
Would it be enough? Would it be tasty enough that you would betray your Lord and Savior for it?
Yeah, I would. I'm not real religious.
Okay, well, I'll give
Is that
Edmund
a
that
Narnia
one.
reference?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's what she gives Edmund to betray Aslan.
Yeah, that's the only way I know it from.
No, my dad, like because my
I
dad
assumed
is
it was the
weirdo.
best thing in the world when I was a kid. I listened to that. I'm like, I gotta get a hold of some of this Turkish delight.
You might like it.
If you'll sell your soul for a witch,
You'll
for an
kill
ice cream
Jesus for
Turkish
this
delight,
shit.
I
You
gotta
might-
get some of this.
You might like it because you like jello-y gummy things. And it's kind of a
Probably.
jello-y gummy thing, except that like it's it's flavored with like rose water and a little bit of like cardamom and Middle Eastern spice. But I don't know, I like them. But that's the other thing. Like, I really like Maltesers. Their version of Whoppers that are way better than Whoppers. I brought a bunch back from my workplace and they were gone in a day.
They're what? Oh, Whoppers. I'm thinking like Burger King Whoppers.
No burgers. No. they're like the Dude, chocolate over this. Like I was thinking about it, and I suspect that part of it might just be that because it never gets very hot over there, they don't, because like American chocolate is always waxy, and I kind of suspect that part of it might be about being shelf stable, Because I noticed like in England, chocolate is always like creamier and richer and softer and better. But I
Really?
also figured like there's no chance of it melting in the sun on the back of a truck traveling through Reno, you know. But I don't know if that's something to do with it. But yeah, chocolate there is just generally better.
Isn't most of the chocolate we get over here kind of fake? Like we're not getting the real deal.
American chocolate is like Hershey's is garbage.
Yeah, Hershey's
always-
is ass. No, I think you're right. So, like, I don't know, Cadbury. That's like an English.
Yes,
chocolate,
that's a
right?
very English chocolate.
Yeah, it tastes way better than the stuff that we like. And
Yeah.
the waxy is the perfect way to describe it. It just tastes so much creamier and stuff. Or
Yeah. Well, no,
symphony
because
bars.
It's literally wax that they put in it.
Yeah.
But I think that's part of it is about being shelf stable. Like that was the whole point about M&Ms. M&Ms were invented to put in
it wouldn't
American MREs in World War II. It was chocolate that wouldn't melt in the jungle. Like that's what that is. Same thing with Kraft cheese. American cheese was invented in World War II to be a cheese that would be cheese anywhere in any climate.
And then for
That's what-
some godforsaken reason, we kept using it.
Yeah. Basically.
I once looked up their
Fuck.
daily rations in World War II, and part of their daily rations with every single meal came like 3 cigarettes with each one of them.
Yeah. No, that's
3
hilarious.
faggots.
Oh, and I went to I showed you guys those pictures. I don't take a lot of pictures, but I took pictures of that place that like felt like I was in Hogwarts.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only disappointment is that we went to Manchester to go to the John Rylands Library, which looks like fucking Hogwarts. It is like the most beautiful place I've ever seen. And I went there because they advertised. Oh, I guess you could. I don't know, because like I don't want to do slideshow. But I mean, those are almost all the pictures I took.
We're making you raw dog this as long.
Well, no,
as
that's
you
right. I
can.
took them
I've got plenty of stuff, but I'm
because
going
I
to
told you about like
this
we were talking about the Turkish barber thing, and that's one of the pictures I sent you. Is like because I got there from my driveway and I could see from across the street a Turkish barber, and then go down the road the other way. There's a Turkish barber. Turn the corner. There's a Turkish barber. Go down the lane. There's a Turkish barber. Oh, that's something I was going to mention. Is like
yeah.
you know how like we get used to non-English speaking Mexican accents and they get used to us. Like there's a whole other thing going over there because like I mean I don't know if like the Turks and Indians over there like if they can tell that I talk differently from all the locals, but like I had a harder time understanding them. But like I went to an Indian place, a little Indian takeout, and I got there and I ordered and then I pulled out my card and they're like, oh no cash only. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have cash. And the guy says, like, he's trying to give me directions about where to get cash, and he's saying, push Tobies, push Tobies, push Tobies. And I'm like, what? And so I start walking down the street, and I like walk for a quarter of a mile. I'm like, I don't see push Tobies anywhere. What is he talking about? Push Tobies. And then I was walking on the way back, and then I realized, oh, there's an ATM. Oh, post office. And he was like, push Tobies. Push Tobies. And I'm like, oh, okay, post office. But it didn't work anyway. But yeah, this is the reading room of the John Rylands Library that was built in 1900. Like the most beautiful place. Anyway, so the whole reason I went there is that they advertise that they have a tiny itty bitty little piece of the Gospel of John from the 2nd century. And that's what I went to see. But they took it down because they're going to loan it out to some joint in Texas, and it will be years before it's back. So I missed that, but it's still totally worth going. They had so much cool stuff there. But even just walking around that place is so crazy. Oh, but that's the other thing about being up there that was weird. The sun sets at 3:30. By 4:30, it is night because it's north. It's all the way up north, and it's winter.
How north is it? Like, what's the equivalent over here?
Look, so if you extended the American-Canadian border to the east, all of Great Britain is north of that line.
So it's Canadian area.
Yeah, basically.
Wow.
Well, that was one thing that
Ew.
on the flight back, we were just south of Iceland. So it's the closest to the Arctic Circle that I've basically ever been is on an airplane flying close to Iceland. And it was noon and it was the winter solstice. And my window faced the south. And I looked out and that was actually really, really cool because like the sun was as high as it was going to get in that part of the world on that day. And it was like a sunset. Like the sun was just barely, it was cloudy.
Jesus.
But like, so the sun was just barely on the horizon. That was really cool looking. I guess that was that's interesting. But it is weird that the sun rises at 6:30 and sets at 3:30. And by 4:30 it is nighttime. It is black, it is dark in there.
That's crazy.
So that was really weird. But I don't know, I'm trying to think of other fun stuff that I did.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's definitely kind of right. The bottom of England is kind of right at the line of Canada.
Yeah. No, all of Great Britain is north of the American Canadian
It's
border.
crazy. It's like 80% of Canadians is like south of Seattle. If you actually like look at it, like where Toronto is.
Oh yeah,
that sort of stuff that always trips me out.
Yeah, that's true. I'm driving through Scotland. Good lord, that's a.
Do we need more of these pictures? Hold on.
There's a few. I took a few more of that place. That's the
outside.
Oh,
it's so pretty.
Yeah, no, and that's right in like downtown Manchester. It's kind of
weird. It makes me sad we don't build that way anymore. It just makes me sad.
Well, it's kind of it's weird thinking of like, I don't know. You go to somewhere and somewhere like that, and they have buildings that are around from before Utah was even a state. Like by
that trips me out.
lot.
My brain always can't. Being a Western person, I just can't comprehend that. Like living in a place where somebody was walking around here right on top of me 2,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, no, that's something I was going to mention. Because there was one day that I went and toured churches, old churches, and I couldn't get into any of them. I was disappointed. In fact, that's something I meant to do this time, and I just didn't plan it out. And when I go back, I'm going to make a point of going to church in a 900-year-old church, because that is something you can do there. But
that's insane. We'll have like buildings around here that are like, this building is nearly 100 years old, and I'm like, whoa!
And we're tearing it down next week to put up a Costco.
That must have been one of the first buildings ever built in Idaho.
But like all of the old churches there, the yards are graveyards. Like the church ground is a graveyard, and it's full. It's filled. And I've kind of thought about what's the psychology like? I mean, this stuff we talk about with
I can't even comprehend it as a Westerner.
But like every week you go to church and you walk past graves of people who died in 1730, and I just wonder if that like gives you like that bigger sense of time.
It has to. I know it would.
Yeah. And then you go into the building, and then you go inside a building that's 800 years old, and it feels it. Like you can see where they had to string up the electric wiring because they can't drill through the middle of the wall, because it's all 800-year-old bricks. It's completely different. And I imagine if you went to it every single week, it would probably get the magic might dissipate. But because Mormons always brag about well, we don't have gaudy churches with fancy stuff and stained glass windows and all that. Yeah, but the thing is, Mormon church feels like a perfect cross between work and school.
I can't picture it dissipating because in my mission in Mexico, I lived in this place called La Plaza de las Tres Culturas, which was an area where they had the Mayan or the Aztecan temples right next to Spanish cathedrals, right next to modern buildings. And every single day I woke up like, whoa. And that's 500. That's 500 years old. You know what I mean? I can't even imagine all that super old stuff.
Well, yeah, because driving around every village, you could see the church spire of a church that was between 200 and 900 years old. And almost every city, at the center, in a lot of the littler villages and towns, what they call market towns, usually the tallest building was some old church spire or cathedral or something like that. The big cities, like Liverpool and Manchester, they have skyscrapers, modern skyscrapers. But even then, prominent on the skyline will be some kind of church tower. You can really, you feel it. It's weird, and I do kind of wonder about the Sargon Accads of the world that feel this culture just slipping away. Well, yeah, I said you guys
Swindon. Did you pass Swindon on the way to Liverpool?
That's south. That's closer to London. I might have gone close to Swindon when I went there the last time, but not this time. This time, the furthest south we went was the Midlands, northwest of Birmingham, and they're called the Midlands because they're in the middle. But what the hell was I about to say? Something about the time slipping away, the culture, the church. Oh, I sent you guys that picture of that beautiful old church in Edinburgh. It's a mosque. Like, do you remember that?
No.
It's in the.
I think I showed. I mean, that's every picture right there. You sent 4 of them.
Oh no, I remember you guys commented on it. Let me see. It's in there.
I made a joke about visiting ancient mosques.
One of you guys laughed at it. Where is it? How do I do?
Did
the
you
picture?
send? I'll look for it.
Oh, that's not it.
Which one did you send it in?
I think I sent it in Kwaku. Where is?
We still have a thing called Kwaku Pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah.
Um,
It changes every like 6 months or so.
Who's changing? I don't. Who's in charge of that?
Well,
lately,
Morgan-
I've got a clip
Morgan-
of it.
Yeah, Morgan started it with Kwaku Fan Club
Yeah.
and then changed it to Kwaku is King. And then
We pay such little attention, although I do have a Kwaku clip, but it's just because he's talking, all of his TikTok stuff is about relationship stuff. Like he's I don't know, some sort of relationship guru now. But he definitely wears these shirts that shows like all the way down his belly. I'm like, okay, you're for sure advertising to everybody that you're not endowed. You know.
Oh, that was another major tism tickle I did. Because since I was a kid, I was one of my major tisms as a teenager was U-boats, the German U-boats in the Battle of the Atlantic in World War II. And one of the things we did is in central Liverpool, they have turned the bunker that was the headquarters. It was called the Western Approaches. Was where the Battle of the Atlantic, the headquarters where everything was organized, and they've turned the bunker into a museum, and they've got like the giant 2-story high map of the Atlantic, and it's still up there, like with all the like chalkboard things where they would track boats and airplanes and everything, and that was a major tism tickle for me.
So Flip, tell me where exactly you landed. So this is where Swindon is. That's where Sargon is. It looks like directly west of London.
Yeah, no. So I landed in Manchester, all the way up north.
Oh, all the way up here.
Yeah,
And then you just went over to Liverpool and back.
Yeah. So I stayed in Liverpool.
But you said you went up to Scotland a bit.
So to Edinburgh.
Oh
which is funny
gosh! Yeah, you were ways away.
Edinburgh is west of Liverpool. It's kind of funny because Liverpool's on the western coast and Edinburgh is on the east coast. But if you look at it, Edinburgh is actually slightly to the west.
Slightly little west, yeah.
Yeah. So it's about 4 hours to London and about 4 hours to Edinburgh.
I remember that. You know that Jason Pagrin guy who always kind of does interesting clips. He talked about that the border of Great Britain, England is actually so psychotic because if you actually think about it, all these endless little lines right here, like there's so much border if you really think about every little nook and cranny, like all the way through all that,
It's amazing how many houses are right on the border in the smaller lanes.
Wait, so what's the Scottish border here? It's like right around Lancaster?
So it runs, yeah, it's not far from Lancaster.
Somewhere like right around there.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm scrolling still. That's the other thing, like I say, that's weird is about driving in the UK. Is like in America, the freeways go through the middle of the city. Like you take I-15 and it dumps you off basically in downtown Salt Lake. Mm-hmm. But because everything in England is 1,000 years old, at least, like the motorways only ever go around the outskirts of town. Like there's no taking the highway into town. You take the highway to the edge of town and then you drive through neighborhoods basically to get into the center of town. It's just a completely different feel. So like we drove past Lancaster and I saw like the tower of Lancaster Cathedral or whatever. And like that's thing that always makes me want to go like, oh, I want to go look at it. But like, we didn't have time. Damn it, where is that? No, it would have been, maybe I sent it to the other group. Anyway, there's a beautiful old church in downtown Edinburgh, but it's an Islamic center now. But you could tell like it was
yeah. Okay, so they changed it. I forgot.
You
Okay,
remember.
so there's a castle of Hannah out there, and I guess it's like right around in this area, somewhere around in here. Yeah, that's my family's from there in Scotland. Although we were declared vermin because because I guess like some great grandpa was involved in some sort of murder of a high up general or something like that, and they got declared vermin, and it's shown as vermin on the crest. You know,
Sinatra says, "Land back."
land back.
There's a neat thing, kind of, was another weird thing about like just history, is because so between Edinburgh Castle, like Edinburgh Castle is built on a great big hill, and then there's a street called the Royal Mile. That's what its nickname is. I can't remember the actual name of the street, but it's about a mile between Edinburgh Castle and the Holyrood Palace, which is the official residence of the royal family in Scotland. But like all along it is just history. It's history land. They've got a marker where the last public execution in Scotland happened, which was like 1860 something.
So wait, right there is where Castle Hannah is. There's the Castle Hannah.
Oh,
Right there, yeah. Anyway, what were you saying about Edinburgh?
just that the royal, like on the Royal Mile, like you're zooming into it right there. Yeah, but see, well, that's kind of at Holyrood Park. But yeah, there's between the Edinburgh Castle and Holyrood is the super cool. There it is, Edinburgh Castle. But yeah, they've got a marker where the last public execution in Scotland happened.
I don't see the castle. This one right here. Oh,
yeah. So you see that Royal Mile? It's right there. That street. That was really cool. We walked up and down that a couple of times. That's just like, yeah, it's I don't know. It's just crazy being somewhere like with that much damn history.
Yeah.
It's so strange. Yeah, I miss it. I loved it there.
You missed already because you moved there.
I could move there. Like I wonder. I mean, I wonder if being there for a while would feel different. But like,
Whoa, that's the castle.
yeah, it's built on that giant rock.
Dang.
And yeah, no, we spent several hours up there. And then, the other fun thing is that every day at 1:00 they fire a cannon, and it's actually, I mean, at this point I don't think it's really necessary, but historically, it was so the ships in the estuary and the dock workers, they would set their ship's clocks by it because like having an accurate clock was crucial to navigation. But they had they didn't have electronic clocks or anything like that, and so to reset their clocks, to recalibrate their clocks, they would listen for the 1:00 cannon, and that then they also showed a chart that they put out to compensate for the time it took for the sound to travel from Edinburgh Castle. It's like 4 miles or something to the estuary. And so, yeah, they would calculate through that, and then they reset their clocks.
Oh my gosh, I would love to see something like this.
No, that was super fucking cool. That cost like $30 to go look around it. And you go inside, there's a bunch of museums in there. And then the oldest building that's still there is a tiny little chapel that's like 800 years old. And it's like literally just a single brick room, but still it's like, to be in something like that. Yeah, no, Edinburgh was really, really cool. Still a little bit dirty, had a little bit of train spotting vibes, but I think that's more Glasgow. It's kind of weird because like Glasgow is a bigger city than Edinburgh. Edinburgh's the capital, but it's funny because like everybody universally is like, there's no reason to go to Glasgow. I'm like, how is that possible? Like it's a giant city, it's ancient, but I was like, no, there's nothing there. It's a shithole.
So you went over to Glasgow?
No, like we skirted around it because I missed a turn.
Hmm.
So we ended up taking that road. If you look at that road right there that goes right by the edge of Glasgow, that's as close as we got to it. But that thing is like, it's like a 35-minute drive between Edinburgh and Glasgow. Like
That's it?
yeah, it's tiny. It's a tiny country.
Yeah, so right there is the Castle Hannah. But the thing is there
anything there still? Or is it just ruins?
no, there's still a castle. It's kind of a ruinous castle, but I'll see if I can find it. But they were kicked out of Ireland. They're actually declared vermin in Ireland. I forget which one it is. And they went over to Scotland. So they were Irish in Scotland, the Hannahs.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. There's a lot of trading back and forth. Wow, that. Go to Street View. I know there's other things I was going to mention about England. They might pop up. But yeah, no, I love. Oh, but the beer. Oh my god, it hurts my soul that there's like the beer situation here is so shitty because they had so many like wonderful ales that are like 3.5% alcohol and cheap, so cheap, dude. Okay, this is one thing. I went to buy my fancy bottle of wine and I ran into one of the independent wine brokers and we talked for a while. And like, there's so many things I don't understand, which is like, so in Utah, Eagle Rare Bourbon, Eagle Rare 10 is a bourbon, an American product. And in Utah, to get it, you have to check the website. And on the third Saturday of the month, they might release it to certain stores. And each store might get 12 or 24 of them. And every Saturday at those certain stores, people start lining up hours before close or before open. And you have to get in line. And then if you're lucky, when you get up there, if they still have a bottle, you can buy one bottle and it's like $70 for a bottle of Eagle Rare 10. In Liverpool, they're at Costco and they cost like 40 pounds. And you could buy 12 of them if you want. There's a bajillion of them. It's like, what the fuck? Why is it easier to get bourbon? You can get bourbon when you want, as much as you want, and it costs less than in Utah. It's so fucking ridiculous. Oh, that was the thing I was going to say. In Manchester, I went to a wine store and it was like heaven because I live in Utah and the liquor situation here, because it's literally run by the government. It's run by the Mormon government. And this wine store I went to in Manchester, like it felt like the old Sam Weller's bookstore. Like if Sam Weller's was a wine shop, that's what this place was, where like it was a tiny place. And so every bit of space was utilized. The wine was stacked up floor to ceiling, but the staff actually knew and cared about wine. It was the craziest fucking thing. Like, because in Utah that just doesn't happen. Like it's impossible for that. It just doesn't happen.
Because you can't pay people for it.
But I had like a half an hour conversation with this Mancunian wine merchant and talked about all kinds of and I told him about Utah and he just laughed and laughed. Like they can't. When I tell them about the situation here, like they're just baffled. They're flabbergasted. It's like, what's the point of that? I'm like, there is no point. That's the point. There's no point. It's completely senseless. But that's just how it is because of Utah, because of government, because of Mormons. Yeah, because like I bought a bunch of wine there, but I all the wine I brought back for my cat sitter because my cat sitter, I offered to pay her, but she's like, no, I won't. You don't have to pay me. So I'm like, well, I'll bring you chocolate and wine. So I brought her like $150 worth of wine. I got wine. My neighbor that lives in the building. So I did try one of the wines there because I bought her a red wine from the Republic of Georgia, and I got one for me. Boy, that was good. But that's the kind of thing, like, you can't get Georgian wine in Utah. Fuck you. They can't point to Georgia on a map. If you ask for Georgian wine, they think they're talking about Atlanta. Like, they don't know. They don't know the oldest winemaking culture in the world is Georgia, and they've been doing it for 5,000 years. But you go into a wine shop in the UK, like, first off, they know that the Republic of Georgia is a country in Central Asia, in the Caucasus, and they know what the wine is, and they know that they have unique grapes and unique styles, and they can talk to you about it. And I got Georgian wine, and it was awesome. But not in Utah. Fuck you. But, yeah, I already missed it. I mean, like, I don't need to drink beer so much, but like, I guess it's a good thing I don't live in the UK because there's so much good beer and it's so inexpensive. And like, yeah, I don't know. It makes me sad. Like I took a picture of that. Like there's a Boddington's Pub Ale. It's only 3.4% alcohol. It's perfect. It's just perfect. Like, but in Utah, 5% or less is almost impossible to find. I went into a microbrewery. There's a new microbrewery that opened up not long ago, and I went in. I was looking at their fridge, and I was like, "Do you have anything under 5?" And the guy was the brewer. He's like, we tried making one, but nobody bought it.
Really?
Yeah, because like the whole drinking culture here is different because here all any people care about is ethanol per dollar. That's all. Like it's that ethanol per dollar thing. Ethanol, like, no, I need to get fucked up. Where it's like the whole idea about like making a balanced beer that you can have a few pints of without fucking your brain up. That's not allowed here. They don't do that.
I'm part of what messes you up, although I'm not a big enough consumer to make a big wave.
I'm all of what messes you up.
Well, I mean, because like they have liquor there, obviously. Well,
Clippy
so
have
that's
too fine a taste for us.
well. The other thing I
lowly,
thought was
lowly
crazy is,
Utah Ticos and Idahoans.
in Utah, a fifth of Bailey's Irish Cream costs like $35. And I mean, granted, it was a holiday special, but still, the supermarket down the street had liters of Bailey's for 10 pounds. So
Jesus.
like $13. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
unbelievable prices.
All right, so
That's enough
are we
England
done raw dog in England?
If something triggers my memory.
Well,
I
I'm
might
glad you had a
bring it
great
up.
time.
Yeah, no,
And
I'm already kind of thinking about trying to plan my trip back, but I'm like, I gotta focus.
are you
on
ever
other things.
planning on totally relocating?
Well, so that's just it. Is that like the only hope I have of relocating is to get some kind of medical specialization? Because
What? Why? Why
So-
only that?
How
Well, no,
difficult
look-
could it be to relocate to the UK? Like,
Well,
there's no fucking way. It's you get refugee status. Claim
this
that
is
the
the thing I always-
transphobic fascist government is causing.
I made this joke a bunch of times, and the English always laugh because they're like, I'm like, well, I'd love to relocate, but there's only two ways to relocate. One is to get a medical specialization, and the other one
Really?
is to pay a Tunisian gangster $30,000 and hide in a bunch of bananas on the back of a truck. And they
You-
always laugh at that.
wait. You really couldn't just go over there?
No, I looked. Like the home office, if you are a white guy that just wants to work and pay taxes,
You need to get on a raft and go up those
You have to
cliffs
get-
of Dover, man. And
Yeah.
one of those NGOs will pick you up.
if you're brown and Muslim, you wash up on shore and they will put you up in a hotel.
Oh, tell them you're Brazilian. You're Brazilian brown.
Yeah.
Float up those cliffs of Dover. Tell them you're a Brazilian. You're
Convert
in.
to Islam. Just
But
You're Islamic Brazilian.
yes, Reese, so my kid is still English. No, this is one of the things that pisses me off because like it's just tack it onto the list of shit that my ex-wife managed to take away from me. Because my son is an American citizen, but he has permanent resident status in the UK.
Any chance he'd
And-
come here ever?
and-
Although Utah.
Up until like if I had had the opportunity, if I had been in contact with him, if I hadn't been illegally estranged from him, before he was 18, I could have applied for permanent residence in the UK. Because the moment he turned 18, that ended. No, like I spent a whole day.
Would he ever come over here?
So I talked to him about it a bit, like because
I got a room for him. He could stay in my room.
I mentioned it to him, like because he's talking about because like jobs there are paying. I'm like, you could come to America. There's lots of opportunity
I
there.
could get him a job and a room.
Yeah, I don't know, but like yeah, because it's hard. Like his family's still there. I don't know, his
Yeah.
friends are there, but
Yeah.
he didn't rule it out entirely. But
But tell them Americans, I don't know, we might have shittier beer, but we're way less gay.
he doesn't drink beer. No, he doesn't like beer. No, you can very much tell that I didn't raise him because he is not adventurous with food.
You would have raised him to understand beer.
Well, yeah, no, but also because for example, he lives in the land of black pudding, but he was raised by Jehovah's Witnesses, so they won't eat.
Really?
He
They
was
won't
raised
eat
by
blood.
Jehovah's Witnesses?
Really?
I thought you guys knew that. I've mentioned
No,
that
I
before.
did not know this.
Oh, his stepdad. Okay, so here's the other thing that's
So
kinda
you're
weird.
His stepdad is Jehovah's Witness?
Not anymore. Apparently, fairly recently. That's something that my son told me on this trip is that, like, oh, by the way, my stepdad is done with the witnesses. Like, they're not doing it anymore. Because, like, apparently, like, they're during COVID, like, just like the Mormons, a lot of people stopped going to church because COVID was an excuse not to go to church, and then they just never went back. The same thing happened to the witnesses. But like you know, I mean, when I reconnected with my son like 3-4 years ago, his stepdad was like a witness, still into it. But you know, and I asked my kid about it here and there.
Wait,
You know,
is your ex a Jehovah's Witness?
so she, my ex, she she goes along to get along.
So did
Like,
she like officially
but
join the church?
I see. I'm not even sure about that. She might have, but like she never really cared. I'm sure. Like she's just not. Like she doesn't think that hard about it. Like, you know, she was like, I'm thinking she was a witness the same way she was Mormon. Like her dad told her she was Mormon, so she was Mormon. You know, and then when she married a witness, she's like, all right, I'm a witness now. But I'm sure she never really cared about it.
Jesus Christ, your kid needs to write a biography when he's older.
Yeah. No, that's the thing is like kind of funny because like he got baptized into the Mormon church and then was raised witness. But no, he told me when he was like about 16, like he got in a big fight with his stepdad where he's like, I don't believe in Jehovah. How do you join the witnesses? That's a good point. I don't.
You do get baptized. It's just
but they treat it a little bit differently.
Yeah, their baptism was a lot more serious. I had a girl I was trying to date in high school who was Jehovah's Witness, and we talked a lot about baptism. She say they kind of laugh at the way Mormons do baptism because it's kind of just you get baptized at 8, basically. Yeah, and for them, it's like this big commitment thing, this big step that you take, and it's usually not until you're like 18 or so, if I remember right.
Yeah. No, that sounds right. Yeah,
and it's like a big choice that you have to make, and it right. So that might be.
That makes some sense.
That probably makes more sense than the Mormon thing, but
I remember when I was a younger Mormon, I was like, why was I baptized at 8? I remember thinking at 15, like I sure could use that now.
I know I could have done so much sinning.
But I guess the sacrament was rebaptism, right?
Yeah, I was never a suicidal toddler or anything like that. But I do remember thinking, like, you know, I turn 8 next week. If I just killed myself, I'd go straight to Celestial Kingdom.
I really did think that at that age.
Oh yeah, me too. I thought I was never suicidal actually, but I was like, yeah, you know, that's kind of
it's a hack.
And then I was like, well, maybe the age of accountability is just sort of a rough sketch of people, and maybe the fact that I can make this calculation in my head means that I'm already accountable or some shit like that.
No, but like, so a lot of his friend group are witnesses, ex-witnesses. Like of his core friend group that we play video games with, there's one of them, a guy from Scotland, who's like still in. He's still a witness. But the rest of them are all out of it. No, it's weird. Like the new generation here and there, they don't drink very much. Like none of them really like beer. Like my son likes mead. He likes mead and cider, but he doesn't like beer or wine or hard liquor really. You know, like I mean, I took we picked up one of his friends in Wrexham and we went to the RAF museum, and then I took them all out to dinner afterward at a pub. In an adorable little town called Albrighton. And I had like a pint of delicious beer that I'm still thinking about. And I asked them, the friend, like, do you like beer? He's like, sometimes I drink beer with my family, but not really. But none of them have driver's licenses. None of them drink beer. Like they're just different. They're like our generation.
How many guns do they have?
Exactly none. They've got a lot of toy guns. But no, that's weird. Like, because like that's one thing. Also, like they think that we are completely crazy that people have guns. Like their brains can't wrap. They just can't wrap their heads around that.
You watched Peep Show, haven't you?
Only a little bit, not nearly enough.
There's a scene where Mark gets mugged, and then he wants to have something to defend himself, so he goes and he buys a knife. And when Sophie, the girl he's trying to court, finds out he has a knife, she is horrified that he went and bought a self-defense knife. Yeah. And it's hilarious watching that as an American, because I'm like, dude, I have 2 guns. One of them I haven't fired a single time. The other one I've probably fired a collective, 80 times. And I would be considered a failure of an Idahoan for that. I'm just not that into guns. I like having them around, but I don't care for going out and shooting them or whatever.
I need to get one. I don't have one.
I've thought about it. It's not a priority. Although, like living downtown, I kind of think about
Yeah,
it
man.
more and more.
If I lived where you lived, I would I would have bought
Yeah.
one a decade
Although,
ago.
did you see it in the news? On Christmas Day, some guy in Comanche, Oklahoma, bought himself a Christmas Day gun, and on Christmas he was firing it in his backyard and killed a woman sitting on a porch holding a baby like a mile and a half away.
Jesus Christ!
But like part of it is like the guy was shooting in his backyard with no backstop.
Yeah, what a
Like, which is like, come on, guy. And like, in the report they said like the police report says like you could see the lights of the house in the distance from where the guy was shooting, and like this jackass was just firing like into the wilderness basically or whatever.
what a stupid
like,
fuck.
Yeah, like unbelievably stupid.
I was down in Louisiana, which tripped me out, but I was running through the forest. I was jogging, just for fitness, and I just would hear these gunshots go off in the distance, and I just hit the ground because I don't know where those are coming from or which direction they're going. So I would hit the ground when I hear them.
Yeah, like I mean, because there's lots of places where it's totally legal to shoot on your property, but like I've seen people who have they dig out a little thing, they put up, like a whatever it is, like a dirt mound, put some sandbags there, and have something to catch the bullets.
Oh, dude, people who are huge into guns are like the people that you trust most with. Like, I'm sure Kevin would tell us about a million things that we do wrong with guns if we were to handle them in front of him. I'm sure he's insanely safe and stuff. Like my brother, huge gun nut, right? I don't know how, because like my family, my dad, I don't think my dad's ever owned a gun. He's never been against it. He's like a Fox News watching Republican, super Second Amendment guy. Never owned a gun. He's just not that into him. I'm also not that into him, but anyway, my brother, like, is a mechanical engineer with his master's degree, working for a silencer making company in Utah, and he's huge into him. He's like the only sibling of mine that I trust with guns. Like when I bought my Glock, I'm showing it to my family, and I hand it to him, and I trust him with it. He's like being all safe and stuff like that. I hand it to my sister, and she's just like, "Whoa, this is cool!" Just like waving it all, like, looking in the fucking barrel. And I was like, "What? Okay, no, you don't get to touch that anymore, buddy." You're
No, like, but it's like that, because in English perception is that like we're all Yosemite Sam, like shooting guns for fun. Like the reality is that like the most serious gun people are serious gun people. Like they're super duper about safety, and that's things like they say statistically, like the most law abiding demographic in America is the legal gun owner.
Oh yeah.
Like it's the opposite of the stereotype that people get. Like I mean, my companion that was from Nebraska, I went to visit him and his family, and they all get their first gun at 8 years old. It's like a rite of passage for them. And they love shooting guns. Like we went and shot prairie dogs because that's something you do in Nebraska.
Yeah,
but like they were super duper serious about safety, trigger discipline. Always point your gun at the ground unless you're shooting it at a prairie dog.
Oh, dude, I remember going to Wyoming to my friend's grandparents' house, and they're like, "Y'all want to shoot prairie dogs?" And we're like, "Yes." We're like 14, and they just hand us a couple of 22s, and they're like four of them reminded us several times, just don't shoot toward the horses. Like that was it. That was our entire and it was awesome.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what the reality of American gun owners. They are not at all like the perception people have of them.
Well, it's
like
hilarious.
English people and Democrats think that.
Oh yeah. That's what I was gonna say, is that American Democrats have that perception too. Because that was one of the funniest things ever. Was like right after Charlie Kirk was shot, like one of the first guys to come out and sort of postulate what happened is he was like, maybe it was one of his followers in the crowd firing off his guns in celebration. I was like, Yosemite Sam, you really fucking think Yosemite Sam just fired into the air and shot Charlie Kirk in the neck? You think that's what we do?
What's funny is like there is a culture where that is very common. That actually happens all the time, and it's Arabs. There's 10 million videos on the internet of some guy at a wedding party shooting off an AK-47 and drunk, and the gun recoils and kills an innocent bystander. Like that is the actual place where firing a gun as a celebration is a normal thing. Is Iraq and Syria and Yemen and Somalia.
Oh man. So have you Chris is gone, so
Oh,
to fill time, I was gonna mention you ever notice that like things in art that you would have looked past years ago, you just can't find yourself looking past now? Like
um,
so like okay, here the thing I'm thinking of is I was replaying that PS4 Spider-Man game, the first one. And I really, really liked that game when it came out. It's still fun. The gameplay is good. The story is mostly good. I remember when it came out, the things that I hated were there were levels where you had to play as Mary Jane or Miles Morales, which sucked because Miles didn't have his powers in that game yet. So you're just a normal person. And Mary Jane is an asshole. But like, I don't know, playing through it now, I'm like, man, there's so much stuff that I gave it the benefit of the doubt on the first time I played it because I really loved it. I was like, I'll look past it. I'll look past that. And now I'm like, I just can't anymore. Like the so that just happened humor is
Oh,
just
yeah.
everywhere in that fucking game. Like he actually just like I was just playing it before I came down here, and um, there's like a you accidentally attached your web to this gigantic HEPA filter that is attached to a helicopter and it's smashing New York City. And he goes, well, this is happening. And I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up. Or
In the game?
yeah, no, seriously. Or then you go and fight these guys and they shoot like a rocket launcher at you and you're like, well, they have rockets now. They have rockets now. And I'm like, Jesus, just
All
shut
right.
up. And then Spider-Man, like Peter Parker, the actual character, anytime he talks to anyone, he's just always on the back foot. Like they're always treating him like somebody who is perpetually fucking up and who is about to fuck something up again. Like that's just the oh right,
Yeah,
Peter.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
even the ones that know he's Spider-Man. Like Mary Jane talks to him like that. The chief of police, who is a gay Asian woman, of course, is constantly, anytime he's trying to help her, talking to him sarcastically, like he is a burden on her. Like he's free labor that's more effective than 200% of her police force, but he is the burden to her. And it's like even the first time he talks to Miles Morales, is at Miles' dad's funeral, and he goes, "Hey man, I feel for you." He's like, "Oh, are you gonna tell me that you know how I feel? That it gets better? You don't know how I feel." And I'm like, dude, it's just Peter fucking Parker. I understand you don't know him yet, but like, you know how many father figures this guy has had die in his arms? What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't be a dick. I get it. Your dad died and you're sad, but why does everyone treat him like he's the dumbest piece of shit in the world when all he
That's
does?
just modern writing, isn't it?
It is modern writing. They treat him like the biggest piece of shit ever, who's just a perpetual fuck up, who like all he does is make science shit that makes things better for like he's working with Dr. Octopus before he's Dr. Octopus to make these very responsive bionic arms for amputee war veterans and shit like that. And he's doing it for pennies on the dollar because it doesn't have much funding, and he's spending his spare time swinging around town and getting evicted from his apartment while he risks his life perpetually to save everyone. And like Mary Jane knows that. She knows that he's Spider-Man and she knows what he does, and she's still such a cunt to him. And the entire arc with Mary Jane and Peter Parker in that game is that every time you play a mission as Mary Jane, you're doing something just stupidly dangerous. You're infiltrating gang hideouts. And at one point, you're infiltrating a mercenary military base that's occupying New York City. And Peter Parker, anytime he talks to Mary Jane about it, is telling her, like, you can't do this. This is terribly dangerous. She's like, yeah, I do it all the time. And he's like, I have superpowers, you stupid bitch. But he doesn't say that. He's just like, it's different. I know I'm on the back foot right now because I'm a ballless little bitch, and I know I'm the fuck up that you say that I am. That's just the whole game. And so finally, the crux of that storyline is that he learns that he was wrong for not for being a little bit resistant of letting his girlfriend charge headlong into certain death at every juncture.
Modern writing, man. Speaking of which,
You have rockets.
I have not kept so like I watched the first season of Stranger Things. I was like, that's great.
that's it.
one of
That's
the
it.
best
That's
things
it. That's
ever.
good. You're
And then
done.
I watched I started watching season 2, episode 1. Like 10 minutes in, I'm like, I'm bored. I don't
It's
care.
exactly like The Matrix. Like
Season
Matrix
2
1 is good. You can be done. It's exactly season
two is,
1
like,
is great.
fine. Season 2 is fine, but I don't really
1, 2,
remember it
2,
at all.
3, and 4 are fine.
3 was ass. 3 was
Well-
ass, and it made me stop watching. And everybody
I went
tells
through
me
the
that
same
4
thing
is
with
better.
I went through the same thing with the what was that show? The Walking Dead. Where I'm like the first season, I'm like, wow, that was great. And then I watched like second season, 10 minutes into the first episode, I'm like, yeah, I'm bored.
This is my dad's autism is The Walking Dead. He has the hardest time if he starts a series and gets like 1 or 2 seasons into it. He has the hardest time stopping it, but he's also smart enough to know when it's just dog shit, and that's The Walking Dead for him. Like he knew 3 seasons in, this is getting shitty. Then season 4 is
Yeah,
like,
that's
oh,
right.
no,
When that gets shitty.
yeah, season 4 and 5, like it got a little bit better. And then the next, like, I don't know, 600 seasons that they produced, like, these are all just painful ass. And he watched every single episode. He's like, man, have you seen any of The Walking Dead? I was like, no, I told you I stopped at season 4 and it was difficult to get that far. And he's like, well, you mind if I spoil it for you? He's like, no, go ahead. And he's telling me all this stupid shit that happens. I'm like, why do you keep watching this? I don't know. I can't stop once I started. And he's watched every stupid ass spin-off of it too. He's like, what? Fear. Oh yeah, there's Fear of the Walking Dead, which is like a prequel.
Oh, yeah,
when it
there's
all
tons of
started. There's the Negan and Maggie one. There's the Norman Reedus one where he's in Paris somehow. I think there's like 3 or 4, maybe even 5 spin-offs.
I did not know. Yeah, I was just like, that's it. I'm done. Like that's plenty for me. Like I ground my way through the.
What's happening in this scene actually? Like, what's he actually?
That's not a real scene. That's a joke.
Oh, okay, okay.
But so what happens is he basically announces that he's gay, and accepting his gayness is what gives him the superpowers to become a wizard. I'm a little bit drunk, and I wish I was lying, but that's it. Like that's really what happens, and
that's the actual story.
That's the actual story. Here it is, right here.
I just. I don't like girls.
Yeah, they're terrible, man. We get it.
That's so sad.
I mean, I do just not like you guys do.
Why are you gay?
So literally that's how it goes. I mean, they talked about it a little bit earlier, but you guys had the whole thing where you saw in season 1. I think they kind of mentioned it and reference it a little bit in season 1 that he's different, and all
They
that stuff.
They do not allude at all to him being gay until season 3.
I think they talk about in the beginning there's some little scenes in the first season where
because then in this season they
call him fag and all that sorts of stuff.
Oh well, maybe I don't know. I haven't watched it in a while, but like I mean, they retcon season 1 in this one, don't they, to make it to where the evil tentacle monster throat rapes him, right?
Yeah, and a bunch of people are saying that's kind of weird.
Yeah, what are you saying about the gay experience, guys? It sounds like did Kent Hovind write this or something?
This is something I've thought about with art and all this stuff. Is because the thing I always say, like, it's not a choice, it's not an accomplishment. What's the big fucking deal? But so in art, how do you have a gay character without being gay being part of the story? Because if you bring it up, they're like, well, you brought it up. It's like Chekhov's gay.
Not only have they made it part of the story, it literally is the reason he is able to start using his wizard powers.
What is it like? Is it like now that you're your authentic self, you can use your
gets
powers?
away, he gets rid of the fear. He gets rid of the anxiety of having a secret. He gets rid of the anxiety of not being able to fully love his friends and all that stuff.
So like theoretically that could have been any secret, I guess.
Yeah. And part of how Vecna, the kind of retconned bad guy, he's basically the retconned Voldemort of the series that came in season 4. You didn't watch season 4, right?
No.
So Vecna comes in. If you remember, there's like this thing of like the hive mind or the mind flash or something like that.
Yeah.
Vecna is this creature that's basically like Freddy Krueger, and of course they use it to reference Freddy Krueger because the whole entire series is kind of using 80s tropes purposefully to constantly referencing them and that sort of thing. So they totally reference Freddy Krueger and Friday the 13th. And Vecna comes in and tries to use their fears against them. And his fear is that his friends won't accept him because he's gay, or they'll distance themselves because they're afraid of what will happen to him.
Okay, so in a movie like this is like a suspense horror type show, right? It feels like it's difficult to put the gay thing in there, or at least the coming out thing in there, because you would have just so much more pressing issues at that moment, it could make sense in other contexts. Like if they had a series like a lengthy sequence of peace where they're just hanging out as 28-year-old high school students in the mall or whatever, and he's like, guys, I'm gay, that would make a little bit more sense to me. But this is like, I don't know, Han Solo getting lowered into the fucking carbonite thing.
Yeah, so we're going into the final episode, which the final episode is being released in theaters, right? So the lead into the final episode, it's being released in theaters, like 2 hours into theaters. And leading into that is this kid announcing to all his friends that he's gay. Like it's a little scene of him telling them all that he's been afraid of this, and Vecna's been using it against him, and he got his wizard power from being able to accept himself. And there's this whole thing. I think I messaged you guys this earlier.
You keep saying that. It's like, it's just so retarded, but
I'm so buzzed and I feel like I'm lying, like what I'm talking about.
It's like,
your only problem is you didn't believe in yourself.
It's totally what it is.
Which is already the gayest storyline possible.
So there's
a double gay.
There's been this whole thing that since the start, he's been in love with Mike Wheeler. If you know who that is, that's the Finn Wolfhard or whatever character.
It's the main character. Right?
It's the main character, which one of the fan theories that they will not use that I think is one of the most awesome ideas ever is that maybe Mike is Vecna because the whole thing transfers back to to Dungeons and Dragons or whatever, and he's the one setting up the whole idea of the whole fight and the whole thing, and maybe because he's the one who masterminds the whole thing, the guy who masterminded the whole D&D game, he's the one who's been masterminding the whole thing that's happening in the whole world. But of course, they won't do that. That would be an awesome twist if they did.
Wade says, of course, being gay made him a wizard. He had more practice using his magic staff. Using other magic staffs too, I imagine. This was the 80s. That was Jonathan. You like went full dark on it. He's talking to us. Yeah, they made Will gay, and they had already hinted at it, so we kind of knew he was gay. But like,
they definitely
you kind of knew that you kind of know that this is the 80s. So like an entire generation of gay men died, so he's gonna end up surviving Vecna to be killed by AIDS. I was like, oh fuck, man, that's a bummer.
Yeah, let's watch this.
That's
one.
right, Cindy. I'm gay.
Harry Potter finale.
I'm gay.
I'm gay, Daddy. I'm gay. Mrs. Simpson made me gay.
That's right, Cindy.
So I mean, it really does do that he is able to use his powers and tap into because he was kidnapped by Vecna and face raped, as Jack Posobiec claimed it was. Which I mean, you can kind of say that like all the little kids get captured, and when they get captured, a tentacle gets shoved down their mouth. And in that mouth shoving moment, they get mind tapped into the hive, right? And he was the first one, and he says, I was chosen and I was picked because I was weak and I was one of these people. And they said, no, it's because you were strong and you were great and you were brave and you were beautiful and all that sorts of stuff. But he has to get out from under his secret or feeling that it's weakness to announce that that is what makes him strong and powerful. And so he announces it to all of his friends and several strangers at the same time that he has always been gay, and now that he is out from under that fear from Vecna, who is the person, he's basically Freddy Krueger, who's now a stand-in for the Mind Flayer, which is basically the hive mind of the entire underworld and all that sorts of stuff. And he's going to use that wizardry to take control of like all the demigorgons and all the areas, and his superpower is his gayness. And they put into the series a lesbian girl who is there to tell him along, like, exactly, friend, you got to tell him exactly what you are. Exactly, friend Leo, listen to me. Yeah, and she's just there all the way along. She seemed like she was going to be a love interest of Steve, but no, she was a lesbian all along. And she's there to talk him into accepting himself as gay and to get over his love for his best friend Mike, who is the main character, so that he can just consider it as like a childhood crush and he can move on to bigger and better things. And it is Netflix 101. It's Netflix. It's Netflix. It's just Netflix it. And it's the final scene going into the finale. And it basically looks like the whole point of this whole entire show was about Will accepting his homosexuality.
Oh, I was kind of hoping it was just a cool, funny, terrifying story. That was why I didn't like season 3, by the way. I was talking about that just happened humor in the Spider-Man game. That's what turned me off to season 3 so fucking hard, is that it did not take it. Some things take themselves too seriously. This thing did not take itself seriously enough. That whole scene where the fat kid, Dustin, his girlfriend, demands that he sing the never-ending story song with her so that she will literally save their lives. Like, this is fucking dumb. I'm fucking dumb. I'm not watching any more of this. And Morgan has tried to convince me to watch more because she loves season 4.
Here is the whole point of the series.
There's hope. I'm not recognizing anything here.
Okay, well, that, of course, is Aunt Ruthie's Kugel. That's your classic bagel and lox. That's gefilte fish. Skip that. And I'm gay.
We know.
Wait, this is the actual scene?
Yeah.
No, that's the actual scene?
It's basically.
Oh, dude, it's just Groypers loading ammo into their weapons right now.
Is that AI?
It's a totally different movie show, but it's ridiculous that this show exists even.
What fucking show is that?
I don't know. Something on Netflix.
Dude, I told you to skip the gefilte fish.
It's so funny because like the propaganda is endless. It really is.
Charles.
Okay, let's watch this one. I've got too many clips of this. Hold on here. Let's see this one.
I don't like girls.
That's the real scene right there.
Well, who doesn't? Like that's
yeah.
I'm heterosexual. I don't really like.
Because this kid is a new character in the series, which that's part of the problem in the series. They just keep adding characters. But this kid is kind of a little bit of a
non-binary
bully.
Yeah,
and it kind of jokes.
That kid looks like the lesbian that rear-ended me.
That kid's fat enough to be non-binary. Yeah.
That looks like the lesbian that rear-ended me. Yeah. Anyway, everybody, you want to know what? If I even kind of look at the wokesters, they don't dig it either. They are 100%. I've been watching like TikToks and all sorts of different Twitter things, and they're like, he comes out to like a whole group of people for some reason or something like that. Like there's a bunch of them who they just don't like it across the board, and it's got like a 66% rating, which is by far the lowest rating.
It's like, okay, I don't know what situation they're in because I haven't watched it for the last 2 seasons, but it feels like they're in a room sitting there talking about how do we beat this like massive, insane, terrifying magic using demon that can suck our brains out at will.
Yeah,
and he's like, guys, I like cock.
Yep.
And they're like, dude, okay, this is a later conversation. Let's put a pin in that and we'll talk about it. It's fine. It's fine that you like cock, but we're trying to figure out how to beat alien Voldemort right now.
Like, imagine like it's the exact same scene, but he's like, I'm a foot fetishist. Why are we talking about this?
Hey, were you here when I was
How is
talking
this
about?
important?
Were you here when I was talking about the? You actually sent that fart fetishist interview. I found his podcast and I listened to some of it, and like a lot of it was him like just being indignant that people don't respect his fart fetish. Like you admitted to wanting fat women to fart in your open mouth. Of course we're gonna laugh. You can like it, that's fine, but we're gonna laugh at you. And
I don't have it here. I wish I did. I thought I did post it, but somebody made like an AI clip where it's the exact same scene, and he says, "All right, guys, I just wanted to tell you, I like thin blondes with great big titties. It's just what I like. It's just what I like. I'm sorry, I can't. It's just what I'm attracted to."
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying though. Like, I mean, because the culture is what it is, and I don't know, but like just as an artistic thing, like, because the whole thing they complain about is that like, well, if it's not obvious, then it's assumed that they're straight. Well, it's like, well, because most people are.
Well, I mean, I would say that.
How do you make it a character thing without making it the story?
I mean, I guess it makes sense in one way, in that like coming out as gay versus coming out as a fart fetishist is like you could live your whole life and change nothing without telling your mom that you're a fart fetishist, right?
Yeah.
But also, you're married to a beautiful woman, and it just so happens that when you're behind closed doors, you want her to fart in your eyeball and give you pink eye. But if you're into dudes, there probably has to be some sort of a discussion there. You probably got to be like, Mom, I'm into dudes. I'm giving you a fair warning that I'm going to be bringing a dude to Thanksgiving. So I get that it's a little bit different because it's a little bit more intense, but also like what a time to do it. Like we're trying to figure out how to get out of the World Trade Centers, and you're like, oh, but I like dick. I really like dick.
As like a storytelling character things. Like I'm trying to think of like Modern Family. There's the gay couple in that, but like their gay thing is a backdrop to characters. Like the part where they're gay is almost incidental to like, well, we care about these characters because.
Which, by the way, if you wanted to normalize something, that's how you would do it, right? By actually normalizing it instead of they want to both normalize and celebrate, which don't really.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like just like if it's fine. If it's like, okay, this is a setting. These characters, like, it's these they happen to be gay, but that's secondary to the part where they're characters with flaws and.
No, it's how he gets superpowers.
That's right.
I got most of my superpowers, but Will or whatever the other guy's name is, I got to put it in your butt if we want to finish the superpower generation. Like I actually have to have gay sex because otherwise I'm not living my authentic life.
It's kind of funny because they kind of keep reifying the concept that childhood trauma is what causes it, which is interesting because John DeLynn had somebody on just this week on Mormon Stories about, he was called like the poster boy of Mormon conversion therapy or something like that.
I didn't watch that. Did you watch it?
I watched the whole thing.
Oh,
and it's kind of funny because that whole entire episode, the guy has John DeLynn stops and pauses several different times and says, we want to make sure we don't want to talk about any sorts of social things that might seem like what might be what causes gayness, to say, going back to Why Are You Gay in the Tucker Carlson episode where he brought on Milo Yiannopoulos, who said it's all a trauma response.
Well,
But
here's the
the
thing.
guy that he has on, just let me say this real quick. The guy that he has on 100% has all the things. He was traumatized as he was young. His dad was distant. His mom was overbearing and used him as a replacement husband. All the things. And he said, I notice you have all the things, and I want to get off of this concept that you have all the things because I want to say it's just innate. It's just innate.
Short-lived redemption arc there, John.
Yeah.
Well, so that's kind of one of the things I was wondering about. I don't know. I thought about what it would be like to talk to John DeLynn, and like, obviously he would ask something like, so would you say you're against LGBT stuff? And I'm like, well, first off, no, because that's you're putting a lot of things together, because I feel like the T has these things that I call credibility crutches. So the LGB, they already have some built up credibility in our society from the last like 60 years or so. So they've gotten to the point where most of us are like, yeah, you guys can have your thing. At least almost most of us. I'm not sure what the stats are right now. The I has sort of a built-in credibility of like, well, this isn't your fault. You're just born with a medical anomaly, and so there's nothing. I mean, there's no rights that we need to give you extra. So they use these credibility crutches, which was the Q's idea. So the LGB and the I are credibility crutches for the T, and it was all masterminded by the Q. But anyway, I feel like if I were to talk to John DeLynn about this, like, that's what I would bring up is like, I wish people would be a little bit more indifferent toward whether it was inborn or if it was sort of trauma based, right? Because whether or not it's you were born gay or that you were sort of nurtured into being gay, it doesn't change any question on the morality of being gay. And it also doesn't really change the fact of whether or not you can alter that sexuality. Because it seems very, very difficult and dangerous to try to alter that sexuality. Like if you're a gay man trying to not be gay, most of the things we've used are not very good ideas. They kind of fuck you up in the long run. And they don't really seem to make you straight. They might make you less into dudes if you're doing vomit aversion therapy or something like that. But I can, as a disinterested outsider, I can look at that and say that, like, because I kind of, for most of my life, I've had the whole born this way sort of talking point. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And then you come on with new info that's like, actually, it might be a little bit more nurture than nature. And I can be like, oh, okay, tell me about that. But if you're part of the cathedral, you can't do that. Like, you have to immediately get angry at anybody that suggests that
a big
nurture could be even a tiny aspect of it.
But that doesn't make any sense, though, because part of the big cathedral is that everybody's a blank slate and everything is just socially constructed. So that's a contradiction. That's what I'm always harping on here, because I think it's a tad of each. Because one of the things that John DeLynn points
That's actually what I remember. I thought about this a lot, because that was one of the things I was thinking, like, weeks and weeks ago when he had that thing pretending he was going to have conservatives on his podcast. Like, I knew that if ever we went on there, he would ask about, like, why people perceive you as leaning more right than left. And I'll be like, well, modern lefties are basically full on blank slatists, except for the gay issue. Like, that's the only thing that, like, that they're not like,
yeah,
we are all the same, and everything is social engineering, except being gay.
It's a little bit frustrating with most of the top ex-Mormon influencers, because they spout that they're fully on board with the leftism, right? But they don't know the entirety of leftism. They're normies, right? And the entirety of leftism is 100% social constructivism. And this is why I always get back to that concept of leotard, that what was it called? I can't even remember right now. I'm a little bit too buzzed for it. But the concept of
talking about
it was a libidinal economy. Yeah. And the whole entire concept is if it's all socially constructed, that high demand Mormon religion is part of what made you gay. So thank you, Mormonism, if you love your gayness, right? Because it's part of the social construction that made you. And part of that social construction was also your high demand mother who treated you like a husband or some sort of abuse. Or if you love your gayness, all those things constructed you, because that's what social constructionism is. You're a blank slate, but you were created by your experiences, right? A complete like a, what do you, Lamarckian type.
Did you have the clip of the Wood Elves talking to that lady?
Yes, I have it. I 100% have it. We
That's
will get to
what-
that.
that's what-
We're getting hardcore. We got
That's close to what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, I'll pull right here because 100%. But look at this stuff. Delin has this guy on, but you can just even see from like the points here. He noticed he was different around age 4 to 5. If you go and listen to that portion, he's talking about he was highly anxious. Delin says it's completely debunked social theory, although it's not completely debunked. And on top of that, if you get to queer theorists, they 100% disagree with you, John Delin. Queer theorists 100% do believe in the social constructionism. They 100% do believe that his experiences helped create him, and they do not like the concept. If you do not believe me, go listen to NPR and what was it? Radiolab. Radiolab went into Born This Way episodes multiple times talking about how they don't like that being written into law because they think that stuff is changeable, but he noticed he was different around age 4 to 5, highly anxious. What messages were about being gay? When did he masking begin for him? His dad was distant, working a lot. Around age 10, he experienced childhood abuse. His development sense of spirituality pair. Later on, he talks about he became like a replacement spouse for his mom. It's every single one of the things that people talk about. And then he stops and pauses multiple times in this episode to say, but we don't want to say this, that it's any social constructionism. But at the same time, Judith Butler would disagree with you, Delin. And this is what we've been barking you guys about. Like, you don't know the ideology of your own side that you carry water for. Go ahead.
This guy just so happened to like hit every mark, but this is a fluke. They usually only hit like 80% of the marks.
Yeah, for sure. And it's every single one of them. But at the same time, that it's strange that what you call it, the Stranger Things stuff seems to talk about the same thing. He has a completely distant father. He gets abused at a young age. He's picked out as a weak person just because of his anxiety. And it's all the stuff. It's all the stuff. And they write it accidentally into their own art, if that makes any sorts of sense. How many kids have super strong memories of age 4? Yeah, and that says Wade, and that's totally true too. Like there's all sorts of stuff that probably happens prior to even understanding, just the same way language comes into you. One of my long-term ideas is the same way language comes into you is the same way sexuality might come into you.
I have very vivid memories of when I was butt raped at 4 years old, and that has nothing to do with the fact
it made
that I'm
you
gay.
totally straight.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the fact that I'm gay. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought that was just funny that like he made sure to say multiple times that, and we'll go ahead and go to this thing with the Wood Elves because we've been following the Wood Elves a long time. A lot of people all over the internet had no idea who the Wood Elves were, and we're like, we know who the Wood Elves are, and this whole thing popped up because the blank slateism about genetics and all that sorts of stuff, and leftism and how it is incoherent as all can be. And kind of one of the things we've been barking at forever. Let me see if I can find one that just has the distilled down portion of them. But they got question on what was it? It was genetics and race and that sort of thing.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's so funny because the guy's like perfectly autistic to deal with it in a certain.
He's sitting there trying to tell. Like, I had a conversation with a friend like this. He's not really a very smart guy, but he was like, "I'm pretty convinced that race is entirely a social construct." And I was like, "Well, it can't be entirely a social construct because there's like observable differences."
Yeah.
Like what? I was like, the color of their fucking skin. What are you talking about? There has to be a gene that does that. There is a gene that does that. We know about it. I mean, they're more susceptible to sickle cell anemia.
You've said things like Black women are biologically.
Honestly, like this is beyond what we're talking about here. Between John talking about that on his podcast with that guy, because he's repeating the socially acceptable line, although nobody has any idea yet at all what causes gayness, if it's genetic or nurture or both. You know, it's 100% up in the air, and he goes and announces and talks about it like he knows what he's talking about, and he doesn't. I don't care what PhD he has. That stuff is not figured out. It's not perfectly finalized anywhere in any sorts of forum. But these guys here, they get this must be the dumbest journalist of all time. Can you read that, Jared? I'm so drunk.
So rare.
I'm also drunk, but
you see drunk Hannah like once a decade.
yeah, this is eat it up. All right, this must be the dumbest journalist of all time. Paramas tries to convince two Trump supporters that there's no scientific evidence that proves different
Trump support. Okay.
that different ethnicities have different genetics, even citing the NIH as a source. This is a patently false statement that only the lowest IQ'd woke journalists would make. It took me about 30 seconds to confirm that the NIH does indeed support the science of genetic differences for different ethnicities. This honestly, it's reminded me of a really dumb missionary talking to like a well-versed atheist, you know, like talking about all these different, I don't know, be it anachronisms, be it like things that just flat out didn't happen, things we have proof for, things that contradict or whatever it is. And then the missionary just as instructed saying, I don't know about that, but I know that Joseph Smith saw God in Jesus, and I prayed and received confirmation from God of that. That's what it was. She just says that line over and over, and it might as well be bearing her testimony of Joseph Smith, because it's straight up like, what is it? Like, there's no scientific evidence to suggest that they're different. Like, he says that so many times.
And this is honestly, like, if you could like condense down everything we've been trying to bark at them about, is that the incoherence in the leftism that they give credence for. I don't know how to say it. Like they make way because those guys are the ones who could cancel them. I don't know how else to say it. Why do you think most of the ex-Mormon influencers, and we're going to get into it here because if we have the time, but I've got all the stuff that Jonathan Streeter pulled up. He did another Beautiful Trouble on Mormon stories, and the whole entire thing, if they don't understand it, is poking holes in the orthodoxy that they have of leftism and all of the leftism. Like, what do you even call it? It's because we're not saying you got to go be MAGA or something like that. We're just saying that you guys have wackadoo theories that are incoherent. Let's listen to this right here.
You've said things like Black women are biologically different than white women.
They have different fertility windows. They have a higher rate of fertility complications. 50%.
There's no scientific evidence to prove that a Black woman and a white woman are genetically different, right? This is like,
what are you talking about?
This is according, no,
like literally, there are genes that code for their skin color. There are genes that
again. This is like government data. This is right. This is the National Institute of Health. This is the American Medical Association. Like,
do you not think there's a gene? Do you not think that there's a gene that would make your skin color different? There's genes that make your hair color different. You fucking retard.
We all believe in true science. The very first thing I had there was Neil deGrasse Tyson, like talking shit about the reindeers and all that sorts of stuff. Like how those reindeers must have been female reindeers or something like that. Thanks, Neil deGrasse Tyson. But you'll also punt when it comes to differences in sex, when it comes to sports and all that sorts of stuff, because who could it hurt? We will throw science away because who might we hurt or some sort of thing like that. But this is the same exact thing. She gets into a thing of like, I'm worried about what it'll hurt, so I'll throw science out the window because it might cause a hurt or some sort of thing like that.
There are actual racists who will use this argument for racist purposes and use it badly. But like, no, of course there are genetic differences. Like that's
Well,
what
that's she brings
like,
that up.
come
Like, she
on,
brings-
but like, because like she wants to just tie that to therefore it's justified to treat people differently or badly because of it.
There's no
No, those
therefore.
are different things.
There's no therefore. You know?
Yeah, like that's a Mott and Bailey. Like you're trying to prevent a Mott and Bailey that isn't being made.
Well, she even acknowledges that at some point. I think probably here in a few seconds, talking about how, yeah, racist people have used the things you're citing to justify terrible things. And like, wait, are you saying that the things I'm saying are true and that we should ignore them? Because you spent the last 20 seconds telling me that the things I said aren't true because there's no scientific evidence for them. That thing isn't true. Also, it's true and it's bad.
Yeah.
No scientific evidence.
What were we saying?
You just can't acknowledge it. Like that's
To prove that,
And that's a
different
big
races-
problem, right? Because
no,
a lot of
no, there's no scientific
and that's
evidence
why
about
I
things
asked.
like IQ differences. Black people are genetically different from other populations.
And I'll say that again. There's
I love how autistic he looks.
He just spurgs out on her. It's one of the stupidest things. Well, he's totally right. Right up here, he says that's as dumb as saying that the sky isn't blue. Like
his wife is trying to play nice and be
like,
nice.
if you know anything at all about genes, if you're like, do you think that guy with the blonde hair has different genes than me with the brown hair? You'd be like, yeah. Do you think that guy with the black skin has different genes than me with the white skin? You'd be like, no. There's no scientific evidence. Fuck you.
But I think it's like the perfect little encapsulation because his wife is trying to play nice because she's I don't know, you know, and he's like, wait, we're
not leaving this. We're not leaving this.
And that's so much of what we're talking about and who we are and all that sorts of stuff. And I know Colby always talks about like, oh, I can't help but say the true thing. No, we're the ones who can't help but say the true thing. It's this guy's just saying what the absolute truth is of the situation, that there's definitely genetic differences, even if that causes some people to decide to behave badly. You can't hand wave the science of it.
The I can't help but say the true thing. It feels like I've thought oftentimes about, I've watched celebrities being asked the dumbest questions ever, especially during the George Floyd stuff. Things like, do you think that Black Lives Matter? Right? Like, and they like say yes or something. And I always felt like if I'm that celebrity, I'm going to feel insulted. Like, okay, are you asking me if I think that Black people should be killed? Is that what you're asking me right now? How do you think I'm going to answer that, you fucking idiot? How do you think I'm going to answer that question? Because if I do think that Black people should be killed, I'm going to lie to you because there's nothing in it for me, to be honest. And if I don't, I'm going to give you some stupid ass canned answer that sounds fake, and you can go out and say that that's fake and bullshit. I was going to tie that in somehow, but I'm as drunk as Chris is right now.
Well, as Wade says, she just doesn't want to get canceled, and he just wants to tell the truth.
Oh, yeah, the tell the truth thing. That's I don't want to say things that are unnecessary. And I don't mean like, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. No, things that should either go without saying, or if I don't believe them, I would lie about. And that's one of them, saying like, really, my aim here is truth. Yeah, no shit. Anyone's going to say it. Literally anyone will say that. People who are being honest about it and people who are lying about it. Nobody's going to be like, actually, I'm big into lying. You know, that's kind of my thing, is dishonesty.
There is no scientific evidence to prove that, right? And as people
I'm sorry, I'm stating, do you want to ask an AI if there's scientific evidence to prove that?
No, I want to ask.
We got to call the modern gods to answer. Why do you think she got this line of reasoning? Like, where do you think she got it? Like, there's no scientific proof that there's.
What are the chances she has?
Why there's racial differences?
What is the chances that she has a degree in the humanities, English degree? I'm guessing
about as good as the chances that she has a Subaru Outback.
Yeah, like when you say like, where did she get this? I'm gonna say college.
What you're stating is just factually incorrect. Humans are genetically diverse. It's not a bad thing that humans
I'm not
are
saying it's
genetically diverse.
I'm not saying it's a bad or a good thing. I'm saying there is no scientific evidence.
And I'm saying that is a factually.
He's saying that there is scientific.
There is scientific evidence. There is
Based on-
overwhelming scientific
based
evidence.
on-
and it's
and
the
this is-
basics. No. This is like saying the sky is not blue. Like, it is genes that code their skin color, right? Those genes are obviously
I love this line that she says coming up right here.
different in them than they are in us. How is that not science? That's just like a basic fact. The genes that code their skin color, their level of melanin production, are different from my genes that code melanin production.
And that's precisely why I was asking this question, because I think for some people that do believe, like you, that people are genetically different, that
You believe? I'm gonna. It's just your belief that people.
You have this crazy idea.
that has historically been used to promote racial hierarchy.
And it's been historically used to promote racial hierarchies.
Right, and that's why I'm asking you, because
But so what
because you
makes
do
Jesus.
That is amazing stuff.
Yeah, it was wild, that whole thing. But I mean,
She looked like Wendy Wright arguing with Richard Dawkins.
Oh, yeah.
You remember that when she just kept
Yeah.
repeating over and over, well, show me the evidence. And he's like, well, we have right down the street, there's a museum with Australopithecus in the skeleton of Australopithecus in there, talking about the differences in evolution. And she's like, well, show me the evidence. This is what this lady sounds like.
Yeah.
Did you see that they brought in a lesbian?
I saw it. I saw the headline. It was like, she may have never served as a fire chief, but she sure does love bumping beavers.
She says it shouldn't be a problem. It's the New York City brought in a lesbian female or whatever to become the chief of the fire department in New York there. And the background experience is only as an EM. What do they call those? The
EMT.
EMT. That's her only background experience. But she says that shouldn't be a problem. Sort of thing. I saw Bennett's pilot actor say, "I'm surprised New York didn't already have a lesbian unqualified."
But like this is bog standard communism, where like they don't believe in competence, they believe in ideologically correct thinking. Because like that's the reason why she'd make a great fire chief, is because she has the right ideology. That's what makes her qualified.
I also
she's
would
a good
love.
communist.
I need to find her Twitter and dig into it and see how many times she has definitely said that. Why would we let Trump be the highest ranking politician in the world when he's never had any political experience?
Yeah. Anyway, just all that stuff. When it goes back to the Lynn talking to that guy who is the poster boy for conversion therapy, I'm not saying that people should go take conversion therapy and it would cure him or something like that. Not at all. What I'm saying is nobody knows yet what causes it or where it comes from. There's no gene yet. There's no, if it's nurture or nature, like if it's a fetish or if it's an innate.
It does kind of seem like a lot of the ones that have the gay gene also have been diddled as kids. So maybe it's
sure
100% both.
But he says, man, every single Mormon went through traumatic experiences with an aloof father.
No.
And, yeah. Anyway, oh gosh, I don't know if I guess it would be the time to get into it. There's this those guys who these two. Gosh, you might know what their names are, Jared. I think you do.
Is that Dumas or Dumas, whatever his name is?
Oh no, that's our buddy. No,
Doodle pics.
Oh, wait, did Dumas pop up?
These things.
Yeah, no, you're showing the picture of the Dumas pics.
I would happily.
Oh yeah, I'll come back to that.
Oh yeah,
No,
we watched these two. I really thought the husband was trans when I started watching him. And
I thought they were in a bad metal band.
Yeah, they're really. I don't know how they took off, because they took off pretty well, pretty fast, and I don't know. Everything they said was just kind of dull.
What are their names? Jordan and McKay or something like that. They're big ex-Mormon influencers nowadays. And I guess she is training to be a therapist under Julie Hanks or something.
Oh, wonderful. That's what we need.
And they're reviewing this thing of Ruby Frankie's husband. Did you guys follow the whole entire thing? You remember we talked about Ruby Frankie.
I really am to the
Brody
point
Hildebrand.
now that I really put therapist and chiropractic in the same category.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. Like
I told Morgan that I remember when, like, I don't know, Morgan's family's big into all the voodoo stuff, and she was for a long time, and she wanted to become a life coach and stuff. And I would tell her that, like, it's not the same as professional therapy, all that stuff. And then, like, after she sort of realized that all the voodoo stuff is bullshit, she's talking to me about it, like therapy versus life coach. And I was like, look, my opinion on life coaches hasn't changed, but my opinion on therapists has changed a lot. And it wasn't very high to begin with. Like, but now it's sort of a crapshoot. You know, if you go with a therapist or a life coach, the therapist might be edging them out. You might have a higher % chance of getting good advice from a life coach than a therapist.
Like I've said it. I've been saying it for a while, but I'm not kidding. At this point, if I had something where I felt like I wanted, like the kind of thing that people say you should talk to a therapist about, that I will go to the cathedral. I will put $30 in the box and ask the priest if I can have 15 minutes of his time.
Yeah.
And I'm not exaggerating. Like, if I really feel like I need human to human advice, I'll go to a priest before a therapist.
Yeah. So what's wild about this is they review an interview that Julie Hanks had with the husband of Ruby Frankie. And if you remember, we talked about that situation. And part of what we talked about was this guy was the epitome of happy wife, happy life.
Oh, yeah. Henpecked Mormon guy. Morgan even said it while we were watching the documentary. She's like, this guy should be in fucking jail too for negligence. I was like, yeah, probably. Because he just let his wife do this insane shit.
So I don't know if I have the exact moment here, but I think it's pretty close to it.
Did he think that he would lose his kids if he pushed back on his wife?
But
like, did you guys see? I mean, I don't know if we're going to talk about it. There's a thing in the news where somebody brought up that, like, since like Kansas, like a few years ago, Kansas passed a law that
50-50,
that like the 50-50 custody is the new baseline in custody battles, and the divorce the rate went down by like 25%.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you would have seen that.
All the NPR comments on it were like, well, it's probably wives trying to save their kids. They're probably getting the shit kicked out of them now.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's all they can think of. Like, no, but yeah, now that women don't automatically win everything by filing for divorce, less women want divorces.
So I hope I have the right timestamps here, but part of what is happening here is Ruby Frankie, if people don't know, she was the lady of, like, what was it? Some
8
sort of
passengers.
8 passengers, and she completely ran this guy around and their kids to make a TikTok channel to show themselves as the happiest little Mormon family in the world. And then it turned wacko and weird. There's a whole Hulu documentary about it. She got mixed up with the therapist Jody Hildebrandt and all that sorts of stuff. And that got extensively weird as well, because this guy started going to different meetings of husbands. And in the meetings of husbands, they were supposed to talk about how every single man ever is some sort of sexual rapist type person. And these people, Jordan and whoever, they almost kind of like sign off on that. Like, well, that's pretty good stuff. Like, talking about, I'm not joking. Like,
I know you're not.
It's before this part. They're like, it's pretty good of telling those Mormon men that they're pretty rapey, you know, and all that sorts of stuff. And this guy's just talking about, in general, about his whole entire life was about running around to please this woman in Mormonism. And these guys are, I've never heard that.
Being so submissive to their wives or whatever, because, like, pretty much until just the last few years since they introduced the temple ceremony, men hearkened to God and listened to counsel of God, and women hearkened to their husband and listened to the counsel of their husband.
You are pretending.
Yeah.
That's what it says on paper, dingbat.
I know this is that tweet that went viral a while ago that like arguing with a lefty is just arguing with somebody pretending they don't know obvious things.
100%.
There was no.
I mean, I've got multiple timestamps, so we'll probably skip on because we've got more stuff to get to. But they just multiple times say they've never come across this. They've never heard this. This guy's maybe 1 in 100, but most times it's 100% the other way. That the woman is the one who messes with, the male is the one who dominates the female. And I made a comment. I was trying to find my comment, but I was like, you guys are laying. It's the same thing I've said to Mormon stories for years. You guys are laying so many Mormon stories on the table by not admitting to the happy wife, happy life that is ubiquitous in Mormonism. That guys like this get railroaded and run over and told to do crazy, strange, extreme things or get divorced because they look at porn once and that sort of stuff. It's you guys leave it on the table for your feminist priors.
No women hearkening to God, they hearken to their husband, and that was it.
Yeah.
So for him to kind of say, and I will yield that there is kind of this culture where women are performing excellence in the church because they are.
And that never affects husbands, does it?
But because they are, like he's saying, there's this culture that women are performing excellence because they are. Is that what he's saying? Like that? No, actually, women are all doing great in the church.
Well, no, he's talking about how some of them are being scrupulous, getting into scrupulosity and that sorts of stuff. And occasionally that might affect a husband. Motherfucker! Like you guys, your therapist or whatever therapist, you are leaving so much on the table if you guys think this is not rampant in the LDS or even the Western world. It's just feminism. Just men dominating women. Just men dominating women. You guys are leaving 1,000,000% of this on the table.
In most,
I mean, as far as like, if you guys wanted to pull something up to say, gosh darn, this is something that's a big problem with the religion.
Cases when it comes to organizing and everything like that with the Relief Society and everything like that. But then to be like, oh, there's all these women who are controlling of their men and everything like
yes,
there are.
Yes, asshole, yes,
like that.
I feel like he's generalizing his experience.
Oh,
because this was his experience with Ruby. Like, Ruby is controlling, and Ruby will punish him if he behaves.
Has anybody heard of a feminist generalizing their experience? Has that ever
Not
happened
me.
in the history of
Not
feminism?
me. Not me ever. No.
In a way that she's not going to like. Like that was very much his experience, and he's generalized that, I think, to maybe larger proportions than exist because, I generally see more of the reverse, right? Like we generally see way more of women being submissive to men calling the shots because that's the structure.
No, you don't. How many times have we said here? It's like 9-1 the other direction.
Oh, at least.
Yeah.
Probably 95 to 100. I don't know. I could rack my brain and try to think of the reverse, but it doesn't fucking happen.
If we're talking about ex-Mormons and those influencers landing on reality and like how many Mormon stories they're leaving.
I almost had a big argument with my mom a couple months ago because she was reminding me of this. We had this dude in the bishopric who was a little bit overzealous, and then my mom's best friend who was basically on her way out of the church, big old queer ally and all that stuff. She was, for some reason, in charge of the Cub Scouts and in charge of doing the Pinewood Derby, and she wanted to give the participation trophy. And this counselor told her that that's of the devil and blah, 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 and gave her the whole spiel, and she freaked out. They had a big tiff over it, and this patriarchal dude in a position of power ended up bringing her flowers and apologizing. And she's like, yeah, we don't like him that much. My mom was telling me this the other day, and I was like, yeah, but he was kind of right. I don't know. Maybe he went a little overboard telling her that it's of Satan or whatever, but participation trophies suck, and they're entirely counterintuitive. Who you have to ask is the people who win participation trophies. People like me with a little bit of shame. If I did shit in a competition and won a participation trophy, I would feel embarrassed and I would want to throw it away.
Yeah.
If I won first place or second or third or whatever, and I got a everybody got the same trophy, I'd be pissed off. It's sort of, I don't know. And anyway, she's talking about how, I don't know, my mom got a little bit into how the church is all led by men and stuff, but I was like, yeah, but like not really. And I gave her examples of like 3 different bishops that we've had in the past where the joke in the ward was that his wife was the bishop. And she's like, yeah, but that's not how it always is. I was like, that's how it almost always is.
That's how it often is. No, I've told this story before, but the only thing my mission president, like, he made a lot of really stupid determinations, and the only thing he ever backed down on was because the women protested, and he and it backed off of it inside of a week.
It's such a blind spot and a joke of all the ex-Mormon influencers that they think that it was just a patriarchal religion or some sort of thing like that. There is so much in that. I went on a damn mission because I was guilt tripped into it by a girlfriend.
Oh yeah,
2 fucking years, motherfuckers. You know, if anything, that was to put more pressure onto the man, saying that the man has to be even stronger and sure of their connection to God because they are responsible for themselves and their wives. Yeah.
What would it be like if you quantified the amount of mission guilting that comes from men versus women?
Do you remember the World War I thing, the white
feather.
the white feather thing where the women would go around and guilt trip
Oh,
men
yeah,
into going
yeah.
into the war? That was 100% what the mission was when we were young. We had to go give up 2 years or girls wouldn't respect us.
Well, I don't know. Was there ever a time in your life where you wanted to go on a mission?
I did.
No, I 100% when I was in primary refused to sing. I hope they call me on a mission because I knew that meant I missed 2 Christmases.
Oh yeah, there's never a part of me that was like, that sounds awesome. I was always like, oh man, that sounds. I don't really like church that much. Like, I believe in it. I swear I believe in it, but I don't like it.
It's weird because like my dad was a Jack Mormon, but he loved his mission and he talked about his mission all the time, and because of that I wanted to go because the way my dad talked about it, which is again was weird because like he never went to church, he didn't pay his tithing, he didn't go to the temple, he didn't do any of the stuff he was supposed to do, but he loved his mission.
I think
and so I wanted to go for that.
I think it's kind of like with public school. Maybe a mission was built more for men at that point in time than it is, because I don't know. That was one of the weird things it took me a long time to believe any men who told me that they enjoyed their missions. Now, I believe some of them, but there's still a lot of them when they tell me, oh, I love my best 2 years easily. I'm like, I know you're lying. I don't.
Yeah, no, it's like,
but it didn't take me very long to believe the women who said they enjoyed it. Like my sister-in-law, other sister-in-law, they all said they enjoy their missions very much. And I actually believed them the first time they said it. It almost feels like something that is structured in modernity. It's structured more toward women almost.
I mean, I believe, like my dad, I believe it. Like, I think his mission was the best 2 years of his life. Just the way he talked about it. Like, he absolutely loved
if
it.
you were cut loose, that's the thing, is when you watch, like, I can't remember the name of that movie. Everybody in Mormonism loves it. It's the one where it's the one where the guy goes to like Samoa or whatever, and it's a mission extension. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he leaves his feet out of the blanket and the rats eat at his feet. But anyway, it's I don't know. That does seem like kind of a call to adventure, in a way that doesn't exist anymore. That seemed inspiring to me. Like if you were just set free on a population with no oversight and told, preach the gospel to these people, I think I might. Other side of heaven.
Yeah.
Thanks, Casey.
There it is. Yeah, if your mission president isn't a phone call away,
or
really
and it becomes way too rigid and structured and just I like culty. The mission is a cult, and I hated it. Like I did not deal well with that aspect of it. If you just turned me loose on a population and said, "Bring Jesus to these people," I think I would have been significantly better as a missionary.
My dad was in the south of Brazil in the mid-'60s.
Yeah.
So it was a lot more like that, where because one thing, you know, there were 2 missions in Brazil there. So like, you know, and Brazil is larger than the
Oh, dude, there were
contiguous United
27
States.
when I went.
Yeah. So like when he went there, like,
Holy
you know,
crap.
like you took the train into a place and you were, you know, 10 hours away from the mission president and he couldn't just call you anytime. Like, yeah, like you had a lot more autonomy and stuff. My dad was a branch president, I think, for a while. When he
Well,
was a
something like
missionary.
that, even
Yeah.
something like that would have been pretty foundational as a young Mormon to be a branch president of a bunch of people who are older than you when you're a 19-year-old unmarried boy. Like that would have kind of been you. Okay, I got to get my shit together. I got to figure this out for these people because they're relying on me. There isn't a system that yanks me around telling me to do this and this and this and this. We had exact obedience in our mission, which was a thing you had to fill out every morning. And a lot of missionaries had this. It was a checklist of woke up at 6:30, check. Brushed teeth, check.
Yeah.
Exercise, check. Studied for an hour, check. Companion study for an hour, check. It was just, you don't want me to be an adult. Like what you're doing you're sending me off on this once in a lifetime opportunity to become an adult in a way that nobody else gets the opportunity to, and you're actually completely counterintuiting all of the good that could come from that by making me less of an adult than I possibly would have been before.
Yeah, no, that's like when I was a missionary, that was the thing that we dealt with a lot, was that like not only were we in modern mission times, but our mission president in particular, like we talked about all the times, like he didn't trust us. Like our mission president had no faith in us. And so we felt like shit because of it, you know? Whereas like, you know, like when my dad was a missionary, it was the complete opposite. Where it's like, all right, off you go. I'll see you in 6 months.
Well, it's these weird, it's these weird sex hangups mostly I think of, because like I think I've heard from reliable sources that the Mormon Church is a lot better with sex stuff now. But that was like the one thing they fucked up so hard. They fumbled the ball so hard on sex stuff that like, because I don't know, you go to BYU Idaho and you realize that all of the rules are involving sex. And it's kind of the same on the mission. They treat you as less trustworthy than a mischievous toddler from the time that you're like 19 until the time that you are married. From the time that you're 16 until the time that you're married. Because I go to BYU Idaho, I go to the student housing. They have certain they all have cable packages, but they have certain channels blocked. They all have internet, but they have porn sites blocked. Wasn't very difficult to get around, I'm ashamed to admit. But like all of that has to do with sex. You can't be in the room with a woman or whatever.
Man,
but then as soon as I got married, the second
I
I got married, we could go. We don't have to be in student housing anymore. None of the rules apply to us anymore.
Yeah. No, one of the things like when I realized that like the whole thing about swimming pools had everything to do with women in bathing suits.
Like, really?
That's
I thought it was just liability.
Like, no, but like one of my companions pointed out, like, I think it's more about, you know, what you see around swimming pools, that they don't want us going to swimming pools, you know? I'm like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Charles says, the old men in my mission used to rub our faces and how easy we had it. Kids these days have it even easier. Mormon mission seems like 2-year TikTok videos.
No, but that sucks more. That sucks way more.
Yeah, no, like
I would rather have a harder experience that means more. I'd rather have the other side of heaven than what I had. And what I had was less shitty than what they have now. That's one way I'll say the church has regressed a lot. In the mission experience.
I wanted the adventure. Like I wanted to go to Siberia or Madagascar. Like I wanted, you know.
We hear those people talk about going to Russia on their mission. Like, I spent a lot of time in jail, and I had to do that, and I only got one convert the entire time. I was like, that sounds fucking cool.
Yeah, like even
like,
my brother,
you're cool for doing that.
My brother went to Chile, and he talked about how like it was the coldest he ever felt in his life, was sleeping in a shack with no heat, you know, in southern Chile in the winter. You know, it's like, and I went to the suburbs of Sacramento. Like, it was just, you know, it was the least adventurous thing imaginable. Like, even if I could, like, Manhattan would have been more interesting just because it would have been a different experience. But, like, you know, like I've always said, like, my mission felt like going to Sandy with slightly fewer Mormons.
And that would be rough. But, you know, I appreciate that I learned a language, although sometimes
Yeah.
at my current jobs and that sort of thing, I kind of want to tell them that I don't speak it at the next job. But I mean, it's nice. It's nice to have gone through that and all that sort of thing and learned another culture and all that sort of stuff. But at the same time, it is kind of a constant trip that I went through all of that because I was guilt tripped onto it by a girlfriend.
Steve.
Yeah,
Yeah, like why didn't you just use your priesthood authority and say, "Shut up, bitch! I don't do what you tell me."
I'm the boss around now.
Yeah, bitch. Steve said I was watching Mormon missionary TikToks and I thought for a minute church had accepted LGBT folks.
I mean, it's just so we're gonna get we're gonna get into Jonathan Streeter doing another beautiful trouble here.
Oh,
and
that's
to
good stuff.
round the whole entire thing up.
Charles said
But
he stopped telling people that he speaks Spanish.
I wish I could, man. I never expected that all of that Spanish speaking would doom me to having to log people onto their internet shit for the rest of my life in Spanish. And if I would have known that that was in the cards, I would have quit my mission right there.
Yeah, I've had a few instances where people ask me if I speak Spanish, and I tell them I speak Portuguese, and so that I can if you speak really slowly, I'll be able to understand and communicate. But I don't know. Lately, I haven't had it happen in a long time, and I'm like, I'm the next guy that asks that. I'm gonna be like, no.
But I mean, I guess the whole entire thing of all this stuff that we're saying right here is there's a huge vacancy in the side of dealing with young men, not just in, I mean, we could even get back to what's happening in TPUSA and the entire political party and all that sort of stuff, is that the forgotten people of the universe is young men and all that sorts of stuff. And that is 100% of what's causing all the problems in the Democratic Party, because they don't know how the Johnny fuck to talk to any of them at all. And the Republican Party, because they can't deal with their being rascals. They're purposefully being rascals to him, and that's part of being a young man and that sort of stuff. And I saw that rhetorically defective dude talk about the concept of the Sikhs, which is the way they get people's attention is they poke, provoke, and then provoke, and then bring up the contradiction, and then discuss it out, and that sort of deal. The Sikhs have that concept entirely. It was brought up on Benjamin Boyce, that the only way you can break through is to provoke people, and that's what Nick Fuentes is doing, and that's what all these different people are kind of doing. And who knows if they even like ultimately have the full ideology or not. But it's like you can't get people to fucking look at you, because I mean, I think I have one of the things here of all of the things about people apologizing about being white, like over the years, or telling white people that they need to apologize for what they. Here it is. Like, look at those things that are just straight up like apologize for being male and white and that sort of stuff. And how, if ex-Mormons want to be effective, you effective influencers, the only way you guys can be effective is by trying to convince ex-Mormon males to become what iDubbbz. You got to be iDubbbz where your wife tells you that you aren't attractive to other males and other females in any way, shape, or form, but Hassan Piker is.
Lesbian media is too white. That would make me laugh my ass off.
I don't know if you can look closer at that, but there's such a dearth of people being able to understand how to deal with young white males. And guess who most of the ex-Mormons are in this universe? You dipshits. Anyway, getting back to this.
So wait, this was funny. I wanted to. Charles mentioned. Meanwhile, my wife's Spanish is awful, and she keeps volunteering to translate. It reminds me. I think I probably told this story on here before, but my mother-in-law served her mission in Chile, and I remember we took some engagement photos, and then she wanted to take some more, and she's like, "Okay, we got to get you ready to take engagement photos," and I just said, no quiero," and she responded, "Yo no quiero que tú quieres," and I was like, "You don't want that I want?"
You don't want that I want, yeah.
And she was like, No, I'm saying I don't care what you want. And I was like,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't,
a
I
different
don't,
word.
I don't think that's what it is. And she's like, well, you don't speak Spanish. I was like, well, yeah, but Portuguese is real close. And I'm pretty sure you just said, I don't want that you want. And she
Yeah.
was like, it must be different in Portuguese because in Spanish it means I don't care what you want. I'm like, all right, lady, I know you're wrong, but I don't know you that well, and you're my mother-in-law, so.
Anyway, all the way back to this. Steve says, one of my sons has gone woke. Surely I have failed somehow. No, Steve. You are too awesome to have said you have
Steve
ever failed at
doesn't
anything.
fail.
Steve is too cool. But part of the deal is, Steve, is I 100%.
I told her that Sinatra gave the no me importa que tú quieres. I actually gave her that. And because in Portuguese it's roughly the same thing, but I just Spanishified it.
No me importa lo que tú quieres. In Spanish
Yeah,
would be with an AS, quieras, with the subjunctive.
and so I told her that, and she's like, nope. Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
It's weird because growing up in such a patriarchal religion, I expect her to just bend over backwards.
Sinatra got it before I even said it. Sorry, Sinatra. Sorry to correct you before you were already correcting yourself. Go ahead.
I don't care what you want to is how I speak.
It's amazing how often that works.
Funny thing is, English has used workarounds for subjunctive. The truth is like nobody uses subjunctive exactly right in English, and there is a correct way to use it, which is really trippy. Anyway, well, let's get all the way back to this because Jonathan Streeter is our last warrior, the guy who has been there for us all along.
I don't know how he survived there. Like I guess he's got just so much goodwill built up.
He does.
Jonathan, okay. Even though we're gonna review people who comment on this who are cunts. But beyond that, like Jonathan Streeter is so awesome, and even the people who are cunty to him know that he's awesome.
It's with Jonathan. I think when he hit it big in the X-Men world is when you guys were in your not paying attention to it. Period. And so it was his channel, and it might sound dumb saying it now just because of our relationship, but like it was seriously my favorite channel, and I. On the record of saying that several times, like even his Mormon bashing stuff was great. His talking about eye-rings.
It's still hilarious. Like even like afterwards, like when I hold my nose at that stuff, I'll look back at his stuff and be like, ha.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, Evil Apostate was always great, but like also it's just the I don't know. One of the videos I always pointed to was he has this whole long video on how eye-ring uses his crying as sort of a manipulation tactic, and whether or not that's conscious is sort of beside the point because he just does it so well. Like just like he's choking up in the middle of something. It's the perfect thing to sort of mold your brain. So it's great. So I think maybe you guys had checked out of the X-Men world when Jonathan hit it really big because he was very respected by all, and so that I think
he should
coasting.
Be.
Well, for sure, but like he's
there is pearls before swine. Like people do not understand, you know.
Yeah, no, for sure, but like he has said stuff, and he's very careful about how he says it. Like he's not inflammatory. He isn't like he's not hiding the ball ever, which. Colby, come on, man. Like your comment
of me.
Well, we're gonna get to that. I've got it.
Yeah, Colby's comment on this was dumb because he said exactly what he meant.
Colby, I feel like Colby is like on the verge, though. He's like on the verge.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you.
He's gotta stay true.
I don't think Colby's dishonest.
I don't dislike Colby. I don't dislike RFM. I don't dislike Bill. I think they're all honest.
I think they want to be good dudes. Really,
I don't.
I don't think that they're bad dudes.
I actually love Colts in the end of all stuff.
I like. Yeah, Chris is getting drunk.
Yeah, I'm drunk.
No, I fucking love you, Colt.
Colt is awesome though.
I like Colt a lot. That's kind of funny way to start an online relationship is clowning on somebody when he jumps into your comment section. And then I'm like, he's a good guy. I like Coach a lot.
I do like Colts, though, in the end of all things. He's a nice dude in the end of all stuff. And he's ultimately funny. Sorry, Colts, I'm drunk, so I've got the truth serum going on right here.
Uh-oh.
But
Tell us what you
anyway.
really think about Divas now.
Divas is a motherfucker.
What?
Divas
No.
is a dipshit.
No,
Like,
I
Divas
fucking
is-
love Divas, man. No, I give him shit about stealing people's content. I give him shit about copyright striking people unfairly. I give him shit about attacking culture in his place of business to get him offline. But like, really, he's a good fucking guy. That Divas.
Listen, in the end of all things, I
fucking
actually
love him.
I do. I think I understand the drive of Divas. Like, I think he's got like a drive in him to just do this thing and be this thing and become the guy and that sort of
His
thing. And
drive is
and
like
I
Naruto.
understand it.
Like,
But I understand it. Like honestly, like Divas is ultimately interpersonally with me cool. And besides putting copyright strikes on her channel 2 different times,
yeah,
that was the point that he's embarrassing himself.
Other than that time he tried to take down my channel, he was fucking awesome. Yeah, no, I was throwing you a bone as a joke, and then you took it. Don't be nice to Divas. He's a cock.
I'm gonna be nice to Divas because I'm drunk. Divas, we would love to have you on and chit chat with you about all the shit you're doing, and maybe we'll let bygones be bygones. And Steve Pinecker, all that stuff that you did, I mean, it's pretty embarrassing. I don't know how to explain it, but at the end of all things, I guess you were the victim. Okay, sorry. Let's go on here.
All right.
Being drunk, not just out of drunkenness. Jonathan Streeter is the gem of gems. If Jonathan Streeter and Troy Levitt were all of ex-Mormonism, we would have the Star Trek future coming that we were all
hell yeah.
right? If those were two who were the guys who were the ultimate influencers of ex-Mormonism, it would be coming. It would be real.
Yeah, well, it's weird because I think Jonathan at this point is really soft toward organized religion, and Troy is only sort of soft toward organized religion.
Troy will rip people apart.
He'll go full, Richard Dawkins.
I'm not going to throw Forrest on the bus here. Like, I appreciate Forrest. I honestly do. I think Forrest is a good kid too.
He likes Ben Shapiro too much. I guess he got his $7,000 or whatever. But I'm just kidding, Forrest. That was a joke.
Forrest is a smart dude, dude. He's a smart dude. I like you. Anyway,
I don't think you're an Israel shill, Forrest. I like Israel too, for the most part. I mean, as much as you can like a government.
Every single comment Forrest has ever made to me that challenges me was worth it. Does that make sense? Like, it's worth it to have him challenge me, and I appreciate it. A lot of other challenges weren't worth it. Forrest's challenges are worth it.
Well, should we read this Jonathan Streeter post?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Is red pill men's right movement an ideology that one can be radicalized in? Could a healthy relationship with a man who has adopted that ideology be maintained when that ideology turns normal compromises that must exist in any relationships into oppression by casting a narrative that all women are trying to manipulate, control, exploit men? Is it okay to say, I don't believe in the red pill men's right movement's conception of the world? Why or why not? Is the feminist movement an ideology that one can be radicalized in? Could a healthy relationship with a woman who has adopted that ideology be maintained when that ideology turns normal compromises must exist in any relationship into oppression by casting a narrative that all men are trying to manipulate, control, exploit women? Is it okay to say, I don't believe in the feminist movement's conception of the world? Why or why not? So they see what he's doing there. What he's doing there is he's saying, you guys don't like red pillars, and I get it. Do you think maybe there's some similar problems with feminists? And what they do generally is give him the flip sister answer of feminism is the radical ideology that males and females are equal.
Feminism is literally the radical belief that women are human.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's even dumber. Sorry.
You gave her more credit than she deserved.
I did. Is there any other way to understand the dynamics between men and women other than these two paradigms? Before you say this isn't relevant to ex-Mormonism, remember that feminist Mormon housewives was/is a significant part of the Mormon ex-Mormon world. And if that is relevant, then discussion about it and other constructs of dealing with the same issues should also be relevant and allowed, because it's not the only way of seeing things.
Okay.
That's a nice little tidbit to add there at the end, like, because he's so accustomed to everybody else's irrelevant bullshit being just pushed through, and his stuff that he tries to relate being like, no, that's actually not irrelevant. That's actually not relevant to Mormonism.
Why are you changing the subject like that?
Yeah, we're talking about Mormonism.
I don't know, just like,
you were talking about feminism back there, but you were saying good things about it, and now you suddenly seem to not want to talk about feminism anymore.
like the thing is, like, can feminism be radicalized? Like, obviously, I'm not allowed in the group, but like, I would have just posted the Wikipedia article "Radical Feminism." Like, we've had 70 years of a self-described movement called radical feminism, and all these people are going like, "Well, there's no such thing as radical feminism. Feminism isn't radical. Can't be." Like,
well, you also could have
they
just
say it is.
posted. It's relevant because of the feminist ex-Mormon housewives, and you could have, or feminist Mormon housewives, and you could have absolutely posted a screenshot of the exchange that you had where a bunch of feminist Mormon housewives were saying, "I'm glad they stole your baby from you."
Yeah.
Well,
No, like
go
that,
ahead.
and like what was, one of
just-
the many things that was so interesting about that is that 2 or 3 people in that group privately messaged me, and in private said, "I'm so sorry that happened to you. I'm so
They
sorry."
did?
Yeah, like 2 or 3 people privately messaged me and said, "I'm
That's
sorry that
good of
happened."
them.
Yeah, no, but the point is,
they're pussies.
they couldn't. They knew
They couldn't do it
say that
publicly.
in public. Yeah, they knew that wouldn't. If they did that in public, what happened to me would happen to them. They were aware that they'd get the same treatment.
That's pussy shit. I don't know. That's such
It's
an
pussy shit, but
evil.
it's still better than nothing.
Yeah, I know.
No,
You're
but,
you're a
like,
lot
the
better
thing
at
is,
this
like,
whole gaslight off
there
ramp
was
thing than I am.
There was 3 out of hundreds, though. That's the thing is, like,
Yeah, it was
literally hundreds of women calling
I
me
guess-
a user, celebrating. Like, one of them said, like, I don't consider my day complete until I make a
Hold on.
user like you cry.
Explain this a little bit more, because we might be talking to people who might be listening to this who are trying
So
to understand
back-
what Jonathan Streeter's talking about.
So back in the first Trump time, when Donald Trump was doing exactly what Barack Obama did, and putting people in cages. Remember the cages?
Yeah.
The cages and the separating
yeah.
families.
Yep, I remember
And
this.
Lindsay Park posted a thing
Lindsay
about
Park, who's our personal friend.
who
I know her
consider
personally.
friend. Like, I mean, I won't claim we were close or anything like that, but I
I
consider her a
was.
friend. Yeah, no, you were. You were.
You were not
You
nearly as
absolutely were.
close to her as she wanted
like,
you to be.
I tried, but I tried, I helped her out with some Sunstone crap, and I was going to help her out with feminist Mormon housewife stuff. But anyway, she posted this thing about how can anybody consider themselves moral while supporting the government separating families? And I said, exactly how you do, because feminists are fine with separating families, right? Because they are. They objectively are. Like, the family law system is what it is as a direct result of
This is
decades of
not
federal
far off
government.
from exactly what Flip posted.
Yeah, no, like that was the end of me being gentle. Like, that was the tail end of the 10 years I spent trying to have serious conversations on the internet with feminists and in person. Like, that was the end. That was the straw that finished it. Like, for 10 years, I tried to have serious, constructive dialogue with feminists.
No,
This was
no,
the end of it.
wait. Let me just say this as a witness. He did.
Yeah, no, you were there. You watched it all. And so I said, like, how can you consider yourself moral while supporting the government
10
separating
years.
families?
10
You're
years.
a feminist. You
10 years.
the same way you do it. And then 3 days of literally hundreds of Lindsay fans directly harassing me, calling me an abuser, saying all kinds of horrible, evil things. And then in the end, Lindsay publicly lied about me and smeared me and then blocked me, you know, like, and that was it. That was when I was like, oh, okay, feminism is not something that deserves to be taken seriously or treated with any kind of respect, you know. But like in that, like during that whole thing, I think 2 or 3 women privately messaged me and said, I'm sorry that happened to you. And a couple of them said, I'm sorry that these women are saying these things to you. But like, you know, I said I appreciate that, but I wouldn't say that in public.
It was an onslaught.
It
I've
was
never
an
seen
anything
onslaught
like that before.
There was 1,000,001 posts. This was a time when
And the whole time I
different.
tried to just bat them off of like, nope, that's not true. Nope, that's not
Facebook
true.
was
Nope,
different. There was 1,000,000 people commenting on this.
Yeah, no, it was completely nuts. And you know, and I was 100% right because reiterate, the family law system is what it is as a direct consequence of decades of feminist lobbying. This is a fact. The National Organization of Women, amongst others, are extremely powerful lobbying organizations. And every single time somebody tries to make a rule to normalize the family law system, the feminist lobby comes out and says, oh no, this will support abusers. And they have enormous power. And even Republicans will back off because they don't want to lose that vote. And so, yeah, that was that. You know, and because there's so many layers of this bullshit. Because number one is like, no, Trump was not separating families. Like every time a man goes to jail for committing a crime and he's a parent, you're separating a family. But of course, they don't care about that. Like this was 100% just Democrat bullshit, you know. And of course, you know, and remember, this was the famous cages.
Man, wouldn't it be terrible if Ted Bundy had a daughter, so we couldn't even arrest Ted Bundy because like he had we can't separate a father from his daughter.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but also like the cages weren't cages, and and they were built by Obama, and the policy was an Obama era policy. You know, but I didn't even get to any of that. Like none of this was even the point. My point was just like, no, feminists are 100% on board with with the government using the power of the government to separate people from their children. You know, and yeah, so
this was flipped before he reconnected with his kid. Like we spent
that was 10 years ago. That was 10 years ago at least.
Well, can you imagine a person like the person that you hate the most? All of the people, the top 10 people you hate the most, how many of them could you say to them, I'm so glad they ripped your baby from your arms?
Yeah. Like one of them said,
I can't think of a person I would say that to. Like there's some people in existence who I would be like, unfortunately, we need to take this child away from you. But it wouldn't be a happy occasion. It wouldn't be gleeful. That's just evil. I wouldn't gloat to my worst enemy.
Like one of them literally said, I don't consider my day complete until I make an abuser like you cry. You know, like
there was
a million of those.
That was one of 1,000.
Yeah, no, but like it
really was a different time of Facebook. It was a million of those.
It was an absolute onslaught that went on for 3 days.
Oh, dude, I remember.
And then that's like, and then I
3 days literally. It
where
really
I tried
went on that long.
I poured my heart out, and that's the other thing is like the whole time, publicly and in private, like I was posting on
sea lioning.
No, exactly, no, but I was tagging, like I was copy pasting what people were saying to me. And tagging Lindsay and saying, Lindsay, are you really okay with this? And then I was DMing her. I was DMing her with screenshots and saying, Lindsay, are you really okay with this? Will you please say something? And in the end, her answer was
what was happening legitimately could make me cry. It legitimately could.
Well, it actually did. Like,
it did make me cry. Like
the first, the first time I heard this story, that shit'll bring you to tears. It's rough.
Yeah, no, but like, and that's things like, and I thought I considered Lindsay a friend, and like, you know, and that's the other thing, because I kept saying like, Lindsay, I thought you were opposed to this kind of thing. I thought you were against this. Like you say publicly that you are opposed to people treating each other like this. Why won't you say something? You don't have to say that you agree with me. You don't have to be on my side. Just say to your fans, stop harassing him. Stop saying these horrible things. Stop smearing him. Stop accusing him. Like, stop gleefully trying to make him cry. And her answer was finally to publicly lie about me, where she said, Flip personally holds me accountable. Flip blames all women for his trouble and personally holds me accountable for what his ex-wife did. 2 lies. She lied. She fucking lied. She knew she was lying. Now in her defense, her career was to be a radical feminist.
Yeah,
and
she's a worthless coward.
And and so in order for her to be honest in that situation, she would have had to admit, oh, it is possible for men to be victims of women. Right.
I believe I messaged her in the middle of that, saying, Lindsay, what are you doing? Like, what is this?
Yeah. No, I think you did.
Evil, Chris. That's what we're doing right now. We're doing evil right now. I thought you knew that.
No, but that's the thing is I have the same thing with my sisters though, because you're feminists talk about women are systemically discriminated against. You don't have any fucking idea what it's like to be systemically discriminated against. I do. The family law system is systemically set up to disadvantage men. It's literally written into the rules. It's not this bullshit thing that feminists claim where it's no, it's what do they call it? Structural, whatever. It's societal. It's the stuff whatever all the things.
It's benevolent patriarchy.
Yeah, whatever
they use a lot for that.
No, it's literally it's not just unwritten. It's also written. It's literally written into the rules that men are systemically disadvantaged in family law, And again, that is entirely, maybe not entirely, men play a role in this too, but feminist lobbyists wrote the rules that family law courts operate under. They created the system. They literally created the system. And the point of it is to disadvantage men, and they know it. But yeah, there you go. I don't know. It's fucking madness. But yeah, fortunately, I can talk to my kid now, so this stuff hurts a lot less.
You went and hung out for a couple weeks with your kid.
Yeah, but
because you aren't some evil abuser, scary person.
I lost 20 years.
Yeah,
my kid. I lost 20 years of my kid.
When I was around Flip,
my life.
I was around Flip for 10 years, and he would have these moments. These moments where he'd hiccup. And I know it was he would just have a hiccup that he wasn't feeling good because he was thinking about his kid.
Oh, all the time. No, I would see somebody carrying a toddler and I would have to go into the bathroom and cry for half an hour. People would say father-son picnic and I would have to go run away.
He'd have a hiccup, but he couldn't talk.
Yeah, no, I remember at one point a therapist said, well, that's PTSD. But I realized no, that was wrong. It wasn't PTSD. It was OTSD. It was ongoing traumatic stress disorder, whatever. It wasn't something, that's something I remember my sister saying well, I'm sorry what happened to you. And I'm no, what's happening?
Yeah.
Every second that goes by is another second that I am being actively abused. But trying to explain that to feminists, they have this cognitive dissonance where they love their feminism more than they love reality and more than my sisters cared about me as a human being. That's a funny thing, because Maven talks about you don't even care about my humanity. No, you have no idea what it's like to be dehumanized. My own family, because of their feminist ideology, dehumanized me. They have no conception of what I went through. Their whole thing is well, it was your fault for knocking her up. Fair enough. But that doesn't justify everything that came after it. I owned my mistake, not to mention she lied to me about everything, you don't get to blame women for making bad choices with abusive men, but men who make bad choices with abusive women, well, you should have made better choices. That's how feminists view it, because it's a supremacist hate movement. That's what that is, because that thing is I own it. I made my mistakes. I got suckered in by an abusive woman. I ignored the red flags. Okay, fine, fair enough.
But ignoring the red flags doesn't mean. I remember being a kid and elementary school and trying to stick up for my friend, and everybody telling me that I was stupid for trying to stick up for my friend, and thinking, man, it's everybody in the room is telling me that I'm wrong, but I know I'm right. But having that on a societal level, holy fuck.
Yeah, no, but because that's the thing is like again, like feminists talk about like, oh, the all of society is stacked against me. Like, no, you have no idea what it's like to actually be systemically discriminated against because of your
The
gender.
red carpet is rolled out for you.
Yeah, like like I mean, like we talked about earlier, like in Kansas, they changed the rules to make 50-50 the baseline. And because that's the other thing is like it's well known that 80% of divorces are initiated by women. In Kansas, that number changed drastically just because women no longer start out with the upper hand.
Women
merely
most
by filing
affected.
for divorce. Yeah. Well, yeah, but women most affected, I mean, but that's the thing like I've talked about a lot is like with marriage now, like because I remember having this thought about like with my ex-wife, like what was the point of doing that thing where we had our marriage vows in the courthouse? Like we made these vows, promises, eternal vows before witnesses. Like in the past, there was some societal pressure to keep those vows. But now, like, there's nothing. There's zero consequence for breaking those vows if you're a woman.
We actually had this conversation with my youngest sister-in-law when we were visiting, and she was talking about prenups. And basically, my stance on prenups is I get it, but it's also it feels like not a marriage, If you get like I totally understand you wanted to get one, especially if you've been fucked over before. But then she starts getting into like, well, like, what if like your spouse gets like a traumatic brain injury and he or she is a vegetable for the rest of life? And I was like, well, I do kind of recall saying for better or for worse. So it feels like if Morgan became a vegetable, the for worse has happened, and I should probably wipe her ass, fill up her feeding tubes, and I really hope I would do that. I know it would be difficult, but
like,
I don't know, the marriage fest now seem more like it's for better or for kind of a little bit iffy.
I've had the thought like many times where like if I won the lottery, like there's just something like in the news where somebody won a lottery worth like $1.8 billion, whatever. Like, but if I won the lottery and was instantly wealthy, I don't think I could date. I would be so terrified of dating because, like, first off, I wouldn't believe that any woman was after anything but money. And then, like, you're so exposed to, like, once you're in that situation, like, if you have anything of value, like, I don't know how I could trust a woman in that situation. It would be so hard.
Well, I mean, you could trust
the other thing is, well, yeah, no, exactly.
Well,
but I mean, just like,
Morgan does seem like a gem.
Yeah. No, but that's the thing. It's because like,
oh no,
like,
she's terrible, really.
Yeah, she's awful. Like, because that's things like maybe like I know that all women aren't awful, but the thing is like that's things like everybody, when they say like, well, like why'd you like your ex-wife sounds awful. Why'd you put up with that? It's like, well, she was nice at the start.
Well,
like,
it's kind of the thing is you have to
started out really nice. Like,
well,
it
here's the
didn't
thing.
become obvious until later.
You mentioned Morgan is a gem, and she totally is. The thing is, like, that's sort of where the for better or for worse thing comes into play. Is that like you don't start out as a gem, you start out as pleasant.
Yeah.
So Morgan started out as pleasant, and I started out as pleasant. The gems are only made through the refiner's fire, and like you have to be with somebody who's willing to go through that fire, right? Because it's gotten to for worse with us. Not nearly what you two dealt with, but like we've definitely had our downs. We've had times when we went to marriage counseling and it was total waste of time. Well, it would have been a waste of time, but we bonded over how fucking retarded the marriage counselor was. So we've had moments. Yeah, it did. It worked on accident. And that's what I was told her. Because the guy immediately, she's worried that her marriage is going to collapse, and so she starts crying. Like 10 minutes into the thing, and the guy just starts telling her about all the chemicals he's gonna put her on because she's probably got a personality disorder. And he used that word, chemicals. Like, I'm not even kidding you. He said chemicals.
Yeah, no, they're really into it.
Yeah, it's wild. He also told us we were both theists. Like, he's like, so you guys met at BYU? He's like, yeah, but we don't believe in the Mormon church anymore. But you guys believe in God? And I was like, I don't know. And Morgan was like, no, I don't. And he was like, oh, so you guys both believe in God, and so that's your foundation. So it was pretty wild. But
even by therapy standards, that sounds like a shitty therapy.
Yeah, no, it seriously, even by therapy standards. But it is kind of one of those things where, I don't know. It's you get to the for worse, and then you find out that like, oh, she had it in her this whole time. Like she had it, and she finds that out about you, and you're like, all right, this thing can work. This thing can be great, and we're still gonna fight and shit like that. But
like, I mean, I already had. I mean, you know, the problems with my ex started early, but like as soon as I found out she was pregnant, my whole attitude was like, all right, like I'm gonna swallow my pride and I'm gonna do what it takes. And
changes?
Like now it's time for us to be a family, you know. And she had a completely different attitude, obviously, you know. Like
how old was she?
That's the thing. Is like she was 19. Like when my kid was born, I was 21. And she was,
get into that. You know?
Like, yeah, I was 21. She was 19. Well, I mean, that's like she didn't even try. Like, I mean, I can just say that she didn't even try. Like, I was ready. Like, all right, it's time for me to sacrifice and carve off parts of my soul. Like, the kid is more important. The family is more important. You know, like, you know, yeah, I was prepared to just grind it out, you know, but she had a completely different idea, you know. I mean, but
anyway, yeah, women are terrible and we hate them.
Yeah, that's right.
Women are terrible and what?
There's not a good one out there. There's three good women, and they're all in our message group.
All right, let's keep going with this beautiful trouble thing.
Wait,
the comments.
3 women.
Beautiful trouble.
Like what men's movement? That's the other thing. Like in this thing, like because first off, the men's movement is not at all analogous to feminism. Not at all. Like actual men's rights activism. Like no, they have legitimate gripes, and they have like a specific set of.
There's so many different ones. There's like such a.
I mean, I guess I don't. So that's because like people lump in like incel and MGTOW into men's rights. Like, and the men's rights are like no, and that's the other thing. Is like, and MGTOW says no. Like, we're not a men's rights movement. Like, I think there's a lot more separation. But like, you know, because when I think about men's rights movements, I think about like the guys who are like, can we have a battered men's shelter? Can we have one?
But here's one major difference. Since all the way back in Mormon expression days, there was this concept of you need a feminist. And they just put them right front and center.
Yeah.
And all these years later, if there's some sort of men's rights person, not even that we're that, you know?
Yeah.
Should we even let them comment on our Facebook page?
Can they even have an opinion?
Yeah, no.
Like, but I mean, because that's like for me, that's the I can't think of the word right now because of all the wine. But like, there was that guy in Canada who spent 20 years and finally succeeded in opening a men's rights or not a men's rights, a battered man's shelter. He got one. It took him 20 years, and radical feminists harassed him to suicide. And then they celebrated that he killed himself. He hung himself in a garage after he finally gave up. Like, this guy had been abused by women, and he just said, like, you know, and he never said women shouldn't have battered shelters. He never said that. He never said that there aren't abusive men out there. He never said that women didn't deserve to have resources. He just said that men get hurt by women, and we should have resources for men too. And feminists harassed him to his
beyond
suicide.
Even resources, just acknowledgement.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, just even that would be nice. Just a little, yeah, even that much, like, you know. And that's things like I've experienced is like, I mean, people who even knew us back then, like I know so many of my friends that I've heard about have talked behind my back and said that I abused my ex on the basis of nothing. Like, but it's just the assumption. Well, he must have done something, you know. Like that's literally how that goes. Like, well, he must have done something, you know. But you can't say that about abused women. Well, she must have done something, right? Like that's not allowed.
He must have done something is the assumption before you even say anything.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Beyond that is just all the way back with we see the problem, and we covered how Maven brought extremist ideology to Mormon discussions podcast,
Oh yeah,
or whatever, right?
literal hate, like actual unambiguous hate, and she was platformed with it.
Whatever we are is not the extremist ideology of red.
Not
pill.
even close. Yeah,
Not even close.
Yeah, no, like we think,
and
incels
we are
retarded.
banned.
Incels are retarded. Like that's things like incels are retarded because incels are just the inverse of feminism. Like incels believe that that all of civilization has been structured by the opposite gender to affect them, right? Like that's retarded, incels. But that's exactly what feminists believe. That's exactly what they believe.
100% what we believe, us individually, us three, is 100% just in the level of equality. Really, the thing that people claim that feminism is and isn't. You know,
the giant Motte Bailey of feminism.
we 100% believe that people, by their merits, by their whatever, their perceptions or choices, we 100% back that. Yeah, are we any different than that?
Yeah.
You know?
No, like
but
when I from my flight from Paris to Manchester was flown by 2 chicks. That's fine.
Oh my god! If they really do
fine. Like
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Good enough. Great job.
But we are in a world of we must.
I mean, they did
kneel
park the
down
plane kind of badly.
Anyway, let's get to these comments.
They bumped
on
into like 3
Jonathan's
things on the way into the gate, but it was fine.
What do you think Jonathan was trying to pry out? So he posts those things in as a beautiful trouble in Mormon stories. What's he trying to pry out?
Just a little bit of self-reflection.
Just that's it. That's
is there anything is there anything in feminism that might be a little too far?
I got into this argument with some lady on a thread who they talked about somebody brought up black fatigue, right, as a term.
In what posting?
I can't remember. I don't think I sent it to the group. Somebody brought up black fatigue. This lady was like, "Oh, well, that's racist," and I was like, "Okay, yeah, you're right. Is white fatigue racist?" And she's like, "Well, no, because we have actual problems with white people, you know." And I was like, "Okay, no. What I'm asking you is it racist to say that I am tired of insert racial group here?" And she was like, "Yeah. So white is a racial group. So is that racist?" "No, because we have legitimate grievances with white people." And I was like, "Well, I'm glad we're just admitting the double standard now." She's like, "There's not a double standard." It was wild. It was one of the few times one of these people has actually shocked me, because it wasn't that she was trying to explain that there wasn't a double standard. It's that she took the double standard full throat while also trying to explain why it wasn't a double standard.
Yeah, no, like it is genuinely Orwellian. It is 2 + 2 = 5. It is that level of reasoning.
I would say
And then she
almost
called me
any-
racist. She's like, "Yeah, oh, so you're fatigued with white people, with black people?" I was like, "That is not what I said.
Oh yeah,
I am around 0 black people. I cannot be fatigued with them because I'm not around them. I think, and there's a lot of black people I know and love. So I would not say I am fatigued with black people as a whole ever. I think that's kind of a shitty thing to say.
Yeah.
I think it's also shitty to say that about white people. Say, but we have legitimate grievances with white people." Fuck off, lady.
Yeah, like no, you don't. You're just racist. That's all that is. I mean, because by the way, like Facebook. So for a long, long time, the anti-Semitism that I saw on Facebook was all coming from the left. But there's been like basically since Charlie Kirk. I think it's the Candace thing, but I am seeing so much more overall anti-Semitism coming from all over on Facebook, and it's weird because and it's all the same stuff. It's like, oh, come on, can't you tell that Jews run everything? It's like, Jesus, what is going on? It's terrifying.
With Candace?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I guess we could get back to that because it's a little bit strange, but I want to get through what Jonathan was posting.
Yeah,
we've been rolling a long time.
You want me to read these comments
on a Saturday?
Yeah, go on. But because I mean, the thing is, Alex Jones just came out with an entire thing, kind of questioning all of Candace's claims. There's a lot of stuff that's weird or strange in there and all that sorts of stuff. But just in the last few days, Tucker came out saying something that he can't recall any sort of Islamist attack except for 9/11.
What?
There's never been an Islamist attack except for 9/11.
Tucker said this?
Tucker said that.
Is he just the ultimate
I've got the
troll?
clip.
No way.
He's getting
is he just trying
all
to
these
say
people
things
saying
to
that he was getting
everyone?
paid by Qatar and all that sorts of stuff. You kind of go, sure. And then he starts saying this stuff like, we should make Qatar our ally and not Israel. And beyond that, there's never been an Islamic attack except for 9/11. And you go, God damn it.
Okay,
Tucker.
man.
Okay. I think you really have been paid by one of those countries or something.
Yeah, that is insane.
And that's frustrating. And Candace has gone on this whole thing about founding Erica Kirk, about saying that she was there in Fort Huachica or something the day before to plan with 40 other people the murder of Charlie Kirk, which doesn't make any sense. And Alex Jones has come out with an entire expose saying, what the fuck? And if Alex Jones is saying what the fuck, you're kind of
Yeah, that was a crazy clip. You sent me that.
And the whole entire thing is like, what the jumping fuck? And you want to know who's been on point with all of it? Is Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has been, Candace is full of shit, Tucker's full of shit, and you're kind of like, God damn it, Fuentes.
I know. You tell 2018 Jared that okay, in 2025, Nick Fuentes is gonna make a lot more sense than Candace or Tucker.
Yeah, exactly.
No, shut the fuck up. You're just fucking with me.
It's crazy. But anyway, that's all that. Let's get back to this sort of thing on the whole TPUSA thing was so. It was like watching WWF promos of people fighting against other people. Ben Shapiro comes out and says, "How dare you platform all these people?" And Tucker comes out and says, "Fuck you!" And then Ben Bannon comes out and says, "Fuck you!" And the whole thing is like, "Oh my god! Like, what is going on?" Anyway, that's all haywire. Let's get back to this.
All right, so this guy says, I see a fuckload more evidence that women have been historically oppressed than men, and the guys that bitch and moan about it gross me out 100% more, 100 times more than women who want nothing to do with men. Okay, that's a double standard. And Jesus Christ, the irony of citing FMH as an example of blue pill feminism, that's feminist Mormon housewives. Those women wanted equality in the most basic sense, wearing pants, getting a whatever. No, that's not what feminist Mormon housewives wanted.
No, that's not what they wanted, but also they could always wear pants.
And just wear it. People give you dirty looks. It's like Michelle Obama saying that you force us to straighten our hair. No, just don't straighten your hair. If you get dirty looks, fuck those people. And
because if you imagine, men just want the equality to wear dresses in church. Oh, they could. It was totally fine for men to wear dresses in church, but women couldn't wear pants. Equality.
Yeah, which one do you think would be looked at weirder in the last?
Yeah, exactly.
In the last 50 years, in the last 100 years, even.
Whose career in the church would be most affected? Men who wear dresses or women who wear pants?
But that's probably because of patriarchy.
That's right.
Everybody.
I keep forgetting.
All right, here we go. Women's rights don't impinge on men. Okay, we just talked about that for an hour. Men have rights. Women don't, and those women's. And those women aren't guaranteed.
It's like it's as old
Right.
as time. It's since I was a kid, but just saying what? Name one right men have that women don't. And
Yeah,
like,
no, I've asked that about a lot of people. Like they say trans rights and stuff, and I'm like, what rights do they not have? Because
yeah,
I amongst
they
all
always name
males,
things that are not rights. That's the thing. Like the only thing they immediately jump to things that are not rights.
yeah, like the right to enter a
Now,
female
meanwhile,
locker
like
room.
you
Yeah, I
can
don't have
also
that
like
right.
there are rights that women have that men don't have. Like women have a right to opt out of parenthood if they don't want to have a baby. That's a right women have. Like women have the right to vote. Men don't have that right. They only get to vote in exchange for signing up for selective service. You know, women have a right to get federal loans for college. Men
Well-
don't have that right. They have to exchange that for signing up for selective service.
Well, I think what you'll find is that when I read the rest of this comment, you'll have your mind changed.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. You got.
I just haven't been educated. I
Yeah,
know
you
it's
haven't
not
been
your job to
educated.
educate me, but I'm ready for
it. Women's rights change from state to state, country to country. Men's don't.
Yes,
Women
they
have.
do.
Women don't have don't have bodily autonomy. Men do. You can't kill your baby.
No, men don't have bodily autonomy.
What are you talking about? Like
so
women
retarded.
have 1,000% more bodily autonomy than men do in even the most strictest of anti-abortion states. Like I don't know. Maybe I need to look at the states,
weird,
but like
weird
specifically in
fantasy
America, it's. I mean, we bring up the financial abortion thing. It's one of those things you bring up more than I do, and I don't bring it up because I'm like, oh, there's no way they're retarded enough to not have thought of this. But I guess you've just been around enough to know that, oh, they're absolutely retarded enough or evil enough to pretend they haven't noticed this.
Yeah.
And
So, like,
I'm like, yeah, no,
Utah a couple years ago, Utah passed a law that said that if a man fathers a child, he is financially responsible for that child no matter what. Like if the mother petitions for it, that's it. Right? And not a single feminist spoke up and said, "Well, no, that's not equality. That's not equality. We demand gender equality." No, they celebrated like, "Oh, more
No
responsibility for
way.
men. That's only fair."
all right. So toxic.
Meanwhile, in Utah, sorry to interrupt, but
No, you're fine.
meanwhile in Utah, it was a story from a few years ago where a man had sex with a woman. They were dating. They weren't married. She got pregnant. She didn't want the baby. He did. She didn't want him to have the baby. And against his wishes, she went to another state and adopted the baby out, and he had no say in it.
Holy fuck, that's extra levels
The
of
law
evil.
allows that because
Oh.
because equality, right? Because equality. That's what feminists care about.
Quality is important.
Like
Oh,
the
dude,
feminists were marching on the street saying, "No, he should have a right to his baby." No, they didn't. No, they celebrated and said, "Hey, good for her. She's controlling her life."
You hear these horror stories, and especially after having kids, I'm just like, I would kill the person who did this to me. I would legitimately come after and kill that person. Like,
but like, it's just amazing. Like,
and like you wouldn't actually want to do that in real life, because if a woman is taking your baby from you and you do that, then like you're just all that's going to happen is the baby's not going to have either parent. But I'm like, how would you not have that homicidal rage in you?
Let's think about it. Like all of the top ex-Mormon influencers, have any of them ever experienced being completely ostracized from their child?
If anything, they've done some ostracizing, is my guess.
But they themselves have not experienced that.
No.
I don't know. Are you thinking of someone specific?
Fuckers.
Fuckers.
You know, you guys do not know what it is. Anyway, keep going.
This is funny because he goes, toxic masculinity hurts everyone. Does women fighting for equity? It's like, oh, I noticed you suddenly changed words right there.
Yeah.
Is that a typo? Did you mean to say equality? No, you didn't, because you know what you're saying. Feminism isn't hating men. It's wanting equity. Toxic masculinity is hating women. Oh.
What a reality reversal! Like a total reality reversal. Like, I mean, I always forget to save it because I always want to have it ready when I need it. But that screenshot you took of Maven on Reddit saying her activism is motivated by hate. She uses that word. She says exactly that. My activism is motivated by hate, specifically of her father. You know? And if you point that out, like, oh, here's a feminist activist who's motivated by hate. It's not a hate movement. It's just about equality. Like, no, it's not. It's a hate movement. Get your fucking head out of your ass.
Yeah,
And it's optional.
Sinatra asked, "Wow, she admitted it." Like, no, she actually did. There's a Reddit comment I found from her, and maybe I can dig it up again, where she just flat out said, "Yes, my activism is motivated by hate."
Unambiguously, she uses those exact words.
Oh, here we
we'll
go.
be on the next thing because I wanted to get. I mean, there's what Colby said down there.
Oh,
but
you can save some of this for next Thursday.
I mean, we can keep going with it and just finish it. But I don't know. We need to read through everything. Want to get the gist of what they are.
Yeah.
All right. The view that marriage implies.
None of us are allowed on Mormon stories, so we can't talk.
Yeah, we would have been commenting there if it was a world of actual free speech.
Yeah.
Imagine that the view that marriage implies ownership is just gross. And I'd love to look at the marriages that we've all seen in our lives, and question ourselves. Oh, it feels like somebody owns the other person, and somebody does the majority of decision making, and somebody does the majority of browbeating and henpecking. And
feminists are more than happy to talk about the responsibilities of men. They will talk all day about what the responsibility of fathers and husbands are. But if you even put the words responsibility and women together in a sentence, they will accuse you of toxic masculinity and controlling women's bodies and all that other bullshit.
Sinatra made a good Darwinian sort of Andrew Wilson point there. He said, "What? What if men thought the way you do, Maven? What might happen? I just wonder. We're bigger and stronger. What might happen?
Yeah,
Such a Scooby-Doo mystery."
So weird. Yeah, like we have all the power. We have physical power, and we have social power, and we have government power, and we have structural power, and we have literally all the power. And as you say, society teaches us to hate women. What does the world really look like?
You are living in a gynocracy.
I think
you have always been living in it.
I think
Wake
Maven.
up.
I think Maven and her ilk are all just Handmaid's Tale accelerationists. Like, all they want to do is oh, fuck yeah, I want you to pin me down, and your wife will hold my hands while you just breed me. But I gotta get us there first.
Oh gosh, it gets me off. But
I gotta get us there first. So I gotta be an insane blue-haired asshole that tells you that you're worse than a rapist for saying you shouldn't kill an infant in the womb.
Somebody look at my Kindle account.
And if you think you're being an asshole, anybody who listens this far, who is part of the blue pill universe or whatever,
they tuned out a long time ago.
They tuned out a long time ago. But yeah, just look it up. That's what women's sexual fantasies are based around.
It sure is.
Which, by the way, we've talked several times. Wait, I summed them up. That's fine.
Good.
Okay. A typical reply to the red pill movement is that men have had and continue to have many advantages. No, they don't. And so they can't be considered oppressed. I agree with this stance by and large, and find the red pill movement often rooted in misogyny.
No, it's not.
You don't say. It's often rooted. Okay. I also think there's some specific and unique struggles that men often experience in our society. For example, I think sometimes women put pressure on men in their lives to be tough and invulnerable. Well, okay.
Wait, women do that?
Women are I don't know how they could do that if men have all the power, but
like, so
there's so much. There's so much on the table.
Feminist women, like feminist women, would never do that, right?
If Mormon stories really wanted to cover all the Mormon stories, there's so much left on the table.
There's also a lot of pressure on men to make money. These pressures show up
in
relationships.
Wait. Do feminists say that?
No.
Do feminists put any pressure on men to make money?
No.
Feminists ever done that?
Oh no. I don't know if you knew this, but feminists are all about equality. So no, they do not put the pressure on men. It's actually the patriarchy that is pushing the stupid women to put this pressure on men. It's only this stupid trad brainwashed women.
See, like I used to think that there was pressure for me to make
Brainwashed
money, but
women
then I realized it
have
was
the
just
power.
internalized misandry.
Well, you should have married somebody with blue hair, and you wouldn't have had that pressure.
And then we would have been communists,
this world's
and I
so
wouldn't worry about having a job.
And then this is the reply. I agree with you on both points. As a group, men aren't oppressed in this society. Men still hold disproportionate power and privilege compared to women and non-binaries. Shut the fuck up. I'm done. I'm not reading the rest of that fucking cut. Shut the fuck up.
Non-binary people.
There's more
Like,
there.
it's one of those riches where things like everything in that sentence is wrong. Like everything in that sentence is wrong.
God damn it.
Okay,
Ex-Mormon
you want me to keep going?
influencers, you're so full of shit.
Okay, I'll
go, keep
finish
going.
it. I'll finish it. At the same time, the struggles you name in the second half are real. The
What?
important context is that those problems don't come from men lacking privilege. They come from the same patriarchal system. I can't tell. How did I call it? How the fuck did I call it? How did I say that? Oh, yeah, it's actually patriarchy, and patriarchy applies to everyone. It's almost like I've heard this 1,000 fucking times before. Okay, let's see what comes next from this stupid
like it's the communism that's seeping through in this. Like the next paragraph.
Okay, the manosphere isn't driven by the 1% themselves.
Oh, it's all about money. It's capitalism. I see.
God damn it. But by grifters who act as their middlemen, selling grievance, entitlement, and religion.
This is ironclad.
It's a conspiracy.
Yeah,
We're all doing this
iron-
together. We join hands and we concoct the whole idea beforehand.
Like,
selling grievance, entitlement, and rigid expectations. What were you about to say, Flip? You were about to
feminists sell grievance and entitlement.
Oh,
That's what feminism is all about. That's Lindsay's career.
Many of these men, often working or middle class, aren't losing rights. They're losing the exclusive access or social guarantees they thought existed.
What?
And that loss feels like oppression.
This is the ironclad law of woke projection. There couldn't think of a more perfect example.
It's about as perfect as it comes when that fucking part, selling grievance, entitlement, and rigid expectations. Holy fuck. Have you never talked to a feminist?
What are the
I have to assume you aren't a feminist yourself, because a true feminist wouldn't talk this way, because a true feminist is all about equality.
How would 90% of homeless people be men if men get social guarantees? Like, how does that work?
That's
How does that work?
The patriarchy, it hurts
No,
everyone.
but the patriarchy guarantees men respect and money and support and love and all these things. Like, how do they even end up homeless?
But yeah,
How's
but
that
it also
possible?
look, okay. I don't know what you're talking about,
What kind
right?
of beer
Like,
are you drinking, Chris?
I don't know what you're saying, but what I do know is that the
Are you
patriarchy
drinking
is true.
beer?
I drank 2 beers.
What kind of
and-
beer? Is it? Dude, he is drunk.
I'm
Oh
drunk.
my god! Oh, Froelich Pills. That's one of the only decent pilsners made in Utah.
I drank 2 of those and 2 shots of the hard stuff.
Wow!
But I
Jesus.
haven't eaten pretty much all day, so I'm.
No, like
Well,
I'm
and you
proud of
haven't
like,
drank any alcohol in like
That's
Keep
all-
going though. I'm digging this.
that is
Although
like
we're way over time.
you didn't even ask me for beer advice, and yet you got good beer.
I just looked for whatever was Pilsner in the fridges.
Oh, no, but because the thing is, almost all pilsners made in America are shit, and most of the pilsners made in Utah are shit. And there's like 2 good ones, and you got 1 good one.
Well, it was the only Pilsner in the actual fridge at the place.
and
So
you have
Wow.
0 tolerance right now.
I've got 0 tolerance, but usually I kind of claim that my problem is high tolerance.
The
which
only
is
other
true
good
because I
Pilsner
eat
is
first. But
the
I'm
only other
eating
good
this
pilsner
shit.
made in Utah is in grocery stores. That's why I didn't find it.
See, I have very low tolerance, but like I drink every week.
I think I'm the least.
I haven't
drunk of all
drank.
of these.
Yeah, you probably are, because I haven't drank the last month. I had a month off for between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
I haven't
This is
drank
my
in a
first time
year.
drinking.
That's People don't know that they're this special episode of.
I
Chris
don't
Brown.
drink. I hardly drink. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, Chris texted us and he's like, maybe I'll drink alcohol.
Anyway,
all right.
We got to keep going while I'm out of it.
Go for
it.
it.
We're way over time. I have.
You got to click. You got to click the next.
Yeah,
slide.
we got to go to the next one. There we go.
Oh, we got to Colby's comment.
Don't think this is Scott Brown. Did feminist Mormon housewives make calling
Oh,
compromise?
did I put Scott Brown on there? I didn't mean to put that.
Oh, yes.
The Colby one. I would appreciate your
Scott
thoughts
Scott
so
Brown
much.
is a person who constantly comments dipshit as shit.
And he's full of shit, but also like, yes, feminist Mormon housewives.
But that's not him.
Like all
Except
feminists.
it might be.
All feminists.
Nice cover up there, by the way.
Did I
Like,
give it away?
It's a fundamental dogma of feminism that normal compromises in any relationship are oppression.
Is that much?
That's not a small amount.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, that stuff is 86 proof.
This is the Colby one. He says, Jonathan, I would appreciate your thoughts so much more if you just come out and say what you're trying to say, rather than acting like you're engaging in some kind of deep Socratic pedagogy.
Colby, utter bullshit.
Dude,
I want.
That was the dumbest thing you've ever said.
Colby, I want to like you.
That we need to have a new. We need a new card for the atomic wedgie of the week. That comment deserves the atomic wedgie of the week.
Colby, you know what he's doing. You know, yeah. What's wrong with the Socratic method?
Yeah, I like
you
that.
You have a problem with the Socratic method.
Yeah. Is there something wrong with getting people to reflect on their extremism, on their radicalism? Is that something we shouldn't do?
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
And of course he has to do it. Because if he came out and said, hey, motherfuckers, Lindsay Hansen is the same as Andrew Tate.
Well,
that doesn't go very far.
It's if he was
I'm friends with Lindsay Hansen Park. And Lindsay Hansen Park, if you ever listen to this, yes.
Wow, that's vague. I'm not gonna delve into that.
Yes, you are the same as Andrew Tate on the flip side.
Okay. Cool. So this I don't know.
There's an excellent book called Men Who Hate Women by Laura Bates about the Red Pill movement, manosphere, etc. Very different from feminism. Shining a light on unhealthy systems and behaviors is a huge benefit to society and personal relationships. Like magical Orwellian thinking. Like truly magical.
So the Colby thing.
Put up Steven's comment.
Outspoken feminism in the Arab world, one of Mad Magazine's extremely thin books. Oh fuck. Anyway, the Colby thing, coming out and saying what you mean to say. He said what he meant to say.
Yeah.
This wasn't masked in anything.
Yeah.
If anything,
Wait,
he had to. If anything,
is the Socratic method masking thing?
Yeah. No, like the other thing,
like asking questions to pry out conversations.
Yeah.
Is that
but also, like this whole thing is like, Colby, the answer to the question, can feminism go too far, is yes. All anybody had to be is like, yeah, feminism can go too far. You don't even have to elaborate.
Yes, and it went too far, and was given a platform in ex-Mormon influencer universe.
So I want to reimagine this post that Jonathan did and get rid of the part where he shits on the Red Pill men's movement, right?
Who?
Jonathan's post. Jonathan. So he compares the Red Pill men's movement to the feminist movement. Get rid of the part where he shits on the Red Pill men's movement and talks about how it can go too extreme.
Well, there's shit.
Well, no, I'm saying you get rid of that part. How fast does this post get taken down?
Oh yeah, no, instantly.
Yeah, so that's of course he's got to do the Red Pill part, and he would
like,
probably do it anyway because he's Jonathan. He's very balanced and stuff like that.
Back all the way up, like Colby. Come on. Like, you know what he's saying.
Yeah,
Come
but like,
on.
because all of us are highly critical of feminism, to put it mildly, and none of us would say that there are no problems within the men's rights movement. None of us would say that there's no that.
Is
it
there
can't
a
go too
problem with
far.
Maven? Is there a problem with how she acted towards Bill and RFM?
Yeah, did she?
Is that a
anything wrong with
thing,
that?
Colby?
Was she maybe going a little overboard when she called me a worse than a
Is she-
rapist and
Yeah, was that
quadrupled down on it?
Jared worse than a
several times?
rapist, but beyond that, she was batshit fucking wild with RFM and Bill Real.
Yeah, she was
That's-
insane
yeah.
with them. But it's I don't know. This whole fucking thing is like we will tell you the problems with the red pill movement, and once those start becoming a societal issue, like we will shit on them more than we shit on the feminist issues, because like we can understand they both have grievances, and they both like valid grievances, and they both have too extreme of
Is that
shit.
not Jonathan's point? Like, you guys gave an open door to that from the feminists.
Well, as
maybe,
soon as-
maybe even us, you
Not
guys,
even an open
you guys
door.
pushed
Like you
us
say,
to
the
the
red carpet.
outskirts or whatever. But the feminists, you put them front and center. And this is the extremist feminism.
No, the thing is, I mean, it's the ironclad law of woke projection, where like they got, what's the word, centered.
Centered.
They were centered.
Platformed.
They were platformed. They were lifted up. They were given more time
onto other people's podcasts that were not theirs.
Like, you had entire panels of feminists to talk about how men are shit, or men's rights are bullshit, or whatever. Like, can you imagine John DeLynn hosting like a debate between a feminist and a critic of feminism? Do you think that would ever happen in 10 billion years of
fuck
Mormon
no.
stories?
I mean, it's closer to happening now than it ever has been. He's
Just
going
imagine.
through his lukewarm redemption arc.
Just imagine the absolute reverse. Look, John DeLynn, RFM, and Bill Real. I am here as a male activist, and I demand you push me in front and center of your fucking show.
Yeah,
to
and also
spout my shit.
And I get to admin the comments, and I will ban anybody who says anything remotely critical of me, no matter how accurate it is.
Starbase had a great comment. Maven and Dives in a boat following the Exmo cruise ship is an AI clip I would like to see. Remember that one time someone said, maybe don't open your marriage, and his community freaked out?
Yeah. No, we've said it a million times. Like, they are more religious than church people. Like, I really, really mean it. Like, I think there's more room
this
for
other
critical.
thing about avoiding offending the no groups, which is part of what plays into this. I have a ton of clips. We probably won't get into them because it's too long of a thing, but all the Somali shit that's coming out. And it's all, you can't say no to a feminist, but we can shit the fuck out of some sort of person who says, hey, maybe males have rights somewhere or something like that.
So Morgan came home the other day after she took the kids around to the neighborhood to the ward members that we know and delivered Christmas cookies with them. And she came home and she was like, we need to be Mormon. And I was like, well, I'm not paying tithing. And she was like, we're not going to be that Mormon. I'm not giving up coffee. And I was like, I understand the whole community thing. But I'm trying to flip the script a little bit and think of what it would be like if she came home and was like, we need to go full lefty feminist. Which one of those would I prefer? Huh.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would I rather be a full lefty feminist household where my kids are definitely going to have puberty eliminated? Or would I rather be a Mormon where they'll feel pretty shitty about jerking off and I'll tell them, you don't have to feel that shitty about it. And that's it.
We should establish a new ex-Mormon rule that you have to give 10% of your baked goods to your Mormon neighbors. Like, if you make 100 cookies, you have to give 10 to neighbors.
All right, let's look at
All
that
right.
word for word. Colby, I blocked everybody else out, but I didn't block you out, Colby, because you're more than a rando.
To us, you're more.
To us, you're more than a rando.
Yeah.
Colby, I love you. Like, I dig your hardline. Oh, I don't know what you call it. Kind of
Stem brain.
empirical stem brain takedown of Mormonism. I'm digging. Jonathan Streeter, I would appreciate your thoughts so much more if you'd just come out and say what you're able to say rather than acting like you're engaged in some kind of deep Socratic pedagogy. Colby, can he fucking do that?
Yeah, you're actually a mod in that group, Colby. Are you gonna
Oh,
ban
hey,
him for
that's
that?
right.
I
We're all
forgot.
banned, Colby. We're not there.
Also, Colby,
Why aren't we there, Colby?
bring us back, man.
Yeah. Like, can I get platformed and talk about how Lindsay Park and her fans spent 3 days celebrating that my ex-wife took my baby away for 20 years?
Colby, you
we
are
won't say faggot,
hardcore.
ever.
You are hardcore empiricist. That's who you are. Hardcore empiricist.
WWE mode.
Baby, yeah.
Do you have another? I think I'm getting tired.
You
guys are all wound up.
I'm drunk as shit.
I can tell.
You are drunk.
Take it easy.
It's awesome.
You have some near beer to.
No, I'm rolling. Man.
All right.
Oh man.
Nah, it's only once a decade.
This is my Colby truth serum. Colby. Colby.
See, it's way too late
You're
now.
fine. You're fine
wasted.
as a lawyer.
I wanted to hear your tasting notes on the Highland Park.
Oh, it tastes great. I don't like the taste of it. I do not like the taste of anything, and I like the taste.
Are
of
you
it.
picking up because it's not very peaty? It's
No, I get
a
what
little.
you're saying.
It's got a little bit of smoke to it.
Petey.
Yeah.
What does
Yeah,
that mean?
Pete smoke.
Sorry. I'm also very drunk. Sorry.
Holy shit, that's like half of it now.
Yeah, no,
I shouldn't drink that.
Yeah, you have my permission to
poured
take it
it,
easy.
but I should not drink it. Anyway, backing up.
I had
You
one
can bell
bottle
whenever you want to bell. Jared, do you
Premier
want to
Cru
keep rolling?
Burgundy.
We are rolling long. It is almost 4 hours. What's that?
I'll keep going.
I just say I don't know what Jared. I guess Jared, what you drink?
You know what I drank.
You drank plastic bottle vodka.
Yeah, I drank plastic bottle vodka with Sprite Zero.
I spent $70 on Premier Cru Macquarie Burgundy wine.
Yeah, and we both enjoyed it the same amount.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, Flip, you're better than me.
It's like I spent a lot of time in the liquor store today. I thought, should I get the Chateau Mouzar from the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon? Should I get another Chateauneuf du Pape?
I don't know. It sounds faggy, man.
Oh, it is. But I was in a Pinot Noir mood, so I went for the Burgundy.
You all should enjoy this because I will not be drinking ever again.
Oh, this is
because I'm returning to the Mormonism.
Yeah, he's come back to Mormonism like me and Morgan.
President Jeffrey R. Holland passed away.
Oh yeah,
as
to Jeffrey R. Holland.
I'm all out of
Jeffrey R.
Burgundy. I can't
Holland.
drink that. You guys
Jeffrey R. Holland. Let's,
Oh, I got to drink one for Flip because he doesn't have one.
I don't have one.
Flip. God damn it. Flip
I
is the
didn't-
greatest drinker that ever drank. He doesn't really though. He just tastes it.
Flip is like one of the Flip is one of the only people.
He's like, I
if Flip told me I only read Penthouse, I only get Penthouse for the articles, I would have actually believed him.
Well, anyway, Jeffrey R. Holland, what do y'all think? Give me your thoughts on that before we bell.
He was an old man. I don't remember.
More about that.
I don't remember. Like that thing's like I don't remember him enough to remember him as having any particular character because I've been out of the church for so
Wait,
long.
when did you leave?
I mean, 2003.
Yeah, okay, you wouldn't remember him much.
Right about the year that I left too.
He was everybody's
First
he was
Black Apostle 2026.
yeah.
Holland pissed me off one time. That one time that he held up the old scriptures of
Oh,
Hiram
this
Smith.
was Hiram Smith's Book of Mormon.
And it made me mad. It's one of the only times I ever got mad as an ex-Mormon, saying like, you have to run around this. And I said, that's not the book. Like, that's not the book. There's no way they would give you an old book like that to hold up and an old.
It's funny. It's funny that you say that, because that is the talk that made him every millennial Mormon's favorite.
It's every one of their favorites. And in that moment, I was extremely upset, partially because I was a graduate student in literature and I'd been into the old book depository in the University of Utah. And I knew there was no way a book that old would you be able to just hold up and wave around in a thing like that, right?
Here's the book.
Yeah. And it irritated me.
I like him. I got to, I don't know. I'm kind of a hipster at heart, so like I don't get into things that other people do. But yeah, like he came to my mission, so I got to shake his hand, and he talked about how he had one foot in the grave and he was basically dying, but that was like 15 years before he died. So my favorite was always Richard G. Scott.
If I remove that one talk, though, I don't dislike Holland. I like the dude. Like, ultimately, he's kind of like a bulldog for his own shit.
Well, I mean, it's the same with all of these guys. Like, I will shit on them and say, like, I'll say that Russell M. Nelson is the lamest prophet that's ever been.
Russell M. Nelson,
my entire lifetime.
I try to give like some sort of understanding to everybody, and I can't to Russell M. Nelson. Like, Russell M. Nelson, I just did not like the dude.
Well, I didn't like him much, but like he's also a good dude. It's like Ned Flanders, you know. He's a good dude. I mean, he revolutionized heart surgery.
Yeah, I guess
like he saved thousands of lives, probably. With
I don't like what he did within Mormonism. Like,
oh no, I don't either. I'm totally on board with you in what he did with Mormonism. I think his fucking thing against the word Mormon was just like a personal beef he had with President Hinckley. And so, like, no, I don't like him at all. I think that was stupid and nitpicky and dumb. I think that a lot of what he did with missions was dumb. I think that building more temples was dumb. I think a lot of what he did was dumb. But all of those guys, I would probably say, pretty good people. Probably did more good in the world than I ever will.
Average person on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. The average person on Earth.
Oh, Steve
those
mentioned
people are much better than the average person on Earth.
Steve mentioned that he did do 2-hour church, and thanks for that.
I
think I mentioned it. I got mad when that happened because I was like, "No, fuck you, noobs! I put in my time. Like I had left the church.
Yeah,
by the time he did that.
Why'd you wait so long?
Hey, fuck you! I could have had 2-hour church. No, make these bastards do their time.
But back in the day, like average lifetimes, like Holland had a pretty good lifetime, right? For average humans in this universe.
I think he's a pretty good dude. I think they're all
sure.
pretty good dudes, honestly. If I had to say
I
it.
don't think any of them are actual monsters.
No, absolutely not. I think Russell Nelson was just a little bit. I don't know how to say it. Like
Globo homo. That's what you're about to say. I know it.
Global homo, self-interested. Well, it's partially global homo, which is a larger thing, but self-interested in a weird way. Like had his own pet peeves, you know, and push them onto everybody.
Yes, I'll tell Jeffrey R. Holland the same thing I tell all these guys that die. I'm like, hey, I hope you're right about this whole God thing.
If you had you guys have pet peeves, right? If you became prophet, what pet peeves would you push on the world?
We're taking the word veracity and we're using it. Like truthfulness is a fucking lazy word with 2 suffixes. Shut the fuck up with truthfulness.
Truthfulness is a bad word.
If being church leader was like being public.
I don't know of any pet peeves that you have. What pet peeve do you have?
About church or just in life in general?
Anything.
Oh, that's the one. I've got a new dictator rule if I was dictator, and that is that the panic button on your car's key fob, those would be banned. They do nothing at all except that when I'm at work and I'm funneling with my keys and other stuff, I accidentally set off the fucking panic alarm.
Oh, dude, if we're doing dictator pet peeves, mine would be that like scratch tickets wouldn't be illegal, but you would have to be sterilized in order to get them.
That's pretty dictatory. I don't think any of my stuff goes that far.
No, mine are real far. Mine
Like,
are
some of
hard.
them I've had for a long time is like you cannot have rock concerts in sporting arenas. Unless it's
I
an
agree with
outdoor,
that one.
yeah, like, because like I remember I saw Oingo Boingo,
dude,
at the Delta Center, and like the part where it was Oingo Boingo was amazing, but the part where it was at the Delta Center was like this shouldn't be allowed. The acoustics were so terrible.
Yeah, I 100% back that up. I don't know even the good band, but the what's the band that oh god damn it, I don't even know their names. They're from Sandy.
Gay butt sex.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the one. Yeah.
No, the guys who did the song, like the album, The Burbs, and
the Arcade Fire.
Arcade Fire.
Oh.
And I heard them in an arena, and it was so rough.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
like
so terrible.
Dude,
and I thought this would sound good if I wasn't hearing it here.
Yeah, like if they covered all the concrete with egg foam packing stuff, that eggshell, whatever it is, you know what I'm talking about, like to acoustically treat the place, okay, maybe. But yeah, like no, rock concerts should not be allowed to be held in an indoor sporting arena.
Dude, I know everybody told me that I would like Arcade Fire, but they were sort of I guess for lack of a better term, coded as like a hipster band. So I was
They
like,
are extremely hipster.
I don't want to listen to stuff that hipsters like.
The first half of Suburbs is
it's kind
saw
of
them live, and I 100% understood that if I heard that in the proper setting, it would sound good.
Well,
here's the thing. Like, Wilco always sounds amazing.
I love Wilco
and I think
so
that
much.
part of it is that they will not play a venue that isn't acoustically good.
Yeah.
Well, here's one of the funny things that I've thought about. One of my friends was asking me years and years ago, like, if you were part of the dating game again, what would be in your red flags? And immediately I said, any woman that has my taste in music, I would immediately break up with. Like, there's just no.
If she had your taste in music,
yeah, if she had my taste in music, I'd break up
I
with
guess
her.
that's kind of true.
Yeah, think of the
fucking weird.
Think of the women that have your taste in music. Would you date them?
Okay.
I had a wicked crush on a girl who was into pavement. I didn't find out that she was into pavement until after I had a wicked crush.
Okay. Think of the girls that are into.
Jared, you have fucking weird. Like, what chick am I going to come across who's like, I like Earl Scruggs and the Beatles and Wilco. Like, that's not.
Yeah, that's not a woman.
No, you're gonna find a
That's not a
wacky
human
fucking
woman on
woman.
earth.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what woman would I find that was into Modest Mouse that didn't also have major daddy issues?
I saw Modest Mouse live before they were famous.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Very small venue.
What I'm saying is, I would never date a woman that was into Modest Mouse.
Like
Modest Mouse is good.
Yeah, but I saw them at the basketball arena at UVU, and so it was like
I saw them at Brick's Dancing Club in like
that would have been cool.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Go ahead. What were you saying about Modest Mouse?
No, that was it. That was it. Like, I would, if ever I was in the dating pool again, and I'm sitting across from a woman, we're drinking coffee, getting to know each other, and I was like, "What music do you like?" And she said, "I really like Modest Mouse." I'd be like, "Oh, I'm done." She's like, "What? Do you not like Modest Mouse?" No, I fucking love Modest Mouse.
You're an Idaho guy. Do people talk about Built to Spill? Because they're from Boise.
Yeah.
And I haven't gotten
not a lot.
I love Built to Spill. That's a great.
I guess I got to get into them because I never really have.
Okay,
Okay, I'm a Wilco honky. And Flip introduced me to Wilco, like 100%. You know,
yeah.
And I was on mushrooms when he did it. But,
yeah, that's a good time to do it.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be awesome. Wilco on shrooms, yeah.
Was it Sky Blue Sky, right?
They were like they were my number. I looked at my YouTube thing and it was the number one artist was Wilco, and I was like, I think I probably listened to Modest Mouse more than Wilco, but you know.
Oh, did any of you nerds
split.
listen to the Beatles Anthology 4?
Fuck yeah, I did. I listen to all the anthologies
because they just released the new one.
Okay, I'm a Beatles honky.
Yeah, no, I'm a Beatles honky for sure. That was the other fun thing about on my trip is I went to Scotland and I put on a bunch of Bell and Sebastian, and then when I went to Birmingham, I put on Ned's Atomic.
But you also showed me Bell and Sebastian.
Oh, I guess so. But that was fun because like there's all these bands from all over England, and I was like, oh well, I'm in your neighborhood. I'll listen to you now. We also listened to when we were in the Midlands. We put on Black Sabbath because they came from Birmingham too. But I was never a big Sabbath guy. But it was fun to listen to them in their setting.
Just like alcohol with music, Flip is pretty good on telling you like what taste you should have. But Charles says I wouldn't change a thing my wife, but if her favorite band was something other than the Goo Goo Dolls.
I never imagined that the Goo Goo Dolls were anybody's favorite band.
Isn't it really?
That would never occur to me. That would never occur to me in a million years.
Have you never met women?
I only know like 2 Goo Goo Dolls songs.
I know.
Yeah, it's funny because so me and Morgan, we had our 10-year anniversary thing a few years back, and like her brother had this drone and he flew the plane, the drone around getting footage of us, and he set it to the song My Sweetest Friend by the Goo Goo Dolls. That's one of the songs.
I don't even know that song.
Oh, I know several Goo Goo Dolls songs, and I like them. You know, the Goo Goo Dolls to me are like, yeah, they're decent. But it was hilarious.
Stuff with alternate tunings, but
he does some absurd, stupid ass tunings that
Goo Goo Dolls.
Oh yeah, I can't even.
Everything he does is alternate.
What was it in Iris? I think he tuned all of like the first 5 strings to D, or some absurd shit like that.
Everything that's been popular that I've looked up is an alternate.
Anyway, that "Come to Me" song, he sings the chorus is "Come to me, my sweetest friend," and Morgan was listening to it one day and I come up to her and I was like, man, he really likes his Swedish friend. And she's like, I think he says sweetest, doesn't he? He's like, no, he says Swedish.
My Swedish friend.
And she was like, holy shit, I was totally wrong about this. I kept her going for a little while. So now we always call that song Swedish Friend, but it's just
I only know the one that was on like the City of Angels podcast.
It was probably Iris.
Famous,
Iris is their most popular one.
It's tuned B D D D D D.
Told you.
Yeah, that was. I didn't think I was right about that. I thought I was getting that out of
even is that?
I don't know. I don't know how you tune it to that and then figure out how to play the fucking thing.
Weird.
Wade says my wife unironically said that she enjoyed Nickelback at dinner with a friend the other night. Neighbor looked at her like she was nuts.
Oh yeah, that I'd have a hard time with
Wait a
that.
minute, my girlfriend has been saying she likes Machine Gun Kelly.
Oh,
and I've been like, oh geez.
Well, okay, just ask her about how she feels about Imagine Dragons, and that'll be
I know she doesn't care about that, but only because her daughter likes Machine Gun Kelly.
Machine Gun Kelly, actually, his punk album felt like just the perfect rip-off of it. It felt like the perfect rip-off of a Tony Hawk soundtrack, so it wasn't super offensive to me.
Jared, you're being nice.
No, I'm serious. Like,
it's shit. It's all shit.
It's not good. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying like, he was just trying to rip off the sound from a Burnout soundtrack or a Tony Hawk soundtrack.
You gotta allow the women in your life to dig shit.
Oh no, I do. When I met Morgan, she was into Christian rock.
Ooh.
That's like the worst genre ever. And
yeah, the only good Christian bands are the ones that were like only nominally Christian. Yeah, like the music.
Wait, who's that?
The Danielson family. Risto's into them.
Risto's into them. Yeah.
You know, and then also like I don't know. There's some other ones I can't think of, but like you find out later, it's like, oh yeah, they were a Christian band. And like,
no, there's good players in that shit.
Yeah. Anyway, all right, it's late. You guys are You guys are into party mode, but I'm into tired mode.
You got to get into party mode.
I'm all out of booze and I don't want to drink anymore. I'm actually not out of booze. I've got a whole bunch of liquor, but there's no way I'm doing that.
Isn't there like a Turkish barber you can go get some more booze at nearby?
I wish. Man, that's just another thing about England is like never getting ID'd. Like that's because in Utah, you still get ID'd. You have to. It's completely.
Well, you know
fucking
what my
retarded.
instructions were, and I'm a 16-year-old worker at theater. My instructions from my manager were: anytime somebody tries to get into an R-rated movie, if they look like they're under 40, ID them. And I was like, how about I ID them if they look like they're under 17? And even then, if you're not around, I'm not gonna, because I don't fucking care if a 15-year-old kid gets to go see Pineapple Express.
I think it's funny that like the South Park guys, and I bet you it's legitimate, but they talked about how the Wild Wild West movie with what's his bucket, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, what's his name?
Will Smith.
There you go. Like they moved up the release of that to compete with South Park simply because they knew that kids bought tickets to Wild Wild West and then snuck into South Park.
Really?
Yeah, no, they talked about this that like realistically Wild Wild West got a whole bunch of box office that should have been South Park's just because South Park was NC-17.
Oh, brother.
And so the kids, to get around it, bought tickets to Wild Wild West and then snuck into South Park. Because they moved up Wild Wild West to release on the same day as South Park movie.
Keep going for a second while I use the restroom before you bail.
All right. Because I got to
taking a shit. Anyway, let's talk about our favorite Machine Gun Kelly tracks.
I don't know any. The fourth anthology is good. It's like the others where it's just, it's some deep cuts. It's some of it is just like, for example, just the orchestral track to While My Guitar Gently Weeps. No, or to something. One or the other, or both. Like the unprocessed version of Strawberry Fields, like a lot of stuff like that. But then there's a lot of just cute stuff that's like the studio talk. Like there's one where it's just George Harrison ordering lunch, and he wants a Vegemite sandwich with cheese and lettuce and tea. Oh,
a spot of tea.
Did
you happen upon a spot of tea whilst you was in England?
But part of me is like, I've actually I haven't done it yet, but I'm like, what? I want to go get the ingredients and make a George Harrison. Get just Vegemite cheese and lettuce and see what that's like. I've never had a Vegemite cheese and lettuce sandwich before. But because supposedly they've got tapes for days. They could keep making anthologies for a while, and I hope they do, because I'm a big enough nerd that it's worth going through all that stuff. But yeah,
that sounds nice. See, I get I always feel bad. I hope she doesn't listen to this, but It feels like every 4 or 5 months, Morgan will be like, I found a song and I think you'll really like it. And she'll send it to, and I gotta be like, oh yeah. Yeah, that wasn't horrible. You didn't like it. Fuck you. You were supposed to like it.
What kind of stuff?
It's always YouTube stuff. It's a whole genre that I just call YouTube music.
Oh yeah.
Usually sang in cursive. Sometimes she'll bring out a banger, and it's pretty great, and I'll always try to praise her when she does that. But every now and then she'll send me a song, and I'm like, I don't know if you know me.
She liked them. She liked the old 97s, right?
She did, yeah. She likes a lot of that kind of. Wait, if I remember, they're like real country, right?
They're alt country.
Yeah,
they're not pop country, but they're very.
Well, she likes all the alt country that I've shown her. She likes Jason Isbell.
Oh,
Drive By Truckers, Virgil Simpson. Yeah, so.
You ever listen to Orville Peck, the gay country guy?
I mean, it sounds familiar, but I don't know.
He's really good. That's really good stuff.
I know Sturgill Simpson did a great cover of "The Promise" by When in Rome. I don't know if you heard that.
I remember his. I haven't heard that one, but his cover of that Nirvana number, In Bloom. He covers In Bloom.
That sounds
and
familiar.
That's excellent.
Well, and I've showed her. She likes John Moreland when I show her him.
I don't know from John Moreland.
He is morbidly obese. So if you've heard him,
Oh.
you would remember him by that.
Well, you ever see Johnny Highland?
I don't think so.
He's a studio guy. He's more of a studio guy, but he's like the world's best chicken picker, and he's just funny. Yeah, like
Chris might have
he is
shown
such a stereotype because he's literally a big fat Bubba who's legally blind, and then also like I just love it. Like in all of his interviews,
Chris.
people are like, in all of his interviews, when people are like, well, so do you like playing guitar for a living? He's like, I just feel so blessed. I'm so happy that Jesus lets me do this. God has blessed me, and I love Jesus, and I'm just so grateful that I get to play guitar. I'm like, oh, that's refreshing.
Well, who are you talking about?
Johnny Highland.
Oh, Johnny Highland is awesome.
Yeah,
He's
that guy is
so good at guitar.
Yeah, no, he's a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Anyway, I would suggest John Moreland for anybody.
I got to look up some John Morelands.
Who's that?
We're talking about good,
really fat country guy.
Alt country. But we already know the best alt country was Wilco pre 2012.
Well, it was always Chicago country, which is not quite country.
I guess that's true. No, but like I'm with
you.
Oh
well, John Moreland is Chicago country.
None of
his
the
songs are
newer,
about Ohio.
Like the last Wilco album that I think the whole album is good was Wilco the album. Like after that, everything's been kind of not great.
Who are you saying, Jared? Johnny Moreland?
John Moreland.
John Moreland.
Okay, so there's I've mentioned him several times, but his name is, oh God, why am I forgetting it now? Because it was my ex-girlfriend's, the girl who did John me on my mission. Her
Bless
name
X
was
Comfort. Is that not the one?
Workman, Jake Workman.
Oh,
he is the shredder lead guitarist of the Kentucky Thunder, like the guys from he's actually my second cousin, strangely. Kentucky Thunder is.
Where the fuck is Steve? Steve says 2 p.m. here. Did he mean to say a.m.?
Oh, I think he must have meant.
He has to have, right? He's probably only an hour ahead of us, or 2 maybe. I don't.
Ricky Skaggs is who I'm talking about.
Oh,
but Jake Workman of the Kentucky Thunder. Holy shit! If you don't want to see like acoustic shredding, you will break your brain on that stuff. And he's a Mormon,
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it. Although God damn it, my mouse is not working.
You're not gonna be able to figure it out. You're way too drunk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Steve meant 2 a.m. I figured. It's like, what side of the world are you on?
Still 2 hours later, like so. That's he's in the Midwest somewhere.
Yeah, I can't remember. We all got a return address on that Mormon book he sent us, so.
Let me show you this guy. Hold on. YouTube.
It's got to be the last thing I got. I'm slipping. Even though it's weekend, I've got tiredness galore.
Mormon myths. Why Mormons have to lie about Mormonism. That is Colby,
Indiana,
and RFM. Ooh, Jake Workman.
You know what's really killer is the soundtrack to Donkey Kong Country. That's what I'm listening to right now.
The theme song to the original Silent Hill. That's a great song.
Okay. Watch this guy. He's the guy on the left.
Oh, Billy Strings, yeah.
the thing about this is Jake Workman does it live. Like none of this is pre-thought out. He can strut this way, just riffing.
He plays grandpa's guitars.
Yeah.
There's no one. This is what every 10th grader thinks they look like when they bust out a guitar and haphazardly play "Time of Your Life" by Green Day.
Oh Jesus Christ!
The other guy, Trey Hensley's badass too. Yeah. So, if people don't know, the Kentucky Thunder, that's Ricky Skaggs' band. Ricky Skaggs is like the primo, top of the line, best players of country music. Yeah. And as impressive as the left hand is, the right hand is where it's all at. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're, it's that left hand is more impressive than my left hand by like 1,000 times.
It's so unreal. It's so unreal.
Yeah, but then the right, yeah. What's the context for this? Like, did they just sit down and were like, "You want to jam?"
This is freestyling.
Oh
this
yeah,
I know, but like,
there's two guys.
How well they stay in time and all that shit. Like,
He's so good that I don't care what Mormonism you think is false. You know, if this guy is able to pull this shit together,
by your fucking fruits, ye shall know them.
If he stopped paying tithing, he wouldn't be able to do it anymore.
100%. Like if you, until you are able to do this, you are unable to say anything about anything else. You know? Like look at his face. Look at his face and says they're deciding it and choosing it in real time.
Oh yeah.
I do not know how to express
that's so
how
bonkers.
impossible that is. You know, it's so unreal. And now they're harmonizing with each other.
Fucking Christ.
Completely out of nowhere.
We could do this.
Yeah.
We could totally do it. I'm gonna spend the next 2 I remember listening to the song "Limelight" by Rush, and then listening to Geddy Lee do an interview about that song, where he's like, "Oh, that song's about how, like, yeah, you say you want the limelight, but you don't really want it because you're watching it. You're not sitting there practicing until your fingers bleed." And I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm
Geddy Lee."
practicing. Like, I've learned some of the solos. I've learned some of them. I've taken time to learn some of them. I have to repeat them over and over and over and over and over again to be able to play them once right.
Yeah,
These
well,
guys
he
are
probably
doing
is
it
too.
live. They're thinking about it live. They're making decisions. They're taking different decisions live as they're doing it. I can't describe how impossible it is.
Utterly bonkers. All right, I gotta bail.
All righty.
We've been going more than 4 hours.
4.5.
We got 2 minutes to get to 4:20. Has anybody got any weed?
I wish.
I'm
Morgan-
super
Morgan's got
drunk,
some
but
weed
I
because her
I
job
still
doesn't
wanted
drug
to
test.
cover the rest of what people commented on streamer stuff.
Go for it. Flip
You want to keep going?
Sure, why not?
You guys are out of
Flip,
control.
you can bail.
But I want to see more. I want
You
to
wanna keep going?
I'll do one more.
Okay.
I didn't know you had more Jonathan Streeter slides.
No, there's a ton of them. There's like 5 more. But okay.
Also, like I only get one drunk Chris Hanna a decade.
Let's see.
I can't believe I'm the soberest one.
I know.
That's nuts.
You gotta get drunker, I guess. That's what
I know. Like.
Did we already read this one?
No.
Yeah. Wait.
No, I don't
Well,
think.
they're all the same thing.
Oh
over and
no,
over again.
we've read this one.
Oh, we got
We did
past
that one. We did that one.
We got that one.
Then we got into Colby. Like Colby.
Yes.
I
we
think
got
Kobe
into
was
it.
where we ended.
Yeah.
What's the next
Colby. Come on. Colby. Come on.
Yeah, this is such a gaslight.
Come on. Colby. I don't have anything else to say, but Colby. Come on.
Jesus Christ, man. Oh, here we go. Yes, red pill, an inherently radical ideology based on the idea that you gain hidden secret knowledge that men are actually the ones being oppressed, which is a tactic used by cults, hidden secret knowledge, and is inherently using Darvo and no and yes. Wait, what? And no
What a
and
perfect-
whatever.
what
I
a
know
perfect
that's
line.
some
What a
projection right there. That's amazing. No, feminism is the ideology that genders the equal, that genders are equal. There is not a radical version of this.
Except for the literally named radical feminism.
Yeah, they call themselves that, you
They
dumb
call
shit.
it radical feminism, but there's no such thing as it.
And certainly not a popular, organized, radical movement of female domination of society.
Yes, there is. They have daytime talk shows on TV 5 days a week.
These two, yeah, go ask the women of The View how difficult it would be if every single man in the world were to die tomorrow. Because that's been asked of them, by the way, and spoiler alert, they said it'd be awesome.
I wonder, like, how many Democrat voters would you have to ask, are you a feminist, before one would say no? Would you get 10,000, 20,000, a million?
Do you think there's a single one that would say no?
I don't think so.
All right, let's see.
How hard would that be to find one?
I'm having a really hard time with the way this discussion is being presented. It seems like you were trying to frame feminism and red pill as if they are two sides of the same coin. Huh,
They
that's
are.
wild.
Because they objectively are.
And I strongly disagree with that premise. I question if this is a good faith discussion at all. That's the easiest. I actually saw there was a thing where somebody in Thoughtful Saints recently was pointing out how Jacob was doing this sneaky tactic, and they were trying to point it out like he was correct in it, where he was trying to convince the other person that they had the burden of proof. And like the argument was
with the apostasy.
Yeah, it's like the argument was that the Book of Mormon is revelation from God or whatever. And I'm like, no. First off, you have the burden of proof. Second, like Forrest worded it really well. I don't like the burden of proof thing. I don't like shifting the burden of proof onto other people, because it's like winning the argument without actually winning the argument. Anyway,
Shifting the burden.
Yeah, like trying to.
Should both people take the burden, or what's?
Yeah,
I mean, there
probably.
are times when objectively one side has the burden of proof.
Sure, there are, but it seems like
in that situation, Jacob agreed beforehand to take the burden of proof.
Yeah,
that was up to him.
Well, because I guess the idea is that
got lost.
He was supposed to prove that the apostasy happened, and his argument was that the papacy came later, which is a little bit of a shifty.
But he did something where he flipped the burden of proof on them.
Yeah, is he saying the papacy came later? Therefore, you have to prove to me that there was no apostasy.
Yeah, he did
Which
kind
is
of
just
switch
like
it
no,
around.
just prove that there was one. Like that's
Well,
lazy.
that whole argument is frankly
But
so retarded.
there's a little bit of
Both-
thing in
both
the
sides of
moment
that
where you
are
know
so
that
dumb.
you try to pretend that you didn't, but you know that you reversed it.
Yeah.
You know.
So this gets retarded. Well, more retarded. At its core, feminism is about taking down systemic and institutional patriarchy and creating equality for all genders. All of them, huh? All both of them?
Begging the question. That's
Yeah.
what we call that fallacy.
Do some feminists hate men? Sure. But that is a personal issue and not what feminism is about. All right. Same with incels, you dumb bitch.
Oh, okay. It's just
Yeah.
that simple. We just get to just shift that and like, oh wow, you know.
Do some incels hate
Some
women?
don't.
Yeah, but that's not their whole thing.
Like, hating men is optional.
Feminism is also about cross sectionality. TERFs, for example,
No, it's
may
about
claim to be
intersectionality.
TERFs, for example, may claim to be feminists, but are largely rejected by the feminist movement.
Wait,
Why?
wait.
They are feminists.
Why?
Okay.
The F in TERF is for feminist.
Colby.
Come on.
I guess John, RFM, and Bill, like right there, starting from there, you guys understand that they're assuming that they're taking your frame. Like your frame is, they're starting to describe the TERFs as other. And so they assume that you are part of them and they are part of you, and you are all part of the same mind virus. I don't know how else to say it, right? Are you the part of the same mind virus, or can you think outside those boxes?
Red
this
pill
part
is
gets-
a white nationalist.
Yeah.
group.
We weren't talking about. We weren't really talking about.
How did
race.
they make that
I
connection?
thought.
What a weird connection to make.
Intersectionality. You can make any connection you want.
Well, I also like I've been a feminist my whole life and I have many healthy relationships with men. Well, that's just like saying you have black friends.
Oh Christ! All right, here's another one. There are
This one is my favorite. There are two different definitions of respect. One, recognize someone's inherent humanity, rights, and dignity. Two, recognize someone's inherent authority or superiority. Yep, that's right. That's all two. That's two definitions of respect. That encompasses all definitions of respect right there.
Ex-Mormon influencers. Ex-Mormon influencers. You are caught up in horseshit. It's horseshit. Keep going.
I won't respect you unless you respect me. Sounds a lot more reasonable unless it's recognized. Okay, first off, that is something that feminists literally say. That's dogmatic to them. Like really, like unless you affirm my feminism,
And the respect,
are unworthy of respect.
Well, that's and the respect for you has an entirely different definition
The
than the
vast
respect for
majority
me.
of all feminists are fighting for basic rights, fairness, dignity, and humanity. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's a fucking lie.
That's the Mott. You guys know the Mott and Bailey. I know you, RFM, and Colby have talked about the Mott and Bailey. This is a Mott, not the Bailey. The Bailey is the area where the attack and crazy stuff happens.
And then they do the
retreat to the Mott, which is something Colby got entirely wrong.
And this is
episode.
then they completely flip it around. The red pill arguments I've seen are using an asymmetrical concept of disrespect to dehumanize others and justify it by somehow representing that men aren't getting their due, so lashing out is warranted. No, you never saw that argument. You have never seen that from the red pill movement. Like maybe from incels, but not red pill. Like, I mean, who was that? Cassie J.
Yeah,
like he had that.
Jonathan brought up her episode,
but like that's things like I wish I could make feminists watch that, and then tell me that Cassie J is a white supremacist. Representing movements as comparable or subtly suggesting they're equally likely to be radicalized is sketchy in my book. Yeah, real sketch. These people.
Was he saying they're equally as likely, or was he saying
No, he didn't.
that
Like,
they can both be radicalized?
yeah, no, like literally, like, yeah, he's just saying, is it possible to take these things too far? And it's like, and the answer is yes to both.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
not only yes,
You can go too far.
It's given a wide berth on one side.
Yeah.
And the other
But,
side,
like, one side,
all of society extremely
Yeah.
skeptical against
Like,
and blocks it off.
the
And
whole
other side
field of
says,
human resources is
oh my
feminist.
goodness, in this gynocentric society, which we call patriarchy,
The
we will give
human-
you all the
the
reins.
corporate world. Feminism prevails in the corporate world. Feminism prevails in the academic world. Feminism prevails in media. Feminism prevails in HR. Feminism prevails in
Everywhere.
so much of society, like literally everywhere. Like
Every
where
single
are the
area
places?
they're talking about that they need to increase women in every single field in academia, and they're
Yeah, but
already
in
winning. They're
Yeah.
already winning in every single field.
But there's not enough.
Happened for 20 years.
They don't have enough equality. There are more women in academia now than men, but that's still not enough. They need to go further. All right, do you have another card?
There's still more male CEOs.
My ex-husband
I thought
self-radicalized.
this was one person that I thought did okay. Oh, it wasn't
and
great.
attempted to radicalize our son, so I can speak to that. I had to figure out how to navigate the messaging our kids were getting, which meant hearing and validating the truths so I could push back on BS. Oh, what are the truths? Could you enumerate those for us?
I think she actually does in this one.
I'm also a feminist, and I think there are radicalized feminists. Oh, and the men's rights movement arose as a counter to radical extremist feminism, i.e., people who believe in radical reordering of societies, and that all men are misogynists, among other things.
Beyond radical. Listen, fuckers. These people talked about like any sort of sexuality was rape. These people talked about every psychotic thing you could ever imagine.
And also that they believe that all men are misogynists. They believe that men are taught to hate women.
All sexuality is rape. Men since birth should be repressed. This is all going back to Andrea Dworkin and these type of like second wave feminists, which were supposedly still okay, and they weren't.
So yes, the red pill movement tends to lead men to extremism, although there are truths and a swath of men who have valid critiques about how society has failed them and who have more moderate stances. Like what? I'd love for you to enumerate those. And there is a radical feminism which is also extremist. Oh, really? Like what?
Well, why don't you ask? Hey, Flip, I'm curious. Why don't you ask her these questions in a reply?
Oh, that's right. I'm not allowed.
Explain it and explain.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. You're not allowed to.
Explain how you ex-Mormon influencers are ready to block this off from your shit.
I'm a liberal feminist. I'm a liberal feminist. Okay. I believe in equality of men and women. Who the fuck doesn't? Who doesn't? I'm so tired of this bizarre thing that there's like even conservative Christians who believe that like men have roles and women have roles. They are not advocating that women should not be allowed to be doctors or lawyers or fly jet planes or drive cars. There's nobody saying that women shouldn't have equal protection under the law.
Yeah,
That's
you guys,
not a thing that anybody claims.
Well, you guys shat on Ben Shapiro so long that now you're getting Fuentes.
Muslims say that, but
yeah, that's true. You guys shit on the moderates, and then you get the extremists, and then you'll sit on that extremist and get an even more extremist.
Like I believe that women have historically been disempowered, okay, but men have historically been disempowered. This is the thing that, like, another thing that always is so retarded to me, like this idea that in the past men had power and women didn't, and that's as simple as that. That's retarded, and that men are currently struggling. Okay, like how? I believe society needs to shift so that men are empowered in healthy ways. Well, that's a poison pill. I think we are at a place where when women are thriving relative to men and men
in feminine ways,
especially young men. Yeah.
If men are women, they'll be fine.
Yeah. Men need to be more feminine and they'll be better. Especially young men where there's a societal crisis. Oh, really? And then that's not good for anyone. Well, you don't say. I'm kind of surprised. I wonder if she got any pushback for this. This is all super simplified. That's for
back. No, this is all just commentary on
and I can give more detailed reasons.
Spaghetti against the cover.
But yeah, no, this is the only response that is decent for sure, and even it is filled with problems.
Okay,
Yeah, no, it's filled with problems, but she at least answers the question honestly. Extremes are bad, and it's possible to take feminism
Yes.
extreme. There you go.
Yes.
That's the only correct answer.
Which was what Jonathan's point was. Although he said it in a Socratic method, which irritated you, Colby.
Oh yeah, are women? Is there even any scientific evidence that women are genetically different from men? Paperclip here makes that's a good question. I don't believe that
Genetics.
science demonstrated this.
What are you using these genetics for? These genetics are for you to use
Yeah,
create a hierarchy of
yeah, historically,
exclusion.
these have been these genetic differences have been used to justify male supremacy.
That's right. Is there another card?
Oh, there we go. Yes,
Oh.
red pill, an inherently radical ideology based on the idea that you gain.
Oh, we already did this.
We already read this one.
We did?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
this is different.
Read
I've
the
been-
second one down there.
What's that?
I'm
Read
just going
the
to post the
second
same
one.
reply I sent to Kristen Cook above. There's a branch of radical feminism that posits those beliefs. Not branch. Most feminists, myself included, don't adhere to these extremist ideas, but they absolutely exist. No, not most feminists. That's the opposite of true. It's a minority. In fact, this is one of those problems where it's like feminists who don't adhere to the mainstream radical feminism basically aren't feminists because
they get kicked off as turfs.
Well, no, but just that, like, it's like, well, I believe that men and women should have, like, that actually believes that men and women should have equal protection under the law, and that society can affect men. Like, okay, you're just an ordinary person. Like, you don't need to say feminist. Like, I remember having this argument with my little sister where it's like being a feminist today is like being an abolitionist, where it's like, okay, like what are you fighting? Like, the war is won. Slavery is gone and women have equal rights. Being a feminist makes
not only equal rights, like a bunch of subsidies too.
Yeah, no, they've got. I mean, it's even gone that further. But just that, like, what are you arguing for? You won. You won the battle that you claim to be fighting for.
St. George in retirement.
Yeah,
St. George in retirement is you got it. Like St. George fought that dragon, and there was no more dragons to fight, and he had to keep creating dragons to keep fighting.
Oh, but here's the part we like is these extremist ideas, but absolutely exist, especially in academia. Oh, one of my degrees is in sociology and in bullshit, where I took gender and family study courses with some excellent professors. We read and evaluated a variety of literature, including extremist ideologies. Really?
Cool. No creamer, please.
In a college of universities of America?
What are those extremist ideologies?
Yeah, I wonder what those are. Free the dishwashers. All right. Is there another good card? I've been wanting to bail for an hour, but I keep going.
You can go if you want. Jared can read them.
I'm having fun. Yeah, I'm gonna bail. I'm getting real tired. Although
right.
I hope we cover these again. But all right, goodbye.
I mean,
everybody. I'll leave you with the drunks.
Ultimately, yeah, we're plastered. But ultimately, what we're just talking about is it's all shit. It's all shit. You guys allow the extremism from one direction.
Yeah, and even that's the thing is like you don't even allow the moderate red pill view. Like, never mind the extremist red pill view. Even the moderate red pill view is anathema and gets banned over there. In fact, this is an example of it. Like, for Streeter to even breathe at the hint of it causes this.
And he's the last person not canceled or eliminated from that page.
He's literally the only person in that group that can even raise this without being thrown out immediately. But alrighty, I'm taking off.
All right.
You guys have fun. Be safe. Don't drive.
A couple more slides.
I've been doing a series on the Manosphere on social media page that I admin. Oh, wonderful. I recommend that everyone read the book Men Who Hate Women by Laura Bates. Red pill men are dangerous, not just to women, but also to other men. The radicalization.
If I could pause it right there. We covered before Peter Boghossian's.
Peter Boghossian. And you are fucked.
Yeah, I know. He had a whole entire thing about All Things Reconsidered, which was his episode on NPR's view of what they review in society. And part of one of the things that he talked about is you guys never talk to an actual believer of the thing. You talk to a supposed expert of the thing. And that's who you're talking about right here.
The radicalization is an absolute problem, and it frightens me for the people who are younger than me. I said on one of my posts that we live in a hellscape and everyone's life is hard. Men's life isn't harder because they are men. They may have other intersectional identities that make life more. Oh, because that's the only thing that can do it, right? It's not because you're a man. It's because you're gay. It's not because you're a man. It's because you're black. What about the guy at the tippy top of every oppression hierarchy? What about me, who is a straight, white, cisgendered male? Like, what makes my life hard? And I'll say my life isn't hard, but there are people that are exactly like me whose lives are very difficult. And what are you saying to them? If I could tell a red pill guy anything, it would be that if feminism and women's rights were taken away tomorrow, you would still have problems. Okay, let's flip it around now. Your life wouldn't suddenly become easier, but you will have made life harder for all the women and children that you purport to love. Also, talk to nursing home nurses about the kind of confessions women made in their old age. Oh, it's anecdotal evidence. You don't want to be buried under someone's new flower bed because she can't divorce you, or for her to watch you die of a heart attack because she sees freedom. Jesus Christ. Okay.
What? Okay.
Yeah, that last part, I don't even know what she was trying to say.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Live in the UK and have just been watching a documentary about a prolific male abuser who was known to Church of England hierarchy for decades, who used sadistic abuse against teenage boys in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. It was a part of a misogynistic movement that diminished girls and women and brutalized boys.
Why do you add that?
I know this is. It sounds like what she's talking about is a dude. I don't know, some Catholic priest who was raping boys, and how the only reason he was able to rape boys is, I guess, by talking about how disgusting women were. Like, I have to put my dick in you, kid, and it's because women are so fucking gross and terrible.
All right, sure.
Yeah. That's what these patriarchal regimes that you lash out against. That's what they want to do. They want to fuck boys because they hate women so much. One of the many victims was killed.
Everything circles back to that, right?
It shocked me to know that some of the absolutely malign rhetoric we are hearing now has been bubbling under the surface in a religious organization as seemingly ordinary as the Church of England for as long. And I wonder whether the emergence of Christian nationalism, which the Church of England is speaking out against, will also make it more aware of its own toxic elements.
How do people listen to this stuff?
I don't know. I've been a feminist for over a decade, and I've never heard feminism described as the idea that all men are trying to manipulate, exploit, control women. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. Fuck off.
It's all just been mott. We're
just trying to get equal rights, except
nobody's ever baileyed.
No. We're just sweet little girls. We're trying to get equal rights. Like, we want the right to be drafted into war should that happen. That's what we really want.
Except by red-pilled men.
Yeah, except by red-pilled men. There's a big difference between red-pilled men and feminist women who want all humans to have protections and equal rights. Yeah, that's what women want. That's what feminists want. I'm sure there are outliers in both groups, such as feminists who hate men and red pillars who think women have inherent value. Ooh, so you're going back to Jonathan's stance, huh? But for the most part, I don't think these two things are the same. But also, yes, you could theoretically be radicalized by any group or by an unhealthy subset of any group.
Yes.
All right, well, there's a bone.
Good.
There's a branch of radical feminism that posits these beliefs. most feminists, myself included, don't adhere to these extremist ideas, but they
I think
absolutely.
this is the same gal from before.
Yeah, I think it is. But they absolutely exist, especially in academia. One of my degrees in sociology, where I took gender and family studies course. Oh, Christ! How did you take those courses and then come out of it being, I guess, relatively rational? Like,
Well, I mean, it was dumped on me. I didn't.
no, I'm talking to
I
her.
didn't. Yeah, her.
Like,
too.
I'm saying her.
I think almost
she took
anybody
these
is like-
courses. She took all these courses, and then she said, you can be radicalized into any ideology."
But there's some sort of sense, I think, especially from the time frame that I was there, and maybe some years after, that they thought that they'd pre-primed us enough that when they dumped that shit, it would just take,
Yeah.
And to some of us, it just didn't take. You're like, what? And
I probably got to fuck off too. I'm about to pass out.
yeah,
I got to sleep off this hangover that you've coerced me into bringing on myself.
we're almost at the end of these. It's almost
Okay.
the end of the.
Okay, go for it.
I think you were there. Did you read all that one?
Oh, I read all of that one, yeah.
We're very close. Oh, we got there.
David! That's the one we just read.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, back to all that sort of stuff. It's just mesmerizing to me that we're so out of it. Yeah, that just all the extremism in the world is just accepted in as, oh boy, better do this. In any sort of, I think this has been one of the larger things that people have been complaining about, like even in the right wing arguments of boomerism versus millennials and all that sort of stuff. It's just all these things that you accept as obvious truths, which just aren't. Like all these ideas that radical feminism just needs to be given a front row seat to everything. And it's actually as insane as anything coming out of, I don't know whatever worst ideology you ever thought of. Like James Lindsay, when he made that thing of switching out feminism for
Mein Kampf.
for Jews in Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
And it's just ubiquitous, and it's so just accepted in even by all the ex-Mormon influencers in the world. In fact, any sort of one of them that got any sort of popularity, they got some sort of pressure like, well, you better put a radical feminist front row center. And the same thing happened throughout all of Hollywood. It happened throughout everywhere. We better put a radical feminist front row center in the middle of this. And that's been the description of our past 10 years of life. And you stop and you go, why? Why didn't your principals notice that this was horseshit, that this was supremacy, that this was insane ideology?
We were only looking at one side of the supremacy. That's what we always do.
Yep. And that's really all it is. That's all the giant question mark in my life right there.
Well, hot damn. We call it?
Yeah. Should we call it good?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Man, tomorrow's going to suck ass.
Why? You super late?
No, I'm as drunk as you are.
I'm pretty drunk, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think I'll be good.
Yeah, maybe throw it up and then drink a bunch of electrolytes. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I should go get some.
All right, we'll see you.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out.